The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And here we go. His year again. Rory is a rare repeat winner at Augusta.
Hey, welcome on in to a Monday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We got the Glass Man, PJ Glasser, filling in for Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. Again, it's 310-840-4910. You heard the final call on CBS yesterday. Jim Nantz calling a back-to-back green jacket for Rory McIlroy. PJ, he never makes it boring. It's always exciting. It's always a twist and a turn and a roller coaster ride for Rory. But 17 years he waited to get his first green jacket. Nearly collapsed last year, had to beat Justin Rose in a playoff. This year, I declared on Friday the Masters was over when he chipped in from about 60 yards out on 17 to get to 11 under. He would then be 12 under going into Saturday morning, a 6-stroke lead that evaporated on Saturday, and he had to come from behind on Sunday to do it again, but he waited 17 years for his first green jacket. Now he joins Jack Nicklaus, Nick Faldo, and Tiger as the only to ever go back-to-back at the Masters. What a weekend for Rory, and I think this, if last year didn't do it when he wins the career slam, I think going back-to-back at the Masters and now having 6 of them, this firmly cements Rory as one of the greatest golfers on the men's tour of all time, and I thought he would have ran away with it because he didn't have the monkey on his back. He didn't have the pressure of having to do it for the first time. But that's just life, right? I guess that's just golf. You know, you can be untouchable for a first couple of rounds. And so I can't even imagine if this was last year. He didn't have the big lead last year, but he still gets it done. Back-to-back for Rory. Scotty comes up one short, complaining about the conditions after. I think right now, Rory, I know the world leaderboard probably doesn't have Rory as the world number 1 golfer. It's still probably Scheffler. But in my opinion, Rory McIlroy is the best golfer on the planet right now. I think there's conversations to be had about Scotty Scheffler, but to go back-to-back at the Masters is legendary, and what a weekend it was for McIlroy.
Certainly was, Pat. What a great weekend it ended up being. I was with you. I thought when he chipped in on 17 on Friday and took a 5-shot lead at the time and then birdied 18 to make it a 6-shot lead heading into the weekend, I thought it was over. And you know what was funny is if he doesn't win the Masters last year, I don't think anybody feels that way, right? I think we're all going into the weekend like, how is Rory going to screw this up? Like, is it almost too big of a lead that he has? And the fact that it evaporated on Saturday and he was going into Sunday with the co-lead with Cam Young. But I think the fact that he already had a green jacket, Pat, was the reason that he was able to go back-to-back. It's unbelievable when you watch a golf tournament, especially a major and especially the Masters, how when different guys take the lead or they have a share of the lead and they start to look around at the leaderboards and, you know, word starts to form around the course that they know that they have the lead, how all of a sudden they start making bogeys, right? We saw that with Rose yesterday. We saw that with Cam Young. We saw it with Russell Henley. And I think that was the difference is Rory, he's obviously been in this spot so many times and he even dealt with it last year when he was battling Justin Rose. He knows there's going to be ebbs and flows. And I was so impressed with him throughout the entire 4 days and throughout the weekend, how he just stayed even keel. You know, he never got too high. Even when he was making all those birdies on Friday, he never got too high. on Saturday and Sunday when he was struggling for much of those rounds. He never got too low. And then when he had to hit some big shots on those second 9, that tee shot on 12, the par 3, and then that drive on 13, a tee shot he struggled with all week. When he put it in the fairway, gave himself a shot to hit the green in 2, where he made a birdie. Those were really the big shots that helped him go back to back. But Pat, for me, I thought that was the key. You have to wonder, like you said, if this tournament was what happened last year, and this was the tournament where Rory was trying to win the Masters and trying to go for the Grand Slam, would he have been able to do it? Would the pressure of just been too much? But I think the fact that he already had a green jacket and he kind of just went out there and said, you know what, if I win another one, great. But if I don't, I'm still going to be back next year. I'm still going to have my green jacket. I'm still going to be at the champions dinner and all those sorts of things. But I thought that was really the key. His ability to just stay even keel throughout the weekend, especially on Sunday, is the reason why he is the back-to-back Masters champion.
Yeah, I agree with you. Number to join the show, by the way, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Again, you can call the show. You can text PJ and myself, Pat Boyle here. PJ filling in for Brad Evans all week on BetMGM tonight. How about Scotty Scheffler, by the way? I mean, like I said, I think there's a conversation to be had about him. Remarkable turnaround, because he was mortal, to say the least, on Thursday and Friday. He finished the first round at only 1 under par, only 2 under par after he eagled 2 and birdied 3. That was to start the tournament. And I was like, oh God, look out, because Scotty might go 20 under and this thing might be a landslide. Then he doesn't get another birdie the rest of the round. Bogey's 11. He doesn't get another birdie until the 8th hole of Friday. And he bogeyed 4 times. So he's going into the weekend, and we're like, Scotty Scheffler's an afterthought. Rory McIlroy he's smelling Rory's farts. And then Saturday, Scotty has an incredible round to put himself in position, ends up going 7 under on the round on Saturday. And then Sunday, he birdies the 2 out of the first 3 holes. And I'm like, all right, this is it. Whether Rory collapses or not, Scotty Scheffler might just go 7 or 8 under again. And he might just win this thing because he's the best golfer on the planet, which I think is the conversation we had about Scotty for the last 2 years or so. And now, I mean, all those, the pace. So what does he have to do? What kind of pace does he have to be on to catch Tiger? What kind of pace does he have to be on to catch Jack Nicklaus for the most majors of all time? We kind of thought it was inevitable. And now all of a sudden, it's crazy that I'm saying this, because Scotty Scheffler literally won 2 majors last year. He won the PGA and he won the Open. And he hasn't finished outside the top 10 in 6 straight major tournaments. But this, I can't stop thinking about his last round yesterday, the 17th hole. He's got a birdie putt that literally lips around the toilet and falls out. And if he makes that, we are probably talking about a Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, 2 best golfers on the planet playoff for the green jacket that both of these guys have won. And instead, he pars 18, and that gave Rory that extra little bit of cushion on the 18th hole to not completely panic. And, because as sure as you saw it, the tee shot goes into the woods. The second shot for Rory goes into the bunker. Imagine if he didn't have that margin. He didn't have that margin for error, because luckily he got out of the bunker. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, oh boy, imagine if he pulls like a Bryson. Bryson couldn't even get out of the trap on the first round. Imagine he hits the lip of the bunker and it falls back in. Then all of a sudden it's toothpick time and he doesn't have any margin for error. Instead, he was able to get himself safely out of the bunker and 2-putt for the victory. But if that putt on 17 for Scotty Scheffler went down, we would have been having a completely different conversation. So now, basically, this is a Masters, and this is another major tournament that Rory McIlroy has now stood in the way of Scotty Scheffler. And I don't know about you. I still think Scotty, with how old he is, he's about, 6-7 years younger than Rory. He's going to have plenty of time, plenty of chances to dominate these tournaments, and he's still in the mix in every single one. But I think we need to start rethinking just how legendary Scotty Scheffler might be, because he got off to such a terrible start. If not for his Thursday, Friday rounds, he would have won this thing going away.
He certainly would have. And that's really been the story of Scotty's season, Pat. I mean, anybody that's followed the PGA Tour this year has known that Scotty hasn't been Scotty-like from what we've seen the last few years, and especially on Thursday and Friday. It seems like just about every tournament, Scotty kind of digs himself into a hole, and then he just goes nuts on the weekend, and that's what kind of happened again at Augusta. But yeah, you said it, 17, man, that putt, I mean, it looked like it was going in, and that just changes the whole trajectory of the tournament. If that goes in, the crowd goes nuts, Rory gets wind of it. It changes the approach of how he plays the final finishing holes. It reminded me a lot of when Tiger won his 5th green jacket in 2019, and Brooks Koepka was the guy that was challenging him. And Brooks was at the peak of his powers in major season, right? This was when he was winning US Opens, PGAs, and he had a putt on 18 that was similar to Scotty's where it looked like it was going to go in. He just missed it. Tiger goes into the 18th hole only needing a bogey, and he ends up bogeying the hole and wins the Masters. And it was very similar with Rory. We saw last year how difficult 18 can be when you know you need a par to win instead of a bogey. So like you said, I mean, that putt on 17, as soon as that missed, you had a good feeling that was probably Rory's tournament. I thought it was really interesting though, Pat, because with Rory trying to go for 3 straight Masters again next year, and Scotty still being the prohibitive favorite, and any tournament that he is playing in, he is going to be the odds-on favorite. At BetMGM right now, we already have odds up for the 2027 Masters. Would you like to take a guess at what Scotty's odds are to win the green jacket next year and what Rory's odds are next year? For context, going into the tournament this year, Scotty was plus 550 to win, and Rory was as high as 14-1 to win the Masters. So what do you think the odds already are for 2027 next year?
I'm going to say Scotty's even shorter. I'm going to say Scotty Scheffler will be he'll be 4-1, maybe plus 400. And I'll say Rory is probably, those odds have probably halved. He'll probably be 7-1, plus 700 if I had to guess.
Man, you're good. Scotty plus 450, Rory plus 600. So you're right there. Those guys far and away the 2 big favorites. Then you got DeChambeau, Rahm 14-1, Xander Schauffele, Cam Young, and Ludwig at 18-1. So again, all the guys that were towards the top of the board this year, you'd expect them for the most part be in the mix next year as well. But yeah, it's going to be such an interesting major season the rest of the way for both Rory and Scotty, because in the 3 majors that we have remaining, Scotty's going to be defending at the PGA and the Open Championship. And then at the US Open, he's trying to complete the career Grand Slam. So you got major storylines with him at every major upcoming. And then with Rory, Pat, it felt like after he won the Masters last year and completed the Grand Slam, I don't want to say like he didn't care the rest of the year, but he almost just felt like content, right? Like that was clearly the tournament that he was trying to win. He got the monkey off his back, and then the rest of the season was just house money. If he wins, great. If he doesn't, then so be it. I think now that he has the 2nd Masters under his belt, now it's like, all right, I'm trying to get 10 majors. Now I'm trying to win each of these things twice. Now I'm trying to get myself into top 5 consideration all time amongst men's golfers. So can't wait to watch the major season the rest of the way with the 2 best players in the sport and all the storylines that those 2 guys are going to have surrounding them over the next 3 months.
Yeah, Rory said it. Rory said on Friday, he goes, I've kind of been, he found himself unmotivated at times last year. That's why he did so terribly at the PGA. He really didn't compete. He wasn't really in the mix for any of the other majors last year. I remember he was like, he barely made the cut at the PGA Championship, and I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head what he did at the US Open last year. Yeah, he finished barely inside the top 20, and then at the Open, where he's won that before. I'll never forget 2014 when he just blew away the competition. He finished top 10. So I think after he wins the Masters last year, he's probably like, there's just that adrenaline rush that doesn't just. You don't just ramp it back up a couple of weeks later to win the PGA, especially with how the golf calendar has kind of changed over the last couple of years. So I think he did terrible at the PGA. He did okay at the US Open. And then all of a sudden, the Open rolls around, his neck of the woods across the pond. And he's like, all right, it's time to get it going again. He finishes great. But then he has a couple of months to prepare for this. And he said he really hasn't even been anywhere else for the last 2-3 weeks. He was kind of living right near Augusta and just practicing there and there only. So he got out to the big lead. Like he said, he nearly blew it. And now it'll be Scotty Scheffler's time to return the favor. And golf has never really been a two-person sport. Even when we had Tiger and Phil, there were still other names that broke through. Even when Spieth went on his run and Rory went on their run, there were still other guys, like you said, and Brooks Koepka came up and challenged. And we've had other guys. But I was hoping this weekend, and you'll never get the perfect star-studded leaderboard. I thought what we had yesterday was incredible. You had the X-Man making a run. You had Schauffele in the mix. Justin Rose once again, and then a kind of a collapse of his own again. He was the leader. For the second straight year, Justin Rose, kind of he comes right there and he doesn't get it. Morikawa, what an incredible weekend for him. I didn't even know if he was going to finish the tournament, and then he goes 9 under and finishes in the top 10. Spieth was in the mix. Matsuyama was in the mix. But I was really hoping that Bryson and Jon Rahm were going to be somewhere in there as well. And I don't think you could have had a worse weekend than Bryson DeChambeau. And for him, and Rahm barely made the cut. And then he had a nice round yesterday to make his score look a little bit respectable at 1 over. He went into the round at 5 over. But for those two guys, like the live golfers, I got to be honest, man. It's still, I don't know anybody. I don't know any of my friends that watch a lick of live golf, and I'll never watch it. But for I can't imagine how those guys feel playing in what I call sham tournaments every week, 72 holes, team events, to then have to try to flip a switch and get super motivated for these major tournaments. I think it's starting to eat at Jon Rahm. And I know Bryson just won, he's won a title within the last year and a half here. So I don't know if I could say the same about him. But boy, the 3D printed iron, couldn't get out of the trap. A course that he had really started to find his groove at. Bryson was brutal. And Jon Rahm, I don't know when's the next time I can expect to see him at the top of a leaderboard. I think he's lost it for the time being.
I'm with you. I mean, Bryson, I think at the U.S. Open, he's won already on the U.S. Open being a live player. So he's shown you he can do that. But Rahm, Pat, as you mentioned, he's never been able to figure out being a live player and then competing in these majors. I think it's a big reason why Brooks Koepka decided to come back to the PGA Tour. Initially, you think, look, I'm a guy that can always get up for the majors and I'm getting all this money to come play for live. Like, sure, why not? I think after a couple of years, though, and Brooks not being Brooks like these last few years in the majors, he had a change of heart and he wants to get back to the grind of the PGA Tour to get him ready and ramped up for the 4 biggest tournaments of the year. It kind of feels like Rahm is on that same trajectory. I don't think he's going to go back to the PGA Tour, but you're right. He's a guy who really feeds off his emotions and he can be super fiery out on a golf course. Definitely feels like with a bunch of these finishes he's had at the majors in a place where he's won and he's had success at Augusta. He hasn't been having that the last few years. And I'm with you. I kind of think Rahm especially is a stay away at a lot of these majors moving forward. Bryson's certainly a stay away at the Masters. I think over the next couple of years at the U.S. Open, certainly have to take a look and maybe at the PGA Championship. But yeah, Pat, I think we have enough evidence up to this point to see that these guys, they do struggle when they get to these majors. And, they're not used to playing 4 rounds and they're not used to the pressure of closing on a Sunday and all these sorts of things that happen on live.
Yeah, look, I'm just glad, PJ, at the end of the day, that after I declared the Masters over on Friday, Rory literally squandered the lead on Saturday. Didn't even wait till Sunday to squander. He squandered on Saturday, had to come from behind and won it anyway. Took the circuitous route. Took the more scenic route, but I'm glad that I don't look like a complete jackass here getting on the airwaves on this Monday evening. After I declare the Masters over on Friday, Rory does end up winning it, though not in the way that I thought it was going to happen. I just find it incredible. This is something I mentioned on Friday too, how poorly he drove in terms of accuracy. He had the furthest yards per drive all weekend, as expected. Rory McIlroy, 330 yards per drive. Nobody else was really even close outside of Jake Knapp. But his accuracy, he only hit the fairway 55% of the time. There were only 6 golfers in the entire tournament that were worse than that. Only one other guy made the cut. So he couldn't hit the fairway to save his life. But then the irons, his scrambling and his short game were incredible. I mean, he had 24 birdies. That was the most in the tournament. So it was basically rinse and repeat, miss the fairway, still have enough power and enough touch to then hit a wedge or an iron out of the rough, put it right near the green, get on the green and putt it in, or get on the green and putt it in anyway. Just a remarkable weekend of scrambling. And I think, again, if he hadn't won the Masters last year, he drives as poorly as he did. The accuracy. I don't know if he even comes close to winning this tournament this year. Who knows if he even builds that big lead? But basically, it's just like, oh, I missed the fairway by 15 yards. No problem at all. I'll just go ahead and boom this thing on the green no matter what. It's sensational how he makes golf look so freaking easy, and it makes me angry.
With the way that he can drive the ball. I mean, some of those drives he had this past weekend were just ridiculous. We talk about it every year when we preview the Masters, but it's so true and it's worth repeating. The success that you have to have is you have to dominate the par fives and you have to survive the par fours and the par threes. If you don't take advantage of the par fives, you're not going to win the Masters. Those are really your best four opportunities to get birdies and eagles. And that was the difference between Rory and Scotty. Pat, this entire tournament, Scotty only made one birdie on the par 5 13th and the par 5 15th. And the only birdie he made was yesterday when he was behind the tree on his third shot on 15, and he finds a way to birdie that hole. So that's the difference. Rory wasn't able to hit a lot of fairways, but even on those par fives, when he was in the bunkers or he was in the pine straw, whatever it may be, he still was great with his wedges on those third shots, gave himself birdie looks. And that's the difference. That's what he did last year. That's what he did this year. Dominate the par fives, survive the par fours and par threes. That's how you win the Masters.
All right. Any of your Masters takeaways? Where do you think Rory now cements himself among the all-time golfers? I think he's in the top 10 all time. Do you think Scotty Scheffler answers back now and wins the PGA Championship? And any other takeaways or predictions you want to make for the rest of the golf season? We'll take your phone calls at 310-840-4910. You can text in as well, 310-840-4910. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. PJ Glasser in for Brad, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, when we return, we'll take your Masters calls and we'll pivot because the NBA playoffs are set, but not before one championship-winning head coach finally got the axe. What does that mean for this summer for Giannis in Milwaukee with Doc Rivers out? We'll talk about it when we return. He's PJ Glasser. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight at Westwood One Sports.
So Giannis, in his media session following the Bucks' end-of-season loss, so season's over, Giannis talks to the media. And all of this has been going on with Giannis for, it feels like, years. It actually really hasn't been years. It's been a good amount of time, but it's not like this has been going on for a decade. Like, they won the championship 5 years ago. Like, they won a title. You can't take that away from him. And if you're a Bucks fan and you're dejected, and you should be, because you're going to be bad for a really long time, you have the title. Like, I'm a Knicks fan, and like my team wins 50 games per year every year now. I've never seen a championship in my life. I'd trade my situation for yours, because you got the championship. You never take down a banner. So Giannis is being asked by the media last night about his future in Milwaukee. And he's talking around the issue like he always does, right? And he can't just say, I want out. He throws in at the end of this media availability last night that, who knows what will happen if they offer me an extension. What? I'm just like, do we need an intervention? Do like all of Giannis's brothers who are all on the Bucks, Do like all of them and all of us collectively, basketball fans, need to like tell Giannis, like, hey Giannis, like come over, like we're like we got a surprise for you. And he's thinking, oh, I'm coming to a party. And then he sits down and there's like a therapist there and it's all of us and we're gonna intervene with Giannis's life. And maybe, and I know he passed away, we'll have Tony Sirico there as Paulie Walnuts to tell him you're weak and you're an embarrassment to yourself and those around you, like he told Christopher Moltisanti on The Sopranos, because that's what's happening here. Like, who cares if you come across like the bad guy? Who cares? Enough. The Bucks have zero chance of competing. Zero. They went in last offseason, they stretched Damian Lillard, and they signed Miles Turner. They won 32 games this year. And even if you want to say Giannis had been healthy the whole year, what's the ceiling for this team? Like, come on. They have no first-round draft picks for a long-ass time. They are going to suck. He should just say, I want out. But he can't do it. He can't do it. He's like me back in the day. We're like, I know this relationship sucks. I know it's not going to work, but I can't bring myself to say it's over. Except like I'm some schmuck 27-year-old kid. Giannis should know better. His advice, I don't have an agent advising me. I had like my moron uncle, my stupid friends. Like, this is crazy. Yeah, he'd enter to signing an extension? Am I crazy? This is where I feel like I'm in like a Kafka novel. Like I'm Mugatu in Zoolander. I'm Will Ferrell in Zoolander. I'm taking crazy pills. This can't be real. It cannot be real that this is happening. Like, just go out there and say, it's been great. I will always love Milwaukee. I wanted to spend my whole career in one city with one team. But you know, we accomplished the ultimate goal. I won a championship. I brought a championship here. And now it's time for everybody to move on. But no, it can't happen. We got to play ring around the rosy constantly here. And it's just enough's enough. Like, in between, like, the Shams reporting about all the infighting and the season of dysfunction, to Giannis being unable to say, I want out, to Doc Rivers maybe staying on in an advisory role, just like, I'm done with this team until Giannis is traded. That's it. Like, trade Giannis, see what you can get, and the rebuild can start, and you go from there. Until then, like, I think we need to put an embargo. I mean, we can't, though. Like, because Giannis is such a big deal in national sports, like, we have to talk about him. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I hate it. It's so stupid, it's actually offensive. And I'm not saying Giannis is stupid. I think in his head, he's trying to do the right thing. Enough. Sometimes in life, things don't work out the way you wanted. As Frank Sinatra famously sang, that's life. Life's not fair. Go somewhere else and try and win a championship. Enough with this in Milwaukee.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle. And the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. A very relaxing weekend watching the Masters on Sunday. Had a big move, which we can get into in a little bit, PJ, but basically got everything that I needed to do out of the way by about 3:15. So I missed, like the first 4 or 5 holes or whatever of Rory. But I mean, I soaked in the last, 3 hours of the action and then right into the last day of the NBA regular season. It was a nice little Sunday for sure. But speaking of which, and I've been calling for this for weeks and it felt like it was inevitable. And now it has finally happened. Doc Rivers is out as the head coach of the Milwaukee Bucks. Not a surprise. The team has been terrible. They were terrible last year. Doc Rivers, who, look, is an NBA champion. Nobody can ever take that away from him. 2008 with those Celtics. But since then, what's the book on Doc Rivers, PJ? I mean, either a first-round exit or a blown 3-1 lead, right?
100%. Look, I think Doc Rivers is the NBA version of John Harbaugh. They have their one ring. They had their stretch where they had Hall of Fame players and they were really good. But towards the later parts of their career, I think that they've had star players. When Doc was in Philly at Embiid, now he had Giannis in Milwaukee, and Harbaugh's had Lamar all these years. They've just never been able to make it work. And I think a lot of us, when Doc Rivers got hired by the Bucks, we were all like questioning it. We didn't understand. Like, you make a move like that mid-season years ago because you're trying to chase a championship, and you bring in a guy that hasn't been able to do that in over a decade and is notoriously known for not getting the most out of his teams in the playoffs. So the decision from the offset just never made any sense. And then you watch how it played out. And you watched Milwaukee's just roster deteriorate over the years when they got rid of Holiday and they got rid of Middleton, and that Bucks core that won a championship just kind of fizzled out. They tried to make it work with like cookie cutter moves at the deadline, getting guys like Kuzma and Bobby Portis and all this sorts of things. But the Miles Turner addition in the offseason, I think a lot of people thought would maybe help them get back to relevancy and help Giannis a lot. I was never one of those people. I still think this roster stunk. They had a lot of holes. And this year, Pat, it just felt like it was the year where, it broke its camels. The straws broke the camel's back. And finally, it was time. If you're a Bucks fan, I think you're elated by this news. I think you're very happy because you probably wanted this for a couple years. Giannis, what happens with him, we will see. But this is the first move of many, I'm sure, coming from Milwaukee, and a good one, because they had to get rid of Doc Rivers. They should have gotten rid of him a couple years ago, but they finally do it today or yesterday.
Yeah, by the way, producer Brandon Combs writes in the show chat, 30 minutes in and PJ kills your football dreams. I'm a Giants fan, so you say you compare him to John Harbaugh, and I'm like, well, hopefully that's just what they've done before this season. Hopefully that's where the comparisons stop. Hopefully John Harbaugh doesn't come to the Giants. And, well, look, I guess that would at least mean he would get him to the playoffs, right? I'll take that. Doc Rivers was constantly in the playoffs all these years, even though it was, first-round exits, blown 3-1 leads. So, you said John Harbaugh, and Combs said, uh-oh, Pat. I did think of it, but I was like, all right, I get the comparison. Harbaugh with the one ring and a lot of shortcomings in the postseason. Yeah, look, I mean, it was really a comedy of errors for Doc Rivers, right? I mean, he takes over to the Clippers in 2013, 2014, after Boston finally shows him the door. And he had a couple of 3-1 blown leads there. Then he goes to Philly, and it's like, all right, he's got this great, tremendous team headlined by Joel Embiid. It's the post-process era. And, they're a regular season tremendous team, but they lose in the second round. They lose in the second round. They lose in the second round. All those times. And then, yeah, like you mentioned, taking over for Griffin a couple of years ago, when Milwaukee just straight canned him very quickly, and then they don't make the play, or they make the playoffs and lose in the first round. And Doc Rivers, he's like, well, like, I don't even know what I was supposed to do, or he just made excuses from the start. Last year, Giannis was able to stay somewhat healthy. Then they still end up getting beat by the Pacers. And it just was constant excuse making. And then this year, Giannis picks up the first injury. There's been the cloud of whether they're going to trade Giannis or they're not going to trade Giannis over their heads all year. He gets hurt again. That was basically the death blow. This team was essentially done in January when he picked up that second injury. But yeah, I agree with you, man. They made a lot of tough moves. The decision to stretch and waive Damian Lillard's contract, at the time, I was like, all right, this is aggressive. If you can keep Giannis here and sign some other players, great. And then all they did was sign Miles Turner. That was basically it. And then Giannis gets hurt, and it's like Miles Turner has been rendered useless without another good big next to him. You look back at what he was with the Pacers, and damn, I mean, if there was somebody that benefited from great ball movement and guards that can really shoot and get him wide open for threes, then that was it, because Miles Turner was useless for most of this season. But again, which team is going to make the playoffs if a top 10 player on the planet misses 40 to 45 games? Not many. But on top of that, it was Doc Rivers, the player meeting from a couple of weeks ago where he reportedly said, here, look at my resume, Google me, and throughout the year, him saying, oh, I just thought we had, dead legs or tired legs. And then Giannis would say, no, we don't have dead legs. That is a terrible excuse. So it's like Giannis clearly didn't like him. That's the biggest reason why he's out. Let's be honest. I mean, yeah, missing the playoffs was terrible, 32-50, not a great season. It's the fact that Giannis wants him out. And if Giannis said, you know what, I'm all in on staying in Milwaukee as long as you fire Doc Rivers, then that's one thing. But I think Giannis doesn't like him. And I think right now, the Milwaukee Bucks, the front office with John Horst, who I wouldn't be surprised if he went too because of the whole Damian Lillard thing. They're spending $20 million a year just to not have Damian Lillard on the team. And depending on what happens with Giannis, do they want this GM making a potential franchise-altering trade? So I think right now, the Milwaukee Bucks, they're doing everything they can to placate Giannis and then hope that in another couple of weeks from now, he says, sure, I'd like to stay. I'll play one more year. But even then, PJ, he's got a player option after this next season and 12 months from now. You're going to risk losing him for nothing? I still think that the 3-point plan for the Milwaukee Bucks, point 1 was always fire Doc Rivers. Check. You've done that. Step 2 has to be trade Giannis and get as much draft capital as you can back. And then step 3 is start a rebuild. And it's going to take some time. But I think the more and more they let this go on, playing this game once again, are we going to trade Giannis? Are we not going to trade Giannis? While Shams every couple of days throws out a new, Giannis is ready to move on. I've just become so exhausted by it. But it's never been clearer. You got Doc Rivers out. You got to trade Giannis. Otherwise, Milwaukee's going to go nowhere, and they're probably going to lose him for nothing next year.
100%. And you know what's funny, Pat, is OKC gave the entire league the blueprint of how you rebuild. I mean, just to absolute perfection. The way that Sam Presti and company just traded all the stars that they had, acquired all that draft capital, everything. I mean, look at the roster that they built. They won the title last year. They're the favorites to win it again. They still have all these draft picks upcoming over the next few years. They are the blueprint of how to rebuild, and yet so few NBA teams are willing to execute it. They're afraid to execute it, especially when you're a team like the Milwaukee Bucks and you know that you're not a free agent destination. You know that there's a good chance in our lifetimes they're never going to have a player as good as Giannis again in that organization. So they're scared to part ways. You know, when you have a guy that has told you in the past that he's willing to commit and stay there and he's won a championship for you and you want to see it through, I get it. It's tough to trade him away. But like you said, I mean, from an organizational standpoint, like they have to, because you're just not going to get the free agent pieces that you need to in the offseason to build around Giannis to win a championship. And they've proven the last few years with their ability to draft players that they're not getting it done either. So you have to give yourselves as many chances as you can at draft picks so that hopefully you can eventually hit one of those guys. But yeah, I mean, like you said, Doc Rivers, step 1, you got rid of him. Step 2, they have to trade Giannis away. I don't know if they're going to do it because it feels like we keep doing the same song and dance for the last couple of years. But that's the only option that they have because, like you said, Pat, the absolute worst thing that Milwaukee can do is hang on to Giannis for too long and then not get anything out of him. Because, you know, eventually he'll want to go elsewhere or something will end up happening or, you know, he has an injury maybe and he doesn't turn into the player that he once was. So they have to get that done this offseason. They have to trade him away because that's the only option that they have left if you're the Milwaukee Bucks. Again, all these organizations, if your team's not good enough to compete for a championship, like what are you doing at the end of the day? The objective isn't to get the 5 or the 6 seed, right? The goal is to win a championship. And even if you keep Giannis, you're not going to build a good enough team in the next couple of years to get that done. So you have to trade him away.
Agreed. And you mentioned another injury. Look, I mean, I think Giannis still is probably the 5th best player in the NBA. He's 31 now. And even when he would be healthy, even when he played 73 games 2 years ago, 67 games last year, 63 games the year before that, it's often an injury in the postseason that costs him and that costs Milwaukee. Remember, they lose as the 1 seed a couple of years ago to Miami because Giannis had the back issue. That was the second time he had that. This year they don't even make the playoffs because he couldn't stay healthy. Last year he plays, most of the full season, and then Giannis plays all 5 games of the series against the Pacers last year. But because Damian Lillard got hurt, then it was like, all right, Milwaukee, it's still probably a 50-50 series against the Pacers. And then the Pacers run him out of the building. And so it's like, okay, you can't win without Giannis. You have no prayer of winning without Giannis. You can't even win anymore with him. So what's the point? In 12 months from now, you think he's going to say, sure, I'll opt into my player option and stay with Milwaukee again? There's no chance. There is 12 months left of him on their roster. They have 2 windows left to trade him. This summer, when you get the most back for him, and I understand that if a trade doesn't happen before the draft, then yeah, you don't have that immediate draft capital. I would expect Milwaukee to try to get a trade done. Well, actually, I guess they can until the new league year begins. So I guess at this point, they're screwed. They're not getting draft capital for this year. So at this point, you're going to trade him in the summer, and you'll get a first-round draft pick. You'll get plenty of draft picks, probably 4 or 5 of them over the next couple of years. Or you hold on to him. We do the same song and dance we did last year, and then you see how the first half of the season goes. They're probably going to be barely above 500, not a legit NBA championship contender. And then you trade him at the deadline, and you get less resources, less draft capital than you would have gotten this summer. Or you keep him again, and then he walks, next year after the Bucks either make a first-round playoff exit, or they lose in the play-in tournament, or don't even make the playoffs at all. So there is no debate for me. Milwaukee has to trade him this summer, and that is that. And, again, just one last point on Doc Rivers too, PJ. He is a Hall of Famer, right? It was announced just just a week ago that he's going to be part of the 2026 Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame class. Nobody can take that away from him, even though he's been the butt of many 3-1 blown lead jokes and, Doc Rivers' team's underperforming over the last couple of years. He's a Hall of Famer, but I think this is the end of the line for him. I think he's going to retire. I don't think he's going to get another head coaching opportunity because who would take a chance on Doc Rivers? I mean, at this point, you slide him into any of the major networks' broadcast crews, and he'll be a good fit. And that's, however he wants to spend the last couple of years working, he can do that. But I can't imagine he'll get another head coaching job again. All right, we got to take a job. We got to take a break here. I was going to say we got to take a job. Doc Rivers is going to try to take a job. We got to take a short break. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to go streaking. Monty, 3 for 3. Me and Combs on a hot streak. PJ's first time at the bat for our baseball pick'em game. That's coming up when we return here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Which player do you prefer, Arvel Reese or David Bailey? I think this will be an omnipresent storyline heading into next Thursday.
Yeah, no, I've seen the rumors, and it's not of anything that like against Bailey or anything, but I think Reese is actually I clearly have ahead. Both are easily in my top 6, I would say. Now I'm doing the big word this week, so now my one from last month, it might be just thrown away. So these rankings. So we'll say though, top 6, top 7 players. I just think Reese, even though he has some questions about, what is he a tweener? Is he a linebacker, off-ball guy? Is he an edge guy? I see that more as a strength because, one, modern defenses are more versatile, are more varied. They move their guys around, especially in the front 7. And I think on top of it, what he's already shown at both spots, whether it's off-ball linebacker or the edge, is a plus player. So, and one that you could get more excited about of now if he focuses on one of those areas or spends a majority of time at one of those areas, man, we could really get something here. I think Reese just has, even though he doesn't have ideal length, and maybe not ideal size, he has ideal explosion. He has ideal play style, great competitiveness. He's good against the run if he plays on the edge, even though he's kind of figuring it out. He's got some pass rush upside. And I think, too, is that some people are like when they have that old school kind of player designation, position designations in their head. But I do think that so many defenses now are, like I said before, have versatility to move these guys. So that's not as much of an issue as maybe it was 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And Bailey, to me, supernova pass rusher, is just explosive, can come at you, gets after the quarterback, which is always going to be valued and always going to be paid. It's like hitting home runs in baseball. It's just that he doesn't play the run that well. And it's not a lack of want to. It's just that he doesn't really have that strength that can hold up. And that's already an issue in the Big 12. Not exactly a lot of running the ball schools there. And I think that might be still like when he was at Stanford, he was truly a DPR, designated pass rusher. He wasn't used much on rundowns. And then at Texas Tech, they paid him, and then they're like, okay, no, we're getting our money's worth here on the field every down. And I think there's times where against the run, even if he's trying, he's still getting blown back. Those are still about 40% of the snaps in the NFL. So you can't just be a nothing 2/5 of the time, at least to me, to take so highly, even if I value his pass rushing ability. So to me, that's where I've come to with Reese. Even if I like both players, I think the Jets should be BPA, best player available, every selection of this draft. Doesn't matter what the positions are. Take another running back if you want to. Like they should just, not really, but they really should just be focusing so much on just boosting up. I think especially their defensive front seven that they have gotten rid of last year at the draft, or I'm sorry, at the trade deadline.
But are we looking at a situation here where we can maybe say Rory is the 5th best golfer of all time? Like where's the ceiling here potentially? Go ahead.
Yeah, that was actually the number I had in my mind. I think that's probably about best case scenario. If you think of the greatest golfers ever, you have to talk about Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, Ben Hogan. To me, those are the top 3. Then it becomes a bit of an argument after that if you want to throw in Bobby Jones or Nick Faldo or Seve Ballesteros and a number of other American players like Arnold Palmer would be on that list. But when you get to 6 major championships, you're getting into rarefied air. If he were to get to double digits, there's no question. In this day and age, when so many more children want to grow up and be golfers, when it's become an athletic endeavor, not just a game, it's become your physical ability of hitting the ball over 300 yards is a big deal. And all of the players are working out as if they're real professional athletes, which Tiger Woods has it's all due to him that they're all doing that now. Given all of that and how harder I think it is to win in this day and age with how strong the talent is, if he were to get to 10 major championships, yeah, I think he's a top 5 all-time player.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports, PJ Glasser, the Glass Man, is in for Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. All righty, Monday night. There's no NBA games till tomorrow. Play-in tournament begins then. The Masters is over. We only got 4 days left of the regular season of hockey. So baseball center stage on this Monday night in terms of the actual action that's going on. And it's time for our game. It's time to see how hot our video producer Monty is. Is he smoking hot? Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
All righty, here we go. So here's the premise of the game. Let's go streaking. We go around the crew. Everybody picks one player for the Major League Baseball slate just to get a hit. That's it. It doesn't matter. You just got to get somebody that gets a hit. And then if you're feeling funky, you hear all the guys we give out, you want to turn it into a little parlay on BetMGM, that's up to you. But the more so is just to see who knows ball on a daily basis, who can pick a player that correctly gets a hit. And so far, we started this last Wednesday, so we've each had 3 tries. I'm 2 for 3, and I got 2 in a row correct. I had Vladdy on Friday. He got a knock. Combs, producer Brandon Combs, is 2 for 3 as well, but he's gotten 2 in a row. He got Andy Pages of the Dodgers back on Friday. And then our video producer, Monty, the owner and operator of batters-box.com. He's got the cheat code. He's got the analytics. He's got all the different formulas to tell you who should be getting the hits. And no surprise, Monty, 3 for 3. So a streak of 3 from Michael Montgomery. So you just pick a player who's going to get a hit. I'll start us off. PJ, if you want to go after me, that would be great. And then we'll go Combs, and then we'll go the man of the hour, Monty. I am going to go with the reigning National League Rookie of the Year. Give me the Braves catcher, Drake Baldwin, as the Braves take on the Marlins tonight. Short sample size against Marlins starter Yuri Perez, but 2 for 4, 2 home runs. So both times he's gotten a knock, he's taken them deep, and I'm a big fan of Drake Baldwin. He's off to a tremendous start regardless, hitting .303 with 17 RBIs already. So Drake Baldwin in the 2-hole should hopefully get at least 4 at-bats. Hopefully should get at least 5 at-bats tonight if it's a bit of a higher scoring game. Give me the Braves catcher Drake Baldwin to get a knock. PJ, who do you like?
Love it. I'm going to Dodgers Mets tonight. And Pat, there's a player on the Dodgers this year that is leading Major League Baseball in batting average and hits so far through the first couple weeks of the year. It's not Shohei. It's not Freddie Freeman. It's not Will Smith. Andy Pages is off to a crazy start this year. He's batting .429 right now for the Dodgers, and he's going up against David Peterson of the Mets tonight, who he's 6 for 10 against in his career. So, guy's got great history against. He's off to an unbelievable start. I'll roll with Andy Pages to get a base hit against the Mets.
There you go. Combs took him on Friday. PJ's taking him here on Monday. All right, Combs, 2 in a row for you as well, just like me. Who are you rolling with tonight?
I'm going to go with Brandon Nimmo. They're playing against that team that lives under a bridge because they have no home, the A's. And Luis Severino. You got Brandon Nimmo, who is 2 for 5 in his career against Severino. Plus, Nimmo has just been lighting it up to start the season. Only has 3 games this year in which he does not have a hit. So I will take Nimmo tonight against the A's.
All right, there you go. He loves his name. So the namesake of Brandon Combs, he's going with Brandon Nimmo. Hopefully they'll be chanting, "Let's go, Brandon," after that one. And then Monty, finish us off here. 3 for 3. You're on a 3-game hit streak. Can you keep it going? Who's the man tonight that you're rolling with?
Let's hope. Ronald Acuna Jr. I'm on the Braves like you, Pat. He's got an elite rating on my site, batters-box.com, 3rd highest of the day. Elite matchup, WOBA, ISO hard contact. Yuri Perez giving up a ton of hard contact, a ton of fly balls too. So if you want to bet bases or homer, I like that as well. I'm actually on Acuna's hits, runs, RBIs. I think he's going to get the job done tonight. It's a great spot. 72% of the time he's getting a hit when he has an elite rating on my site. So I really like Acuna.
Wow. I was going to go with Ronald Acuna. And so I'm glad you got him. There you go. There it is. So I'm going with Drake Baldwin, Braves catcher, to get a hit. PJ is going with Andy Pages, who leads Major League Baseball with hits. Combs is going with Brandon Nimmo against the A's, and Monty, who is 3 for 3. He is going with Ronald Acuna Jr. also against the Marlins. We actually have a game that went final today, boys, too. We had a little matinee in Seattle. I'm not sure why. PJ, I don't know if you could fill me in on this one, but
No.
Mariners sweep the Astros. They beat them 6-2 as George Kirby works into the 8th inning. Gave up just 2 runs, but you had a Josh Naylor 3-run bomb in the first. He homered again in the third, and so the Mariners sweep the Astros. And how about Houston? 6-11, just 1-9 on the road.
Pat, it was the final game of a 4-game series. That's why it was a day game.
There you go.
Why are we playing a 4-game series that goes Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday? What idiot
Happens
did
all
that?
the time.
When? When do you see a 4-game series end on a Monday?
All the time.
No way.
What are you
No
watching?
way.
It happens maybe
I'm
like
watching
5 or 10
baseball.
times a year, I feel like.
And the entire season, maybe 5 times. All right,
Yeah.
we'll come back. We'll talk a little playing tournament. I'll have to dig deeper on Combs' claims. It's BetMGM tonight.
The historical comp for Rory McIlroy is Tom Brady. Rory is Tom Brady. Now, he's not Brady in the sense that he's not the greatest of all time. Not yet, at least. Like, he's got a long way to go to catch the Tiger Woodses of the world, etc. But as far as the arc that he's on right now, the arc is Tom Brady. Rory is Tom Brady. So we told you, right? Rory wins those major championships in 11, 12, and 14, and a second in 2014 at the ripe old age of 25. Tom Brady's first 3 Super Bowl rings from 01 to 04 come at the ages of 24 to 27. Like Rory, Tom Brady would come agonizingly close during the decade drought that would follow to winning another championship. Brady losing Super Bowls 42 and 46 to the Giants and losing 3 AFC championship games along the way before they vanquished the Seahawks in Super Bowl 49. And people forget this. People were asking, is Tom Brady going to win another Super Bowl? How funny that is now in retrospect, given that he was able to win 4 more at that point. The first one being 49 against the Seattle Seahawks. We can look at Rory on the decade-plus drought that he had after the 3 early championships, coming agonizingly close to winning another major. Second-place finishes at the Open in 2018. The U.S. Open, back-to-back years in 23 and 24, and a second-place finish at the Masters as well in 22 behind Scottie Scheffler. A delicious bit of irony given what happened yesterday and how the leaderboard went yesterday. Rory McIlroy, Tom Brady. And like Brady, after Brady won Super Bowl 49 and Rory winning the Masters yesterday, you very, very much have the feeling that he's not done yet. So I tweeted my take last night, right? I think the Knicks should have tried to be the 4 seed. And I had a bunch of Knicks fans in my mentions all saying the same thing. And I can't repeat all of them, but basically calling me a coward. And, a euphemism for coward that could be used to describe a cat. And to that I say, you're right. I am being cowardly. I am. Now, in my heart of hearts, do I believe that there could have been an easier path for my Knicks to get to the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999? Do I believe there was an easier path? I do. I do. Despite what Detroit did to the Knicks in the regular season, despite the Knicks beating Boston last year in the playoffs, I do think that path would have been easier. Toronto, Detroit, easier path than Atlanta, Boston. My opinion. I think I'm right. But you know what? Probably going to have to beat Boston either way. So let's get it out of the way first. I'm not trying to look past the Atlanta Hawks. If the Knicks lose to Atlanta, I may have to take a week off from work. I don't know if I'm going to be able to face this, the audience if that happens. But you know what? If you're going to get to the finals, you're going to have to beat good teams. And I know you could say what I'm saying about San Antonio.
Shuts
also.
down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 starts right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We kicked off the show by recapping the Masters. Rory McIlroy wins his second straight green jacket. Has to do it in a roller coaster adventure again, though. Scottie Scheffler finishes one stroke behind. Are those two going to be competing for the major championships the rest of this year? You want to get in on that? You can join the show. Doc Rivers fired from Milwaukee. Do they have to trade Giannis this summer? PJ and I both say yes. You can weigh in on that as well. 310-840-4910. PJ, so the end of the NBA regular season gave us some good drama. You know, there were teams that were tanking. We're going to get into the whole tanking thing because some of those teams, I mean, my God, could you make it look any more blatant that you're trying to lose a basketball game and that you're trying to lose one by 30 points? But there was a couple of big spots up for grabs yesterday, and one of them was the 7 seed in the Eastern Conference. And all the Orlando Magic had to do was beat a Boston Celtics team that was sitting everybody, and I mean everybody. No Jason Tatum, no Jaylen Brown, no Derek White, no Neemias Queta. I mean, their starting lineup was Luka Garza, Baylor Shireman, who is a pretty normal rotation player for them, Jordan Walsh, Max Shulga, and Ron Harper Jr. And they had John Tanja, the pride of Wisconsin, right, coming off the bench.
Yep.
With Delano Banton and Amari Williams. Those were the 8 players that played for the Boston Celtics yesterday. The Orlando Magic played everybody. They were trying to win the game. All they had to do was win, and they got the 7 seed. Now, they're in the play-in tournament. Again, we'll talk more about the game itself in just a bit. But they were in the play-in tournament no matter what. They were either going to get the 7 or they were going to get the 8. That's a big difference. You win that game against the Boston Celtics, you host the 7 versus 8 game, and you host what was likely going to be the Philadelphia 76ers. Well, PJ, the Orlando Magic had a double-digit lead in the first half, then got obliterated in the third quarter, nearly came back and won, and then Luka Garza hits just like a catch and just jack one up 3 with 30 seconds left. The Celtics beat the Magic 113-108. The Sixers take care of the tanking Milwaukee Bucks, who then fire Doc Rivers. And so you got the Magic now having to go to Philadelphia tomorrow to play the 76ers in the 7 versus the 8 game. Winner then plays the Boston Celtics anyway. But, I mean, Orlando, they've just made it that much harder for themselves. And this was a team that was sputtering down the stretch. You know, Franz Wagner's been hurt for most of the season. Then he came back, and they got on a heater. But here they are now having to go to Philly, who's got their own problems with Joel Embiid getting an emergency appendectomy. Either way, I don't think any of these teams are going to give Boston much of a fight. But, I mean, Orlando, all they had to do was take care of the Celtics C team, and they couldn't do it. Do you think that has any bearing on how tomorrow's game will go against Philly?
I don't. I actually think tomorrow's matchup is a good one for Orlando, especially if Embiid is ruled out. If he doesn't play, I think that's going to be good for the Magic. I mean, you said it though. Like you have an opportunity to get the 6th seed. You're playing against the Celtics C team, and you can't get it done. That's a little bit cause for concern. But this group did make the postseason. They made the postseason the last couple of years. So they do have a little bit of experience. The reason I think it's a good matchup for them, Pat, as you know, Orlando's a really good defensive team, and they're very good on the perimeter with all the different bodies they could show at you. Jalen Suggs, certainly, Wagner, Paulo Banchero. They don't have like the greatest size, I mean, Wendell Carter's about 6'11", Paulo's 6'9", 6'10". So certainly dealing with Embiid down low could be tough. But if he doesn't play and they can really lock in on Maxey and Paul George, I think that their defense would do a better job than most against those guys, or would do a better job than most against Philly's offense, where on the flip side, I think Orlando's going to be able to muck it up a little bit, and they're going to get this to be their kind of game. Keep in mind, Pat, as you know, ever since we've gone to this play-in tournament format, and we've gotten this 7-8 game versus 9-10, if you just blindly bet the under, you're making a lot of profit, right? Which makes sense because these are essentially game sevens. They're one-off games, and we know when you tend to get deeper in a series or you get elimination type games, they tend to be under type games. So in a game that is essentially an elimination type game, if you would, obviously the loser still has a chance to make the playoffs. They can beat the winner of Charlotte, Miami, but both teams want to win the game. They want to punch their ticket to the quarters and be the 7 seed. I think it favors Orlando because they're a team that more so wants to play a game in maybe the low hundreds, maybe the mid hundreds. They want to play a tough, physical, grinded out game. And I think the matchup with their defense on the perimeter against Philly with Edgecombe and Maxey and George not having Embiid likely, I think is going to be beneficial to the Magic. So it's essentially a pick 'em. You got Philly as a small favorite, which I think makes sense. There is a chance Embiid could play. If he does, how effective is he going to be? I like the Magic in this game because I think it's going to be ugly. I think it's going to be a slugfest, and I trust the Magic a little bit more to get it done. So even though they did themselves no favors, they should be the 6th seed. I don't think it's going to matter. I still think they'll get to the playoffs, and I think they're going to beat Philadelphia.
Yeah, and Shams did report earlier today that Joel Embiid is not expected to be available for the play-in tournament. Again, I remember when OG Anunoby had an appendectomy in 2019 with the Kawhi Raptors, and he missed a month. So again, I don't think he's playing. This game's Wednesday, by the way. I said tomorrow. This is on Wednesday, which is weird, by the way. Why don't you have both 7 versus 8 games tomorrow?
Right.
And then have the 9 versus 10s on Wednesday, because the 7 and the 8, the loser of the 7 versus 8 seed then has to play again. They should have as much of an advantage as possible against the 9 versus 10 seed. So you do have tomorrow, you do have 1 7 versus 8. That's the Blazers and the Suns in the West. But then you have Heat versus Hornets tomorrow, 9 versus 10 in the East. Why don't you just have both 7 versus 8? I don't get it either way. I'm not the schedule makers in the NBA. Adam Silver, that seems like another mistake on him. But regardless, so again, Wednesday rolls around. I don't think another 24 hours is giving Joel Embiid a chance to play in this game. It's just remarkable, dude. I mean, it is just incredible. I now, my apartment is now here in Philly, and my girlfriend's a Philadelphia sports fan. I have no love. I have no love lost for Philly sports fans whatsoever. I hate most of them. I hate probably 99% of them. I hate the Eagles. I hate the Flyers. I know I'm an Islanders fan for hockey, and they just collapsed at and the Flyers are going to get into the playoffs. I hate Philadelphia sports, but I gotta be honest. The trust the process, which has been over a decade now, and that was Joel Embiid. That was all these failed draft picks that they ended up getting, guys that ended up, Nerlens Noel and other failed draft picks that came out of that trust the process era for Philly, and all the second round exits they've gone through, and Joel Embiid, all these different injuries, fractured orbital bone. Remember, he had Bell's palsy a couple of years ago in the playoffs against the Knicks. How the hell does that happen? I'm not even making light of it. A torn thumb ligament. Now he gets an emergency as his appendix explodes. He has to get his appendix removed literally 2-3 days before the end of the regular season. I mean, you can't make it up when it comes to Joel Embiid and his unavailability, most likely costing the Philadelphia 76ers. Because they've load managed the whole season with him and Paul George getting popped for PEDs. But like when all their team has played, you can say, well, I doubt they're going to stay healthy. And that's fair because Embiid now has an appendectomy. But like when they've all been on the floor, the Sixers have actually been pretty damn good. And so even if they get out of the play-in tournament, again, this is something that cost OG Anunoby a month. Would Embiid even be able to play any game of a first-round series against the Boston Celtics if they win this game? I mean, when is enough enough? You can't even rely on Joel Embiid ever anymore. This is a freak accident. It's just crazy to me how this stuff keeps happening to him.
Pat, can we change trust the process to crush the process? Because it's time.
Please.
It's over. Crush the process. It's not time to move on to something new. I'm with you. Look, regardless of who ends up winning that game, I think the Celtics are going to move on. I think it's probably a gentleman's sweep. I would give Philly or Orlando maybe a game. I think Orlando would put up the better fight. Those two teams played in a playoff series last year, I believe, or the year before that. And Orlando played them pretty tough. So I think last year. So I think getting a shot at Boston again, they would look forward to that opportunity. And that series was closer, Pat, than a lot of us expected, with Boston coming off their championship and going up against this young, inexperienced Orlando team. And the Magic played them really tight. So I think that would be a better series, especially with the unpredictability of Embiid and his availability. But it's time to crush the process on Philadelphia. I loved the addition of Nick Nurse as a head coach a few years back. Like, that was a great hire for them. But I think this holding pattern that they're in with Embiid and just the uncertainty of whether or not he's going to play each night, and even if he is healthy, you never trust him to make it through an entire playoff run. It sucks because Philly had to pay him when he is healthy and he's available. He's one of the best players in the league. You're talking about a former MVP. You have to play him. But deep down, and I think all the fans know this in the organization know it, like, would you ever trust Embiid to make it through a playoff series? Like, would you ever trust him to be out there for every game that you needed and trust him to be at full strength and give you his best when you absolutely need him? Maxi's a star, and Edgecombe looks like he's going to be a really good young player. Daryl Morey in the front office going to build on that in a terrific draft class. But yeah, man, this Embiid thing with Philadelphia, I don't know, Pat, if they're ever going to win a championship when we try and view him as like the top player. Maybe Maxey has already taken that mantle a little bit. But as long as we keep talking about like Embiid as one of their core guys that they need to win a championship, feels like at this point he almost needs to be like a luxury, like another guy that they can roll out there rather than somebody that they really need to rely on if they want to go deep in the playoffs.
Well, they're screwed, dude. I mean, they just signed him to a contract extension. What was it, a year and a half ago? Like, he's under contract through 2028, and then he has a player option for 2029. That's not even a club option. Like, this contract extension was done in advance, so it doesn't kick in until next season. And he's a cap hit of $58 million next year. Then it's $62.5 million the year after. Then he's got a player option. You think if at that point, 34 years old, God knows how many kind of bones or ligaments he'll be missing, or what other kind of freak injuries he'll have sustained by then. You think Joel Embiid's not going to opt into that $67 million player option? Philly is screwed. The only chance they have, in my opinion, is for him to fool somebody. Like James Harden keeps fooling people. Like James Harden fooled the Cleveland Cavaliers, because I think they're going to be an early exit as well. And Joel Embiid plays like MVP level basketball for the half of the start of next season, and then Philly trades him. But I know that, I know Philly, and I know how Daryl Morey operates, and I got a feeling they're just going to end up holding on to him, and it is not going to be great. But I just, again, even when he's been able to stay healthy, you get freak stuff like this. It's just crazy because he just won the MVP 3 years ago, PJ. That feels like a decade ago Joel Embiid was the MVP of the league. It was that year. It was the year after that where he missed more than half the season. And they brought him back for the playoffs against my Knicks. and he was utterly incredible. I mean, he had a 50 ball, he had a couple of 35-point double-doubles, and the Knicks still won the series. Since then, Joel Embiid, last year he played 19 games, and the Sixers were horrendous. And then this year, they're in the playoffs, and he only played 38 games. He averaged 27 points and under 8 rebounds, far away from his best. Again, they did play him less minutes than normal. But then again, right before the playoffs started, his appendix burst. So they're stuck with him for another 3-4 seasons here unless they find a way to trade him. That is just going to be, he's going to be pulling them down like an anchor of the Titanic, man. So I don't know how Philly moves on. I actually think the game is more of a toss-up tomorrow against Orlando, even without Embiid. I think they have learned to play without him. I love VJ Edgecombe. I love Maxey. And I know you said about Orlando, they've been a pretty good defensive team. They've also been very inconsistent. And down the stretch, they were sputtering, man. So I'm not ready to believe the Magic, who are under 500 on the year, all year on the road, are going to go into Philadelphia and win this game on Wednesday. Because also, I don't think, they've been missing Franz Wagner for so long. And just because he's back in the mix, I don't expect them to have that rhythm. So either way, I agree with you. Whoever wins, probably in 5 to the Boston Celtics. Boston's just incredible. They got Tatum back now. They're a machine. So Orlando did play them pretty close despite losing in 5 last year. Do they have more playoff experience now? Sure. I just don't know if they're even adding Desmond Bane this past offseason. That was their big move. I don't know how much better they are than the very young, scrappy team that was just dying to get into the playoffs last year. I honestly think if there is a way that Embiid could come back, maybe he only misses a game or two. If he could come back, say, by, let's say, game 3 of that series against Boston, you're not expecting to win either in Boston anyway. But if the Sixers are down 2-0, coming back to Philly, Embiid plays, stays healthy, I think they can make a series of that. I think they actually have a better chance of beating the Celtics than the Magic do.
Potentially. Again, I mean, whenever you're talking about Embiid, there's so many what ifs, right? You mentioned when he played in that Knicks series a few years ago, he was terrific. When they were the 1 seed, the year he won the MVP, he was great when he was available for those games too. So Embiid, whenever he's out there, there's always the chance that he could turn into that MVP caliber player and he could take over a game and win you a game. I just think with Orlando, you more so know what you're going to get out of them. I guess the unpredictability of Philly, and maybe them being a little bit more volatile, especially as a big underdog, you would rather bet them if you're looking for a team to pull the upset. I think you make a case for either team. I would not trust Embiid to be out there at all. With at least Orlando, you kind of know what you're going to get. You hope that, some of those nights against Boston, they're able to knock down some 3-point shots, because usually with them, that's what it comes down to for the most part. As you mentioned, defense has been a little up and down, but I think now that we've gotten to playoff basketball, I think the Magic are going to be better on that end of the floor. It should be a good game on Wednesday night, but I do like the Magic to win that game against the Sixers.
Okay. All right. Yeah, like I said, it's a pick. I think it's a complete toss-up. So, good luck to whoever does win it, because they're going to suffer an early exit against Boston. I actually think Detroit would be the more favorable matchup. And that is where we get into the 9 versus 10 game tomorrow. Neither of these teams are getting into the playoffs. If they win this game, they'd have to win another one after it. But whoever loses, their season is done. The Miami Heat going to Charlotte to take on my Hornets, PJ. And I call them my Hornets because they're like my little stepbrother team. I am a diehard New York Knicks fan, but I've adopted the Charlotte Hornets since they started 16-28. They got on a run. This team has been incredible. They were 12 games under 500 in January. They finished the season 28-10. And not only that, all the advanced stats, PJ. I mean, the Hornets have been the second best rated team in the entire NBA after the All-Star break. Better rated in terms of offensive rating minus defensive rating. Better than the Thunder. Better than the Celtics. Better than the Pistons. Better than the Knicks. Better than the Atlanta Hawks, who are like technically the hottest team now going in. And I'm genuinely very scared as a Knicks fan of that matchup. But the Charlotte Hornets, I have invested so much love and admiration into this team. And LaMelo Ball, who's, I think, frankly, off the court, a very unlikable person. And his dad, too. I mean, long gone are the days of LeVar Ball. But Con Knippel having a tremendous rookie season we can have the debate about who should be rookie of the year, him or Cooper Flagg. I think it's Knipple. But Brandon Miller's taken steps forward. Charles Lee has done a tremendous job coaching this team. They are awesome. I've fallen in love with the Charlotte Hornets. So if they lose tomorrow to Spoelstra and the play-in Heat, who are back in this position again, remember, Miami won 2 games in a row last year to get into the playoffs. If the Charlotte Hornets built up so much of this goodwill and they lose this tomorrow and the season's over, yeah, they got a bright future, but man, it would be a real big thud and a disappointing end to what has been a tremendous year.
And I love the Heat in this game tomorrow night. Everything you said, I don't disagree with it, Pat. It's all great stats, the way that they've been playing. They got 4 guys on their team that average over 17 points a game. I mean, Bridges, Knipple, Ball, Brandon Miller, all these guys have been great throughout the season. When we get to this time of the year, you'll hear a lot of people talk about experience. You'll talk a lot of people hear about that championship pedigree. People talk about who's been battle tested. There are 11 players on that Heat roster that have been a part of this play-in tournament. There are only 2 players on the Hornets that have been a part of this, right? So the experience factor, and Pat, as we know, man, I mean, playoff basketball, anything playoffs is so much different than the regular season. As great as Charlotte has been this year, I kind of hate this spot for them. The fact that they're going up against a Hall of Fame coach with a team that has so much experience in this spot, and all the pressures on Charlotte for everything that you said with the way that they're playing. They got this young core. They're at home. They're favored in the game. It just, it makes me nervous. I normally like fading teams in these kinds of spots that aren't used to all these expectations on them. They aren't used to being in a playoff atmosphere and all these types of things, going up against a team that is very used to it. I don't know if Charlotte loses the game, but I think it's close, and I'll certainly take Miami plus the point. So I like the Heat quite a bit tomorrow night against Charlotte.
I'm hoping the Hornets destroy them because I at this point, I can't stand Eric Spoelstra. I can't stand the Heat. Again, as a Knicks fan, having them knock the Knicks out of the playoffs a couple of years ago when Jimmy Butler was still there, I absolutely despise this franchise. I despise most teams in the Eastern Conference because they've all basically beaten my New York Knicks at one point or another and knocked them out. There hasn't been a whole lot of success for the Knicks over the last couple of years, but the Heat and the Pacers for sure, right up there with the Celtics among my most hated. But, again, Miami, they went to the finals twice in a 4-year span. Since then, back-to-back first-round exits. They feel like they're always in the play-in tournament. Like, does it feel like they're going to make a change with Eric Spoelstra if they lose this game? Or even if they win it and they get out of the play-in tournament again, they lose in the first round. Like, they really tried to embrace the modern-day NBA, right? I mean, the year starts, they get hit with the whole Terry Rozier stuff. But Davion Mitchell has been really solid for them. Tyler Hero's been banged up. I like that they got Norman Powell for this year. Bam Adebayo, the most headlines he's made was for that 83-point game. Other than that, he's averaging 20 and 10. But the Heat, they're the fastest. They play the fastest tempo in the NBA all season. They shoot a ton of threes. They don't play much defense. That's not necessarily the Heat teams we've been accustomed to. They've really gone full speed to the modern day NBA. Play as fast as possible, all in transition, shoot threes, defense optional, and it still hasn't been good enough. So that's why I'm not a big fan of them, and I think Charlotte should beat them because the Hornets, by contrast, they play the second slowest pace in the NBA. So you got a real clash here, and I know this isn't college hoops, so tempo is not everything. Shot making is the most important thing, but is there any chance you see the Heat moving on from Eric Spoelstra if they lose this game, PJ? Because at some certain point, you got to change your identity. You got to overhaul this roster. The only thing I think that could save them is if they can pull off the Giannis trade this summer. But I don't know if I see that happening.
Nah, I don't know if I do either. Moving on from Spo is a tough one. I agree with everything you said. At some point, it's just time. Sometimes you need a new voice in that building. How much did we see with the NFL this year? Ravens moved on from Harbaugh. Steelers moved on from Tomlin, right? It almost kind of does feel like the Heat are almost like in that Steelers-Tomlin situation, right? It definitely does feel like one of those where the way things have been going the last few years hasn't been the way that you've ended. Maybe the fan base is getting a little bit restless, Hall of Famer, all those sorts of things. I could see it. I think the big question is, do the Heat feel like they could attract a coaching candidate that they really think would be a good option? That ultimately is what it comes down to. So I think there's a chance it happens. If I had to put my money on it, I would say Spoelstra's back next year. But I don't think it's crazy, especially if they get blown out tomorrow night. Yeah, I think there is definitely a chance they could make a change.
Yeah. This segment was sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll talk the Western Conference play-in games. Suns, Blazers, and then Clippers, Warriors. Kawhi Leonard versus Steph Curry. One of those seasons is coming to an end when they play each other on Wednesday. We'll get into those. We'll get you an early scoreboard update on this Monday night in Major League Baseball. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And this is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Who do you prefer of the two, Bane or Bailey?
Slightly Bane, but it's like the same grade. I know that's just semantics and everything, but it's because of that. It's because both of them, this whole draft class, there's no perfect prospect, but this draft class, there's a lot of blemishes with these guys, especially up top. And so to me, it's like I have them right next to each other on my big board. I'm going with Bane, even now with the off-field stuff that's been coming out the last 48 hours. That's still just I take my grade and it's just my on-field grade. Like I try to weigh some medical stuff and character stuff and just kind of maybe break ties and maybe if that's gonna artificially lower a stock. But Bane I have slightly higher because to me it's if you're drafting high, it's about plays impacted. And if you, like I said before, even if David Bailey ends up being average as a run blocker or run defender, which I think that's the highest he could ever get, that's still 2/5 of the time that he's still just average, and then maybe 3/5 of the time he can impact the game. While Bane is more a good pass rusher. He's a pocket pusher, which is kind of more in vogue right now because of how defenses are, because they're a lot more, guys aren't just lining up 4 guys and going. Maybe the Texans. Most defenses are really varied and really running a lot of movement, a lot of
not every team has Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter on the edge, right?
They can just throw at you every single snap. Yeah. Not every team can do that. So a lot of teams are slant guys, moving guys, doing what they call simulators and creepers, where they're dropping the guy and bringing the linebacker. So you're not getting just those true pin the ears back, I'm beating the tackle one-on-one. You get 3 or 4 of those a game, more or less. So why I'm bringing that up is that I think Bane might not have that 10 sack upside. I think he's going to be more in that 6 to 8 sack range, 8 sack kind of guy, but a guy that gets a lot of pressures and pushes, like Jared Verse a little bit with the Rams. Push in the pocket, get some pressures. Yeah. And the high upside comparison I have for Bane is Brandon Graham from the Eagles player. I was going to say former Eagles player. He was still on the roster like 2 months ago. He's been there forever. But that's the same type of player. He went top 10. I think he went 9th overall. I think he made 1 Pro Bowl, 1 All Pro, or a couple Pro Bowls, 1 All Pro. But was a good run defender and a good pass rusher. Maybe needed another guy to be an ace pass rusher. I think Bane is a 2 pass rusher, but a 1 run defender, if that makes sense. So, but to me, when I'm breaking ties, I'm doing math on these guys. It's how many plays you're impacting, how many plays I don't have to cater your role. Bane, to me, doesn't need a lot of catering. I think in a lot of defenses, he can impact the game. Love to me just has that little bit more size, good in pass pro, good at receiving. His run style, like he could be a little upright, would be my one knock on him. As far as like he might take some hits that he could probably avoid if you could scrunch down a little bit. But man, he just checks a lot of boxes and he can do the one thing you want him to do. It's all about explosives. It's take it to the house. And that's what he can do on any snap. And that's why you take a running back early. And on top of being a great kid and a great teammate and all that. So I don't see him getting out of the top 10. Like I really don't, just because of just what's been swirling around. Even if I don't have him as maybe one of the all-time guys, like I've been kind of like officially scouting guys since like 2013, 2014. And Ezekiel Elliott's my number one running back scouted. I would say Bajan's probably 2. Saquon was up there as well. Gurley was up there as well. And then I would say Love is that next guy, at least to me. And then maybe more in the tier of Gibbs than maybe those couple top guys. But having said that, a guy that you take high and you're comfortable doing it.
Nation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans all week, and I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. BetMGM players will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token to start the new year off right. And that's it. That's right. It's April. Doesn't matter. The folks, our friends at BetMGM, are still giving you an Any Sport Parlay Boost token here. They might do it all year long. To use the Parlay Boost token, add a parlay wager made up of any sport wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with that token, you will receive extra winnings. All right, PJ, so we've been talking play-in tournament here and breaking down these games. Before we do that, let's get an early scoreboard update on this Monday night around Major League Baseball. Let's start with your O's, your Baltimore O's, playing the Diamondbacks, because I know you're watching this one. What's going on in B-More?
Yeah, Dean Kramer's making his first start of the year for the O's. They had some pitching injuries. Zach Eflin's out for the year, so he's going up against Ryan Nelson. Ketel Marte has 2 solo homers for the D-backs. They lead 2-1. Gunnar Henderson just had an RBI triple. So Arizona up 2-1 right now on the Orioles. They're starting the top of the 4th at Camden Yards.
All right, you said we've got an elite uniform matchup in this one.
Yes.
Tell the folks that are listening / watching at home what the unis are here, because I agree with you. They are beautiful.
I think the O's, when they wear their jerseys of the all black with the orange lettering, I think that's some of the best jerseys in baseball. I love that look when they're at home. And then the D-backs are wearing their red with kind of the teal lettering and numbers as well on their jerseys. So I think you got a really solid jersey matchup in that game. I do like the orange when the O's wear it, but as we were talking about off air, I think their look with the black jersey and the orange lettering is their best jersey combo.
By the way, I jokingly said Be More. I don't know, do you guys in the DMV area in Baltimore, do you call it Be More? Because that's those City Connect jerseys. They say Be More on the front. I don't know if the folks like you Orioles fans actually like that, and I don't know if I like those jerseys. How do you feel about them?
Don't like the jerseys, and nobody really calls it Be More all that much. I mean, sometimes we'll hear people say it. Usually the people with the Baltimore accent will just call it Balmer, like that's how you normally say it, or they'll just call it Baltimore, but no Be More. I do not like the City Connect jerseys. I know a lot of people do. I just like, there's too much green in there. Like the Orioles they're not green. Like I feel like there should be there's not enough orange. I did like the fact that they're going back to I like the hats with the bird, the Oriole bird logo on it, because I think that is a good look. But the color scheme, I was not a fan of. And then, Be More on the front. I didn't love it as well. So I think there are parts of it that aren't bad, but overall, I wasn't a fan of the Be More and then the coloring as well. I thought there was too much green in the jersey.
Yeah, I agree. Not a big fan of the green sleeves. I mean, it's supposed to be a nod to Camden Yards, but like, I don't know. There's probably different ways you could make a better jersey than that. I don't know. Just go like all orange. Go all orange jersey. I know they probably have those as one of the alternates, but like do the orange pants. Just go all orange. Look like an Oriole. I don't know. That would have been cool for me. I got to tell you, I love the Braves' ones, honoring the 1974 uniform. And I think they've done this before. This is like a second take on it. But the cream blue, the light blue with the lowercase cursive A and the Atlanta in front in cursive, those I'm a big fan of. I do love the Braves City Connect jerseys. Did you get a chance to check out any other teams' City Connects?
I have not. No, this is the first time I'm seeing Atlanta's. I like theirs as well. That's my favorite color, Pat. Like that baby blue. I know you hate Philly sports, and I'm not a big fan either, but I do like the Phillies when they wear their baby blue. Ole Miss, I love when they break those out. The Chargers jerseys that we all love are always good. So I'm with you. I think that's a great look for the Braves. So I do like that. Let me see any other city connects. What'd you think of the Yankees? Have they dropped theirs yet?
No, I don't think they did. And I'm looking at the article on ESPN that is tracking all of the teams' City Connect jerseys that they've debuted. I don't think the Yankees have released one yet.
Okay. I'm seeing San Diego's
Yeah,
here.
so how about this? In all, there are 37 City Connect uniforms, including multiple designs for 9 teams. The A's and the Yankees remain the only teams without one. And
Okay.
that's the Yankees have adapted. They've adapted to, selling as much merchandise as possible, right? The Yankee fans would say, if George Steinbrenner was still alive. Well, the Yankees, they actually haven't done a City Connect jersey yet. And so that's, I guess, trying to stick to their roots of never changing the unis or not having these. Because some are just a money grab. Some of them are ridiculous. I mean, again, the Red Sox, the green ones with the yellow numbering just to look like the green monster. We get it. You have the green monster. You don't need uniforms that remind us of it. I can't stand those. When they do the Boston Marathon yellow ones, those are great. When they do these stupid green, Fenway Park, green monster ones, I think these are ridiculous. You're the Red Sox. Why are you wearing a green uniform?
Agreed. I got to tell you, I'm looking now first time at the Royals new City Connect jerseys. I don't know if you've seen those. I love the Royal logo itself. Like, I think the hat is very cool, but the coloring, Pat, it looks like when you have one of those art easels that we would grow up with and the teacher would put out all the different colors on the palette, right? They'd have a little green, a little red, a little purple, and then they just smear the blue and the purple together. And that's what they put on the Royals jersey. I think that is a gross combo, but I'm looking at one of the pictures and the hat, like the Royal logo that they have, it looks like, something from like Victorian England or something, like one of the crown jewel hats. I think that is very cool, like that logo, but the coloring itself for the Royals is pretty gross. So from what I've seen so far, I think that is probably the worst one.
I agree with you 100%. The hat, the logo on the hat, I don't mind at all. And they're supposed to be, they're calling them their Forever Fountains uniforms. You got the fountains at Kauffman Stadium. It's supposed to honor the next generation of Royals fans. I mean, I don't get what that means. The uniforms are gross. They're disgusting. Purple. It's like a ombre. Like when you would see, girls in middle school, when we were in middle school or high school and girls would get their hair, the ombre would just be brunette and right into blonde. It's like that. It's blue right into purple. The color scheme is terrible. The jersey is terrible. They got the numbers on the bottom right. It's atrocious. The only thing I like is the logo for the hat, which is like the crown, but it's also supposed to be the fountains that are at Kauffman Stadium. I like the hat logo. The rest of the jersey is god-awful. Absolutely god-awful. And the other one that we were talking about last week on the show, the Brewers doing Wisco and cursive across the uni. Like, what is this? The Little League World Series? Come on.
I'm with you. I'll be interested to see when the Yankees drop theirs, what those looks like. Also, the Texas Rangers with Tejas, with the TEJAS. I think that's pretty clever. I don't mind that one. The Pirates I'm looking at, I mean, same kind of color pattern that they have. So nothing really special there. I think, the Royals definitely the worst. And I think the Braves is clean, man. I love that color. I love that baby blue. I think that's such a clean look. And I love that throwback Atlanta Brave logo with that big A. I think is a really clean look. So Pat, I think we're in agreement. I like the Braves one the best, and the Royals for me so far, probably the worst ones.
Yeah, I agree. By the way, Phillies, they lead the Cubbies 4-0. So Combs and Monty, our producer and video producer on this show, the Cubbies entered the day in last place, under 500, and not off to a great start. The Schwarbino, the former Cub himself, already with 2 dongs. He's taken Javier Assad deep. Both at-bats he's been to the dish so far. The Phillies lead at 4-0, and they've got runners at the corners here with 2 outs in the third. So you've sported Christopher Sanchez a 4-run lead. It looks like the Cubbies are going to remain in last place after today. And then it's Skeens Day for Pittsburgh Pirates. They actually got him some runs. They lead the Nationals 4-1. Skeens actually gave up a home run to C.J. Abrams in the first inning. But since then, Pittsburgh has struck back with you got a walk to O'Neal Cruz, you got a Lowe single, you got a Brian Reynolds single. So they lead the Nats 4-1. So Skeens has himself a big lead. And then, the New York Yankees with a 2-0 lead over the Halos, trying to snap a 5-game losing streak. How about all rise? Here comes the Judge, Aaron Judge, with a 2-run bomb. Get this. I actually haven't put the game on yet, so I missed it. I got to check out the highlight, PJ. 456 feet to left center field. If this was the old school Yankee Stadium where Monument Park was in the field, that probably still would have cleared the fences. So a titanic shot from Judge as the Yankees looking to snap a 5-game losing streak. And then Sox and Twins just started. Marlins, Braves, scoreless going into the top of the third. So there's your baseball scoreboard update. I'll take a short break. When we do come back, we'll get into the NBA Western Conference play-in games, which start tomorrow with the Suns and the Blazers. And I got a very interesting take on the Phoenix Suns that you're going to want to hear because they win. They play the Spurs. Oh, boy. If I'm San Antonio, I'd be nervous. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. He's PJ Glasser. In for Brad Evans. And I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So Giannis, in his media session following the Bucks' end-of-season loss, so season's over, Giannis talks to the media. And all of this has been going on with Giannis for, it feels like, years. It actually really hasn't been years. It's been a good amount of time, but it's not like this has been going on for a decade. Like, they won the championship 5 years ago. Like, they won a title. You can't take that away from him. And if you're a Bucks fan and you're dejected, and you should be because you're going to be bad for a really long time, you have the title. Like, I'm a Knicks fan, and like my team wins 50 games per year every year now. I've never seen a championship in my life. I'd trade my situation for yours because you got the championship. You never take down a banner. So Giannis is being asked by the media last night about his future in Milwaukee. And he's talking around the issue like he always does, right? And he can't just say, I want out. He throws in at the end of this media availability last night that, who knows what will happen if they offer me an extension. What? I'm just like, do we need an intervention? Do like all of Giannis's brothers who are all on the Bucks, do like all of them and all of us collectively, basketball fans, need to like tell Giannis, like, hey Giannis, like come over, like we're we got a surprise for you. And he's thinking, oh, I'm coming to a party. And then he sits down and there's like a therapist there and it's all of us and we're gonna intervene with Giannis's life. And maybe, and I know he passed away, we'll have Tony Sirico there as Paulie Walnuts to tell him you're weak and you're an embarrassment to yourself and those around you, like he told Christopher Moltisanti on The Sopranos, because that's what's happening here. Like, who cares if you come across like the bad guy? Who cares? Enough. The Bucks have zero chance of competing. Zero. They went in last offseason, they stretched Damian Lillard, and they signed Miles Turner. They won 32 games this year. And even if you want to say Giannis had been healthy the whole year, what's the ceiling for this team? Like, come on. They have no first-round draft picks for a long-ass time. They are going to suck. He should just say, I want out. But he can't do it. He can't do it. He's like me back in the day. We're like, I know this relationship sucks. I know it's not going to work. But I can't bring myself to say it's over. Except like I'm some schmuck 27-year-old kid. Giannis should know better. His advice, I don't have an agent advising me. I had like my moron uncle, my stupid friends. Like, this is crazy. Yeah, he'd enter to signing an extension? Am I crazy? This is where I feel like I'm in like a Kafka novel. Like I'm Mugatu in Zoolander. I'm Will Ferrell in Zoolander. I'm taking crazy pills. This can't be real. It cannot be real that this is happening. Like, just go out there and say, it's been great. I will always love Milwaukee. I wanted to spend my whole career in one city with one team. But you know, we accomplished the ultimate goal. I won a championship. I brought a championship here. And now it's time for everybody to move on. But no, it can't happen. We got to play ring around the rosy constantly here. And it's just enough's enough. Like, in between, like, the Shams reporting about all the infighting and the season of dysfunction, to Giannis being unable to say, I want out, to Doc Rivers maybe staying on in an advisory role, just like, I'm done with this team until Giannis is traded. That's it. Like, trade Giannis, see what you can get, and the rebuild can start, and you go from there. Until then, like, I think we need to put an embargo. I mean, we can't, though. Like, because Giannis is such a big deal in national sports, like, we have to talk about him. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I hate it. It's so stupid, it's actually offensive. And I'm not saying Giannis is stupid. I think in his head, he's trying to do the right thing. Enough. Sometimes in life, things don't work out the way you wanted. As Frank Sinatra famously sang, that's life. Life's not fair. Go somewhere else and try and win a championship. Enough with this in Milwaukee.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle. And the phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call the show. You can text the show. I'm glad that you guys pick up right away on any errors that we make, even something as small as getting the date wrong for a game. Somebody texted in, hey, guys, the Sixers game is on Wednesday because the Flyers play tomorrow. And I said initially, I think that the Sixers Magic NBA play-in tournament game was tomorrow, on Tuesday, when in reality it's Wednesday. PJ, is that it? I feel like I'm freaking out about that. That, like, are you kidding me? The fact that a Flyers regular season game is taking precedence over a playoff game. Like, I thought that we should have both of the 7 versus 8 games on a Tuesday, and then you have both of the 9 versus 10s on a Wednesday. So that when you come back and you have the final day of the play-in tournament on Friday, where the loser of the 7-8 plays the winner of the 9 and 10, the teams that were in the 7 versus 8 game have as much of an advantage as possible. Now, whoever loses that Sixers Magic game, they got one less day of rest than whoever wins the Hornets versus the Heat game. And that's because the Flyers have a home game tomorrow, so Philly can't play that game until Wednesday. Is that, like, we can't move the Flyers game? There's only a couple days left in the NHL regular season, but I'm looking now, and Philadelphia's final regular season game, the Flyers, is tomorrow. They play the Hurricanes, and if I'm not mistaken, neither team, neither the Flyers or the Hurricanes, that's their last game. You couldn't just move that game to Wednesday? I mean, really? We're letting a regular season hockey game take precedence over an NBA playoff game? Are we serious?
Well, I think you just put both Eastern Conference games on Wednesday. You know what I mean? That's the easy fix. Because because the Flyers game potentially could be a de facto playoff game, right? Last I looked, they were losing to Carolina 1-0. And if the Flyers lose that game, then the final wild card spot is actually going to come down to the final day of the regular season between them, Washington, and Columbus. So that potentially could be a massive game for Philly. But yeah, Pat, I mean, the easy fix is you just put both Eastern Conference games on Wednesday and you just put the Western Conference games on Tuesday, because there isn't a hockey team that shares the Suns arena footprint, and there isn't a hockey team that shares the Wintwood Dome with the Clippers, and the Hornets don't have a hockey team there either. So it just, again, like the scheduling, I mean, I'm with you. Like it is kind of annoying. The fact that, the winner of Heat and Hornets do get a little bit of an extra rest, especially as the teams that are the 9 and the 10. Like, that's not right for the Magic and the Sixers, who, if we were doing this thing 5-6 years ago, would already be in to the playoffs. They'd be the 7 and the 8 seeds. I think it is a little bit ridiculous, and they could have very easily just had both of the East teams play on Wednesday. I'm trying to remember back to how they've done it in the past, to if it's always been this way, where they have done like East and West each of the first 2 nights. Like, I do feel like in the past it has been the West has played one night and the East has played another night, but I could be wrong. But yeah, I was surprised by that too when I saw the schedule. I thought both the Eastern Conference games would have been the same day, both the Western Conference games would have been the same day.
Yeah, let me see if you're correct here. Let me see if I can get. So you had the Heat and the Hawks, or the Heat and the Bulls, excuse me, in the 9 versus 10 game last year. That was on Wednesday, the April 16th. So that was on Wednesday, April 16th. Magic Hawks was the 7 versus 8. That was on Tuesday. Okay, so this 7 versus 8 was on a Tuesday. That makes sense. Warriors Grizzly was the other 7 versus 8, and that was on Tuesday. And then the 9 versus 10 was Kings Mavericks, and that was on Wednesday. So yeah, they had both 7s and 8s on Tuesday last year, and they had the 9s versus 10s on Wednesday. So it literally just sounds like because the Flyers had a home game on Tuesday, they said, all right, we'll put the Sixers on Wednesday then. And then the Sixers Magic, whoever loses that game, is now at a disadvantage because they have one last day of rest. It's just shockingly incompetent. Incompetent from Adam Silver. But
very much
let's
so.
talk about the game that is coming up tomorrow in the Western Conference. Suns versus Blazers tomorrow in Phoenix. And the Suns, they've had a hell of a bounce back season. Right? They trade Kevin Durant. They get rid of Jalen Green. Last year was an absolute disaster. They fire Budenholzer. They bring in Jordan Ott, and they finish as the 7th seed. And they might have been top 6 if not for Dylan Brooks breaking his hand. He's been a revelation. He's like a fine wine. He gets better with age, even though as much as he is hated by the majority of fans and players and teams around the league. He's been awesome this year. Devin Booker, having another just typical Devin Booker season, putting up 30 a game. And they're going up against the Blazers, another team that's on the come up here with Denny Avdia, who got his all-star bid, Donovan Clingan, the former UConn Husky, Jeremy Grant, playing great ball for them. And so these two teams, not a lot of household names on them. Nobody really expected a whole lot from either of them, but here they are with a chance to play the Spurs, whoever wins this game in the 2 versus the 7 in the West. And I think Phoenix, they've been great at home this year, and they've been great defensively. And I like Portland, and I think Denny Avdia is a star, and he, rightfully so, got recognized as an all-star. But I don't know. Something tells me the home team, home court advantage is going to be the difference here. I like Phoenix. I think they have the higher ceiling.
This is a tricky game. I think both of the Western Conference games are tricky. So we were talking about that Hornets and Heat game earlier in the show, and I told you I liked Miami because they're the more experienced teams. They've been in playoff type games, and they're the underdog. They're on the road. Like, there's really nothing expected of them. It's kind of the same for Portland, in the sense that nobody's really expecting anything from them. They're the underdog. This team's kind of a year ahead of schedule, right? I think most of us expected Portland to probably be in the lottery again, and they still could end up being in the lottery if they don't end up making the playoffs. But winning, 42 games this season, the year that Denny's had, the year that Sharps had. Scoot Henderson has taken a step up too. So Portland surprised people. The Suns have as well. And Booker's definitely the best player in this game. I just like the way that Portland's been trending, and they've tend to play up a little bit to some of the top teams in the West. So I would look towards the Blazers plus the points if I had to play. That's already come down too. Was it 4.5? Now it's at 3.5. So I would lean Portland in that game.
Okay. All right, that's fair. And I think it is a toss-up. I'm just going to go home court advantage. Portland has not been very good on the road this year. Phoenix has been great. They are healthy now. And so either way, it's going to be a big boost for one of those teams. And I'll say this. I think if Phoenix wins, they're going to give the San Antonio Spurs a severe test in the first round. I think that series could go 7. I do not think that that's as much of a lock as a lot of people think, that the Spurs are going to be going on to the second round. All right, when we return, we'll talk a little baseball. We still got to get the Clippers and the Warriors in. We'll do that later. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Which player do you prefer, Arvel Reese or David Bailey? I think this will be an omnipresent storyline heading into next Thursday.
Yeah, no, I've seen the rumors, and it's not of anything that like against Bailey or anything, but I think Reese is actually I clearly have ahead. Both are easily in my top 6, I would say. Now I'm doing the big word this week, so now my one from last month, it might be just thrown away. So these rankings. So we'll say though, top 6, top 7 players. I just think Reese, even though he has some questions about, what is he, a tweener? Is he a linebacker, off-ball guy? Is he an edge guy? I see that more as a strength because, one, modern defenses are more versatile, are more varied. They move their guys around, especially in the front 7. And I think on top of it, what he's already shown at both spots, whether it's off-ball linebacker or the edge, is a plus player. So, and one that you could get more excited about, now if he focuses it on one of those areas or spends a majority of time at one of those areas, man, we could really get something here. I think Reese just has, even though he doesn't have ideal length, and maybe not ideal size, he has ideal explosion. He has ideal play style, great competitiveness. He's good against the run if he plays on the edge, even though he's kind of like figuring it out. He's got some pass rush upside. And I think, too, is that some people are like when they have that old school kind of player designation, position designations in their head. But I do think that so many defenses now are, like I said before, have versatility to move these guys. So that's not as much of an issue as maybe it was 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And Bailey, to me, supernova pass rusher, is just explosive, can come at you, gets after the quarterback, which is always going to be valued and always going to be paid. It's like hitting home runs in baseball. It's just that he doesn't play the run that well. And it's not a lack of want to. It's just that he doesn't really have that strength that can hold up. And that's already an issue in the Big 12. Not exactly a lot of running the ball schools there. And I think that might be still when he was at Stanford, he was truly a DPR, designated pass rusher. He wasn't used much on rundowns. And then at Texas Tech, they paid him. And then they're like, okay, no, we're getting our money's worth here on the field every down. And I think there's times where against the run, even if he's trying, he's still getting blown back. Those are still about 40% of the snaps in the NFL. So you can't just be a nothing 2/5 of the time, at least to me, to take so highly, even if I value his pass rushing ability. So to me, that's where I've come to with Reese. Even if I like both players, I think the Jets should be BPA, best player available, every selection of this draft. Doesn't matter what the positions are. Take another running back if you want to. They should just not really, but they really should just be focusing so much on just boosting up. I think especially their defensive front 7 that they have gotten rid of last year at the draft, or I'm sorry, at the trade deadline.
But are we looking at a situation here where we can maybe say Rory is the 5th best golfer of all time? Like where is the ceiling here potentially? Go ahead.
Yeah, that was actually the number I had in my mind. I think that's probably about best case scenario. If you think of the greatest golfers ever, you have to talk about Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, Ben Hogan. To me, those are the top 3. Then it becomes a bit of an argument after that if you want to throw in Bobby Jones or Nick Faldo or Seve Ballesteros and a number of other American players like Arnold Palmer would be on that list. But when you get to 6 major championships, you're getting into rarefied air. If he were to get to double digits, there's no question in this day and age when so many more children want to grow up and be golfers, when it's become an athletic endeavor, not just a game, it's become your physical ability of hitting the ball over 300 yards is a big deal. And all of the players are working out as if they're real professional athletes, which Tiger Woods has all, it's all due to him that they're all doing that now. Given all of that and how harder I think it is to win in this day and age with how strong the talent is, if he were to get to 10 major championships, yeah, I think he's a top 5 all-time player.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He is PJ Glasser filling in all week for Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You could call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. Again, that's 310-840-4910. If you do text in your question, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so that we can get you featured on the show. All right, PJ, fun first 2 hours here as we've got a full slate of Monday Night Baseball that we're keeping you updated on. You know, we're more than 2 weeks into the season now, and yet I'm looking all up and down the standings here. The worst team in baseball is 6-11. That's the Astros. They lost today to the Mariners, 8th loss in a row. That's the worst record in baseball. The best record in baseball, no surprise, is the LA Dodgers. They're 11-4. But you look at the top of all these standings here, 8-7, 9-7, 8-7, 9-6. Like there is a lot of parity going on right now in this baseball season. You know, me and producer Brandon Combs talked about it last week, but how long is this trend going to continue here? Because this is, I guess this is pretty good for the sport, right? I mean, we don't have any teams bottoming out. We don't have the Rockies at like 3-13 already. We don't have the White Sox stumbling. Like we've got some early season surprises, both good and bad. And I think it's made for a really interesting start to the season.
Yeah, it certainly has. And we knew coming into the year, especially in the American League, there would be a ton of parity. At the Blue Jays, after what they did last year, and the Mariners and all the players that they were returning, some of the additions they made in the offseason would be up there. The Yankees being the Yankees would be up there. Boston added to their roster, they would be up there. And then you wondered if teams like Texas would bounce back, if teams like Baltimore would bounce back, teams like Cleveland would bounce back. So the American League, and again, the White Sox, some of the bottom feeders in this division, Tampa Bay taking a step up, the White Sox taking a step up, and then the Athletics. I think we all know how talented some of the pieces on their team are. So there's really not like a horrendously bad team in the American League this year. I certainly think the White Sox are the worst team, but everybody else, Pat, like, I mean, any given series, any of those teams can sweep anybody, as we saw with the Rays playing the Yankees. So I think in the American League especially, you're going to see a lot of parity. I wouldn't be shocked if all three of those divisions, but especially two of them, come down to the final couple weeks in September. I think in the National League more so, your divisions are very top heavy in the NL East and the NL West. Dodgers and the Padres, certainly two really good teams. Atlanta, when they're fully healthy, we know they're very good. But I think it's the Nationals being a surprise, the Marlins being very good, and then certainly the NL Central being one of those divisions where coming into the year, maybe St. Louis was probably the only team that you looked at and thought they were the team that couldn't win it. But like, would it shock us with kind of the pedigree of that organization if they just shocked people and ended up winning it? The Pirates made some moves in the offseason to upgrade that offense. It's paid dividends to go along with that great pitching staff that they have. Cincinnati's going to be there. Milwaukee just wakes up and wins 90 games every year. And then you got the Cubs, who are a talented team as well. So I think baseball is in a really good spot. The past few years, we've had some just atrocious teams. The Rockies last year were awful. The White Sox the year before were awful. You don't have any of that anymore. And I think it's going to make for a really good season. And then, Pat, I just think the fact that MLB has made this change that they did a few years ago to go with the balanced schedule, and everybody is playing everybody. So instead of playing 85 divisional games, you're now only playing 12 divisional games, and you're playing everybody else in Major League Baseball. So I think there are a bunch of things that are contributing to it, but I think the two biggest are the fact that there's just not any god-awful teams this year. And outside of the Dodgers, like, I don't really think there's that big of a difference between, let's say, the second and third best team in baseball to like the 23rd and 24th best team in the sport either. So I think we're going to have a really good summer, and I think a bunch of these divisions are going to be tight going into the final weeks of the regular season.
Yeah, I think baseball is more interesting when the teams that are supposed to do well aren't, right? Because then it's like, oh, what's going on? Do they need to fire their manager? Who's slumping? Why is this happening? And just as you said, too, when the teams that we thought were going to be terrible are actually doing really well. The Tampa Bay Rays, most people, and myself included, thought they were going to be last in the AL East. They just swept the Yankees. They're atop the first place of the AL East with the Yanks at 8-7. Not a lot of people expected much out of the Pirates, even though they have Paul Skeens and they called up Connor Griffin. A lot of people weren't expecting them to be a good team. They're in first place in the NL Central. And then the teams that were supposed to be great, either reigning division champions or teams that were widely projected to win their divisions. The Blue Jays, reigning division champs, 6-9, couldn't hit their way out of a paper bag until a couple of days ago. They've got a negative 25 run differential right now, PJ. How about the fact that the Seattle Mariners under 500, and that's after they've won 4 in a row. They were 4-9 a couple of days ago. The Astros have lost 8 in a row. And you look at the NL East, the Mets are in last place, losers of 5 in a row at 7-9. The Cubbies are in last place. The Brewers, who were 8-2, now they've lost 5 in a row. They're 8-7. Really, the NL West is the only division that is making a whole lot of sense right now. And so I think you look at these teams, Mets, Cubs, Brewers, that are all at the bottom of their divisions, Mariners, like it's early, but how long does that apply? How long into the baseball season can you say, well, it's early, right? I mean, is there a date where you, like, if you see a team underperforming or you see a player underperforming or you see something shocking, when can you no longer say it's early? Is it Memorial Day weekend? Has that always been kind of the no turning back point for you? When is it? I think May 1st. The fact that this season started like the last week of March, I think, but in another 2 weeks, another 3 weeks or so, you can't really say it's early anymore. We're already a 10th into the season.
I agree. I think when you're about a month, 5 weeks into the season, that's kind of when you start to see, all right, is this player just really going to be bad this year? Or is this guy actually going to be really good for us? Anybody can put together a good week, 2 week stretch. But I think once we get to like the 5 week point, 6 week point in the season, that's when you kind of start to see the teams that are going to be good, the players that are going to be good as well. You bring up a great point though, Pat. I mean, it's like, as somebody who's a fan of a small market team with the Orioles that has relied on Moneyball for so many years, like, it is kind of awesome to see all these teams with all these giant payrolls be at the bottom of their divisions. It's just crazy. I know the Rockies have lost 4 in a row, but They were 6-6 last week. Pat, they didn't win their 6th game until May 1st last season. So some of the years that these teams are having, it's kind of crazy. I think the injuries are playing a big part that we've had early on in this season too, as they seemingly always do. But Soto being out for the Mets certainly isn't helping them. I mean, the Dodgers can afford to lose Mookie Betts because they just have so much talent on that team. But a lot of these teams, I mean, the Orioles are dealing with a ton of injuries right now. The Blue Jays have some guys banged up. They're 2-8 in their last 10 games. So yeah, maybe this is just one of those seasons where you're going to have a lot of different teams just be incredibly streaky, like the Astros have lost 8 games in a row, like you mentioned. Wouldn't surprise me if all of a sudden, a couple weeks from now, they win 6 in a row. They're 5-2 at home this season, but 1-9 on the road, which is just crazy how bad they've been away from Houston so far this year. But I do think it's going to be a really fun baseball season. And Pat, as if you look at this from a betting perspective, especially, I think it could be a really fun year to bet futures in Major League Baseball, right? Because of how much parity there could potentially be and how much shifting we could have in these divisions throughout the year. And maybe some of these markets and some of these people overreacting to some starts that we have from some of these teams, right? Like if you're somebody like our friend Sean Marash, who last week was calling the Yankees like the 98 team, they've lost 5 in a row. I can promise you can get a better price on the Yankees now than you did 5-6 days ago. So those sorts of things, I think from a betting standpoint, if you're looking at futures markets, I think could be a very interesting season in the MLB.
Yeah, I think you buy low anytime. Yep. You can get the opportunity. So again, as much as I like to bust the chops of our producer Brandon Combs and video producer Monty, Cubby's getting bludgeoned right now 7-2 by the Phils. Like they're in last place in the division. I think they're going to be a playoff team. So yeah, you could probably buy low. Maybe you wait, see how long they continue to play 500 or sub 500 ball for, how long they're sputtering for. But yeah, buy low on a team like the Seattle Mariners, who, like you said a couple of days ago, they were really off to a rough start. They've won 4 in a row since. You could buy low on the Blue Jays. They've gotten off to a brutal start. But yeah, you mentioned the Yankees and you mentioned Sean Marash. Oh my God. Our buddy Sean, who we had on the show last week, he said the team is giving them 98 vibes. And like you said, they've literally lost. They haven't won a game since that. They're the bottom of their lineup is honestly, it's one of the worst in baseball. Judge went deep already today. Cody Bellinger's having a decent start to the season. Stanton's having a good start to the season. Ben Rice is the next coming of Ted Williams. Of that, I'm confirmed. Of that, and I'm convinced. Ben Rice is amazing. Rice, baby. But the bottom of the lineup, I mean, literally, you could put me up at the plate, and I could do the same kind of damage that Ryan McMahon is doing at third base. The Yankees, for years, have not had a good third baseman. And then you got the guy that's platooning for him, Ahmed Rosario, who's going deep, hitting walk-off home runs, go-ahead home runs. And Aaron Boone doesn't, and then it's not playing him every day. Which is when people get frustrated and say the Yankees need to fire Aaron Boone, even though he's just doing what the analytics tells him to do and the GM and the computers and all that stuff. But the Yankees pitching staff, they've been nearly untouchable. They've got the second best ERA in baseball. I will mention it again. Still don't have Garrett Cole. Still don't have Carlos Rodon. They're very close to starting their rehab assignment. So I would say in about another 3 weeks or so, in a month, those guys should be good to go. And then the Yankees pitching staff is really going to look scary. But man, their bottom of the lineup is just flat out bad. And Jazz Chisholm, who's a player that I thought could have an all-star caliber season, he is struggling, not only at the plate, he's struggling in the field. He's making a ton of errors. And so, yeah, the Yankees, normally they are 2 extended streaks for the Yankees. First half of the season, they're like untouchable, the best team in baseball. And then they go through that June and July swoon where they're one of the worst teams in baseball, but they're keeping us on our toes this year. Started out 8-2, lose 5 in a row, can't hit the baseball. So it's been a very interesting start for the Pinstripes, no doubt about it.
Definitely has. That pitching staff that you mentioned, I think when Cole and Rodon come back, they're going to be the best in baseball. I think it makes the Yankees a very intriguing team in October. We all know you need pitching to win. They certainly have it. Cashman's going to really need to do a good job at the deadline this year, upgrading the lineup. Because, Pat, as you mentioned, the bottom half of that order just isn't good enough. For as great as the Dodgers are at the top of their order, Pat, the reason they've been able to win the World Series the last couple of years is because of what those guys have given them at the bottom of the order. Like Ohtani gets all the headlines, and Mookie and Freeman and all these future Hall of Famers, and rightfully so. But it's the Miguel Rojas's, it's the Tommy Edmonds, it's the Andy Pajes's. Like, these are the guys that you need to come up big in October. And maybe the Yankees are just hoping, well, they're certainly hoping that these guys are just off to slow starts and they're just thinking that they're going to turn it around. I don't think that's probably going to happen, and it sounds like you don't either. So I know Cashman's tried to address the lineup and the bullpen all these last few years at the deadline, but it really feels like he might need to take a little bit of a bigger swing because, man, that pitching staff is so good. I mean, if Cole can come back and be some semblance of himself and Rodon, I mean, like those 4 start, like Cam Schlittler is going to be their game 4 starter. I mean, that's absurd for that rotation. So if they can just get anything out of that lineup, they'll be pretty interesting. But yeah, I think the Yankees at this point, to be honest, are probably the team to beat in the American League. Certainly every team has question marks. Seattle's got a great pitching staff. Their lineup's a big question mark. Toronto, kind of their whole team right now. Were they just a flash in the pan last year? Like, can they repeat the success? Detroit's got the pitching. Can they get enough out of their line? It feels like all the American League teams, especially the good ones, all have the good pitching, but can they get the hitting to go with it when they need it most and get to October? I think that the Yankees at this point would probably be the best because I trust their pitching staff the most. And we know Stanton more often than not really good in October. Judge is obviously going to have to step up and be better than he's been for most of his career. But a lot of it's just going to come down to Cashman in the front office, Pat, and what they do to improve that roster. Because like you said, man, the bottom of that order has got to get way better if they want to win a World Series.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. It's pretty brutal indeed, to say the way. I mean, you're looking at, averages 150, 170, 180. I mean, my goodness. And then look, not to keep it New York centric, but when you have a $352 million payroll and you're under 500 so far, 2.5 weeks into the season, it's worth talking about. And that's the New York Mets, losers of 5 in a row. They just got swept by the A's. They're actually off tonight. So much needed off night for the Mets to try to rebound and recuperate as they are getting set. Oh, no, excuse me. They're not off. No, they were in Sacramento. Now they're off to play the reigning World Series champions and start a series here with the Dodgers tonight. So that losing streak, which has touched 5, and, the Mets fly back out west. They were actually home versus the D-backs and the A's here this last week. They get shut out for the second time in the last 3 games against the A's. Now they go to get to L.A. and play the Dodgers and then play the Cubbies this week on the road. This losing streak could get worse for the Mets. And Juan Soto, not back yet. Our producer Brandon Combs putting our rundown. They called up Tommy Pham. So is this the slap in the face, unintended, that this team needs? Mets, they just don't play complimentary baseball. When they hit, they don't pitch. And when they pitch, they don't hit.
100%. And again, they need Soto back. I mean, he's just such a big part of that order. And when you lose Alonso in the offseason, a guy that's been that middle of the order bat for you for so long, and now Soto is hurt, it's tough to overcome that. Luis Robert's been good for them coming over. Bo Bichette's kind of been up and down, but they really need Soto to come back. I think the Mets will be fine. I mean, look, this is what New York does, man. I mean, they are a streaky team. So I'm not too concerned about the Mets. And again, with that division, how much parity there's been, the Nats have been better than expected up to this point. The Marlins have as well. The Braves have been good, but with the Braves track record, you figure that they'll probably get some injuries here at some point. I think the Mets are going to be okay. Because like you said, right now, it just feels like when they pitch well, they can't hit. When they hit, they can't pitch. They'll be fine. I still think they're going to be a playoff team, but they need Soto to get back and be healthy for sure.
Well, and also enough of it's just another slow start for Francisco Lindor. Like, I hear that every year, and the fact that he got off to another slow start last year was part of the reason that they ended up missing the playoffs. This guy that's supposed to be a perennial all-star and a near MVP candidate, considering he plays a gold glove caliber position, he plays a gold glove caliber shortstop. He doesn't have a home run. He doesn't even have an RBI yet this season, PJ. He's got 64 at-bats. He's played every game. He doesn't have an RBI. He's hitting 188 with a 572 OPS, and he's made a couple of blunders in the field and on the base paths as well. So, yeah, they need Soto to come back big time because over the last 5 games, they have scored more than 2 runs once. They scored 6, and like, we were saying, they lost 11-6 against the A's because the one day they actually hit the ball, they can't pitch. So, brutal start for the New York Mets as well. Their pitching rotation, I got a lot of questions and a lot of concerns, man. They made the big move by getting Freddie Peralta, and trade and getting him from Milwaukee, but I still think these other guys in the starting rotation, their president, David Stearns, has proven doesn't want to spend a lot on starting pitching. Okay, well, you brought in a big ace in Freddie Peralta, and I still think the back end of this rotation is very suspect to say the least. So they're off to a rough start as well, and now they got the Dodgers. That is going to be one heck of a week. Dodgers batters might be licking their chops at the prospects of facing Mets pitching here this week. Take a short break. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Any takeaways on either your favorite team or the beginning of the baseball season in general? Any of your takeaways, any of your opinions? Well, grab them at 310-840-4910 if you want to call the show or if you want to text the show. When we come back, we'll play a little Would You Rather. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The historical comp for Rory McIlroy is Tom Brady. Rory is Tom Brady. Now, he's not Brady in the sense that he's not the greatest of all time. Not yet, at least. Like, he's got a long way to go to catch the Tiger Woodses of the world, etc. But as far as the arc that he's on right now, the arc is Tom Brady. Rory is Tom Brady. So we told you, right? Rory wins those major championships in 11, 12, and 14, and a second in 2014 at the ripe old age of 25. Tom Brady's first 3 Super Bowl rings from 01 to 04 come at the ages of 24 to 27. Like Rory, Tom Brady would come agonizingly close during the decade drought that would follow to winning another championship. Brady losing Super Bowls 42 and 46 to the Giants and losing 3 AFC championship games along the way before they vanquished the Seahawks in Super Bowl 49. And people forget this. People were asking, is Tom Brady going to win another Super Bowl? How funny that is now in retrospect, given that he was able to win 4 more at that point. The first one being 49 against the Seattle Seahawks. We can look at Rory on the decade-plus drought that he had after the 3 early championships, coming agonizingly close to winning another major. Second-place finishes at the Open in 2018. The U.S. Open, back-to-back years in 23 and 24, and a second-place finish at the Masters as well in 22 behind Scottie Scheffler. A delicious bit of irony given what happened yesterday and how the leaderboard went yesterday. Rory McIlroy, Tom Brady. And like Brady, after Brady won Super Bowl 49 and Rory winning the Masters yesterday, you very, very much have the feeling that he's not done yet. So I tweeted my take last night, right? I think the Knicks should have tried to be the 4th seed. And I had a bunch of Knicks fans in my mentions all saying the same thing. And I can't repeat all of them. but basically calling me a coward. And, a euphemism for coward that could be used to describe a cat. And to that, I say, you're right. I am being cowardly. I am. Now, in my heart of hearts, do I believe that there could have been an easier path for my Knicks to get to the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999? Do I believe there was an easier path? I do. I do. Despite what Detroit did to the Knicks in the regular season, despite the Knicks beating Boston last year in the playoffs, I do think that path would have been easier. Toronto, Detroit, easier path than Atlanta, Boston. My opinion. I think I'm right. But you know what? Probably going to have to beat Boston either way. So let's get it out of the way first. I'm not trying to look past the Atlanta Hawks. If the Knicks lose to Atlanta, I may have to take a week off from work. I don't know if I'm going to be able to face this, the audience if that happens. But you know what? If you're going to get to the finals, you're going to have to beat good teams. And I know you could say what I'm saying about San Antonio also. I'm a Knicks fan. So I'm giving you the fan perspective here. You know what? Knicks fans who've criticized me, I will ride with you. Bring on the Celtics. And let's beat them for the second straight year. I will put my Knicks fandom away for now. And as I said, that was Nick Costos, Knicks fan talking. Nick Costos, unbiased sports host. I'm very worried.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans all week, and I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can also hit up the show on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where you can watch the show at BetMGM Tonight. All righty, let's get producer Brandon Combs in here. Let's get him in the mix and play a little Would You Rather. Give him something to take his attention off the Cubbies, who are just getting bludgeoned by the Phils. Combs, what's going on, brother? Rough night for the Southsiders, or the Northsiders, excuse me.
Oh, man. It's probably a rough night for the Southsiders, too, but they're off tonight. This Cubs team, I don't know, man. Can't hit with runners in scoring position. Had the bases loaded early in the game with one out. Came out with no runs. I mean, it's brutal watching this team try to hit with runners in scoring position. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, not great. And you're going up against Christopher Sanchez, too. So as soon as Schwarber started taking taking him deep against Assad, you probably can't imagine you were too optimistic it was going to be a good night anyway.
No. Did you just go all elitist on me, though, and call him Sanchez? Is that like the fancy way of saying Sanchez?
I mean,
Sanchez.
That's his name.
Christopher Sanchez.
That's if you got a Latino or a Spanish last name, and there's the emphasis, the accent mark on the A. The Spanish A is it's not A. So okay. Yeah, most people say Sanchez. I call him Sanchez. Whatever.
Oh, no, hey, well,
look,
his own.
I mean, by the same doing there, you don't call your starting pitcher Javier Assad, do you? But maybe more fitting for
I call him Assad.
Like
I call him the Ass Man, to be honest with you, but I call him Assad.
Yeah, maybe you should start calling him Assad.
I'm gonna if he keeps giving up runs like this, I'm gonna call him Ass Hat. That's what I'm gonna call him.
All right, let's play a little Would You Rather. What do you got for us?
All right, boys. Would you rather have to swim everywhere you go or bear crawl everywhere you go? PJ, let's start with you, brother.
I'm going to go with bear crawl, man. I just feel like swimming everywhere would just get so tiring. I mean, I can't even swim, multiple laps in a pool without getting tired. So, and then everything on your body would just get all pruny, right? And you just, I'm good. I'd rather bear crawl around. Swimming everywhere, I just think would be way more miserable. So I'll go with bear crawl over swim. I'm not a big water guy, you guys. Like, I'm not, somebody who likes going to the pool all that much. I don't really like the beach. So I'm good on swimming. I'll go with the bear crawl.
PJ's an inside kind of guy. For a second, when you said I can't really swim, I was going to say you can't swim at all. And then you said multiple laps, but I don't know, PJ. Hopefully we're not ever together outside or in the water. And if I ever cramp up and I need help, you're the last person I'm going to count on to save me.
It's probably for the best. Probably for the best.
Well, also bear crawling is very difficult. I mean, that is.
Yeah.
That's tough on your back. I mean, I don't know about you when you in gym class, like growing up in like 5th, 6th grade, when you had to bear crawl down to the end and back or whatever, like crawling stinks. Then again, you are out of water. You don't have to worry about breathing underwater. And you obviously don't have to worry about drowning. So I feel like that just because of that, the answer's got to be bear crawl. I mean, you can't, if you stop swimming, if you have to swim everywhere you go, you stop swimming, then you've got to tread water. And you get tired, you're drowning. Like, you're done. You get tired bear crawling, you just stop until you have to start moving again. You don't have to worry about, literally drowning to death. So if we're factoring that into the equation, I probably have to go bear crawl as well. Even though I swam in high school, I'm a pretty good swimmer. It's annoying. It's annoying. The fact that you got to hold your breath. You got to worry about not getting water up your nose. And I love the beach and I love swimming and I love the pool. But if I had to swim everywhere I go, I'd probably take bear crawl as well.
Wow. I really thought the show's Michael Phelps would have went with swimming, but he goes with bear crawling instead. I really thought you were going to go with swimming with that one, Pat. Not going to lie. I would bear crawl too. Look, because if you get tired swimming, they say all you got to do is float. But I'm a fat kid. I'm like a mountain. I just sink to the bottom. So I just I would rather bear crawl than swim.
You're like a stone. You just sink right to the bottom.
Yeah, like a big old stone. All right. Would you rather be able to fly or be invisible, Pat?
This is a good one. This is a good one because there's many different ways you could take this. And again, my first thought is maybe this is a problem with me, but it's like, all right, if I were to ever rob a bank or if I were to try to get away with something, what's a better means of escaping? You're invisible. Nobody can see you. Nobody. And you don't have to you don't have to get in a car. You could walk anywhere. Because you're invisible, you could do whatever you could basically do whatever you want. I can't think of any negatives to being invisible. You cannot be seen. You can almost do anything you want. If you fly, yeah, you can go anywhere around the world. And that's got to be pretty sweet to be able to fly. But again, somebody doesn't like that, you can get shot down. You can get shot down. I think just the cool, like enjoying the ride would be cooler to fly because that's got to be awesome. But you can fly to anywhere you want. You can get anywhere you want. You can just hop on a plane. You're invisible. Nobody know you jump right on a plane without paying for a ticket. You take a first class flight. Hell, you could track down somebody's private jet, jump on right there with them. They have no idea you're there. You can go anywhere you want in that regard. So I would rather be invisible.
Pat made a great case. I originally was going to go with fly, but he's right. When you're invisible, like you can do it all. And the only thing I'll add too is think about all the different conversations and things you can eavesdrop on. You know what I mean? Like any conversation that you want to get into or anything you want to listen to, like you can do that when you're invisible. So I agree because that's what I was thinking. I was going to lean towards fly just because you can travel anywhere you want, man. I mean, you can be up in the sky and traveling, but I mean, when you're invisible, you kind of do that too, and nobody knows where you are or who you're doing it with or any of those sorts of things. So I actually agree. I would go with I would rather be invisible as well.
Yeah, look, flying would be great. to travel wherever you want. At a moment's notice, don't have to wait for an airplane, don't have to wait for anything. The one flaw that I have with your logic, Pat, is if you get on a flight, you're just invisible. Like, I mean, all of your body weight is still there. Where are you sitting? What happens if somebody you're sitting in a seat and it's a full flight and somebody comes to, you either got to sit on top of them or they got to sit on top of you. And I mean, there are some times where that might be okay, but then there are some times where that ain't going to be so good. So that's the one flaw in that logic that I have, but I would also like to be invisible for what PJ said. Fly on the wall, walking into locker rooms, like where players are and managers are discussing, strategy and things that they're going to do, pre-game, post-game stuff. I know what you're thinking, Pat. I see your face.
Yeah.
But when I said that, that's not where I was going with that. But
you want to see what's going on.
That's the way you think. But just being able to hear conversations like that and being a fly on the wall, in those types of situations, I would definitely be invisible. All right.
Well, I mean, also let's take this to the grandest stage of things. I mean, you want to get rich, you can get rich while being invisible. Go to any major corporation, just get to their headquarters. You can hear all the secrets. Go to the stock exchange, find out which stock is going to be up. Hell, go to the White House, find out what the president's going to do, which these days is a pretty damn good guess. But I think if you're invisible, again, maybe I'm just messed up in the head, but I'm always thinking of how can I get rich off of this? How can I attain more power? I think you get more powers, while being invisible.
Yeah, you could actually you could go and you could walk into I don't know, Fort Knox where they print the money and just grab handfuls of the money, and when you run out, go back and grab handfuls more. I mean, it's pretty simple if you're invisible. All right.
And one more,
too.
One more for sporting events, right? This is a sports show. I could be invisible and I can literally sit behind home plate and watch a baseball game. If you fly, you can fly over, sure, but you're basically in the nosebleeds. You can fly to the top of Yankee Stadium and then just hang out there. Or I could be invisible. I can get through Yankee Stadium. Nobody sees me. Nobody's checking a ticket. I'm invisible. Bang. I can literally sit right in foul territory. I can go anywhere I want. Sit out on the warning track. Stand next to Aaron Judge. Do whatever the hell I want.
You can go to the game of your most hated rival and cause them to lose games. Just trip an outfielder as he's running after a ball or something. You do all sorts of stuff. You look like that old movie, Angels in the Outfield.
Exactly.
All right. Would you rather have a pause button or a rewind button for your life? PJ?
Pause button or a rewind button? I think I'd rather have a rewind button on my life so I can go back and experience just things either differently if I had to do something over again, or a great experience that I had to experience that for a second time. I mean, when you pause, you can enjoy it for a longer amount of time, but I think rewinding and going back and doing things differently, I would probably end up doing that. So I can make the case for both. I just feel like any of those movies that I see, like any of those time travel movies, when they go back in time and they do certain things, I'm like, that'd be kind of fun to do, right? Or if I'm thinking of that Adam Sandler movie Click, where he pauses on his life, I'm like, that's not really all that great compared to going back and doing something again. So I think for me it would be the rewind button.
Yeah, I guess important piece of context. If you have the rewind button, can you go back and change the past, or are you just reliving a certain moment? Combs?
I think you're just reliving.
Okay, so if
to change things would be different.
Yeah, so if you pause something, I guess I'm coloring outside the lines of the exercise here, but if you pause something, in Click, like when he pauses on David Hasselhoff and then he farts in his face and then he hits play again, so he just smells his fart. So can you could pause and then alter stuff? I mean,
Yeah.
I think you can actually do a lot if you pause things. I would probably go that route rather than hitting the rewind button just to relive something. As great as it might be to relive some, team's championship or your first kiss, for some of us. But I would probably hit the pause button.
That's the second time that you've referenced smelling somebody's fart tonight. I don't know what's going on with you, but hey, it's your thing. I personally, I would have a pause button as well. Rewinding, going back to reliving certain things. Look, man, I'm divorced twice. I don't want to go back and relive anything. All right, so I'm just gonna go with the pause button. All right, would you rather live in a mansion in the city or a cozy cottage in the countryside? Pat?
Mansion in the city. I'm a city guy. Again, I lived out just outside of New York City, just moved now. I'm in an apartment in Philadelphia. I like the city life, man. I like the hustle and bustle. I like being around people, even though as much as people piss me off sometimes, and I get road rage, I still think if I'm in a beautiful house in the countryside, I don't know, too much quiet, it throws me off. I think I would miss it. I need to be in the action, man. Need to be in the action. And if I'm in a mansion in the city, sports-wise, probably easier to get to an arena or a stadium rather than the countryside. So I'll take the city life, man.
Completely agree. Brando, this is the easiest one of all the ones that you've asked. For me personally, it's the mansion in the city all day. I know some people, they like to be secluded, live on the countryside, have their peace and quiet, no Wi-Fi, internet, all that stuff. I'm with Pat, man. I'm a city guy. I like to be in the middle of the action. And if you have a mansion in the city, that means you have really good money, and you can experience those cities to the fullest. As Pat knows, when you can experience New York City a certain way and you have the money to do it, it's pretty awesome. When you can experience San Francisco, LA, all these places, when you're, top tier and you got good money, that's just good living. So I'm with Pat, man. It'd be a mansion in the city for me.
Yeah, it's 3 for 3. I'm a city guy myself. I am not a cozy cottage on the countryside type of guy. I'm all about living in a mansion on the city. All right. Let's get one more in here. Would you rather be loved by the public and hated by your family, or hated by the public and loved by your family? PJ?
So Aaron Rodgers is the first one, right? Green Bay fans. And then that's me. Would I rather be Aaron Rodgers or like anybody else? I would rather be hated by the public and loved by my family. Being loved by your family, I just think that'd be too hard. Hated by the public, it could be for a lot of different things. Like, are you hated by the public because you're an athlete and you're really, really good at what you do? Are you hated by the public because you have strong opinions that a lot of people disagree with, or it's unpopular, right? So like, people could hate you for a bunch of different reasons. Most of it's bad, but necessarily not all of it. Whereas, like, I think all of us, we love our families, and I think being hated would be really, really tough. So easy decision for me. I'd rather be hated by the public, loved by my family.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm already hated by the public, right? There's a lot of people that fight with me on Twitter and Instagram every single day for my takes. So yeah, there you go. I mean, let's ask Combs. Let's ask you. I mean, you've been divorced twice, so I guess you could say some of your family hates you, not the part that matters now, but at least your past family has hated you, and you're a pretty likable guy. So what do you think? Aaron Rodgers route for you?
I would rather be loved by the public and hated by my family, because and here's why. When I look at it this way, like, I don't have a very tight knit family as it is anyway. Like, I'm not talking about like my exes or anything. I'm talking about my actual family. I don't have a really tight knit family. So for me, it's loved by the public and hated by your family, because to me, and I've seen it firsthand, especially when you're in this industry, nobody supports you like the public does. Nobody supports you like strangers do. And you get supported more by strangers and by the public than you do by your own family when you're trying to come up in this industry. So for me, hey, my family can go pound sand. Give me the public all day long.
And that That is a take that only Brandon Combs can have, and that's why I love him.
Yes.
All right. That was a fun exercise. We'll take a short break, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll break down some of the late baseball games tonight. Rangers and the A's, what normally is a good pitching matchup, but two guys with some inflated ERAs, and then can the Mets figure it out against the reigning World Series champion Dodgers? We'll talk about those games. We'll give you a scoreboard update on the games going on. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Who do you prefer of the two, Bain or Bailey?
Slightly Bane, but it's like the same grade. I know that's just semantics and everything, but it's because of that. It's because both of them. This whole draft class, there's no perfect prospect, but this draft class, there's a lot of blemishes with these guys, especially up top. And so to me, it's like I have them right next to each other on my big board. I'm going with Bane, even now with the off-field stuff that's been coming out the last 48 hours. That's still just I take my grade and it's just my on-field grade. Like I try to weigh some medical stuff and character stuff and just kind of maybe break ties and maybe if that's gonna artificially lower a stock. But Bain I have slightly higher because to me it's if you're drafting high, it's about plays impacted. And if you, like I said before, even if David Bailey ends up being average as a run blocker or run defender, which I think that's the highest he could ever get, that's still 2/5 of the time that he's still just average, and then maybe 3/5 of the time he can impact the game. While Bain is more a good pass rusher. He's a pocket pusher, which is kind of more in vogue right now because of how defenses are, because they're a lot more, guys aren't just lining up 4 guys and going. Maybe the Texans. Most defenses are really varied and really running a lot of movement, a lot of
not every team has Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter on the edge, right?
They can just
they can
throw
afford
at
to get
you
away
every
with
single
it.
snap. Yeah. Not every team can do that. So a lot of teams are slant guys, moving guys, doing what they call simulators and creepers, where they're dropping the guy and bringing the linebacker. So you're not getting just those true pin the ears back, I'm beating the tackle one-on-one. You get 3 or 4 of those a game, more or less. So why I'm bringing that up is that I think Bain might not have that 10 sack upside. I think he's going to be more in that 6 to 8 sack range, 8 sack kind of guy, but a guy that gets a lot of pressures and pushes, like Jared Verse a little bit with the Rams. Pushing the pocket, get some pressures. Yeah. And the high upside comparison I have for Bain is Brandon Graham from the Eagles player. I was going to say former Eagles player. He was still on the roster like 2 months ago. He's been there forever. But that's the same type of player. He went top 10. I think he went 9th overall. I think he made 1 Pro Bowl, 1 All Pro, or a couple Pro Bowls, 1 All Pro. But was a good run defender and a good pass rusher. Maybe needed another guy to be an ace pass rusher. I think Bain is a 2 pass rusher, but a 1 run defender, if that makes sense. So, but to me, when I'm breaking ties, I'm doing math on these guys. It's how many plays you're impacting, how many plays I don't have to cater your role. Bain, to me, doesn't need a lot of catering. I think in a lot of defenses, he can impact the game. Love to me just has that little bit more size, good in pass pro, good at receiving. His run style, like he could be a little upright, would be my one knock on him. As far as like he might take some hits that he could probably avoid if you could scrunch down a little bit. But man, he just checks a lot of boxes, and he can do the one thing you want him to do. It's all about explosives. It's take it to the house. And that's what he can do on any snap. And that's why you take a running back early. And on top of being a great kid and a great teammate and all that. So I don't see him getting out of the top 10. Like, I really don't, just because of just what's been swirling around. Even if I don't have him as maybe one of the all-time guys, like I've been kind of like officially scouting guys since like 2013, 2014. And Ezekiel Elliott's my number one running back scouted. I would say Bajan's probably 2. Saquon was up there as well. Gurley was up there as well. And then I would say Love is that next guy, at least to me. And then maybe more in the tier of Gibbs than maybe those couple top guys. But having said that, a guy that you take high and you're comfortable doing it.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans all week. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Gotta admit, I heated up some grub tonight. I normally eat dinner before the show, but, again, moved into the new apartment in Philadelphia, and so I was setting up the backdrop, didn't have time to eat before the show, so I heated up a little chicken and rice. And, I'm struggling here, PJ. I put some sriracha in it. I apparently put way too much sriracha. My lips are on fire right now. I just crushed the whole thing in the commercial break, and now I'm short of gasping for air here. I like a little spice. But sometimes when you squeeze I don't know if you like some spicy stuff, the buffalo sauce bottle or the sriracha bottle, sometimes it gets clogged a little bit, and then you squeeze it, and then all of a sudden it really comes out hard and fast. That's what happened to me, and then I was just the mistake happened too fast, and so now my lips are on fire.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
I am not a spicy guy. So cannot relate. I feel for you though. That's tough. When when your lips start feeling like they're on fire and stuff like that. Luckily, we got another commercial break coming up here shortly, Pat. So hopefully you can catch your breath a little bit, drink some more water, get that spice to go away. It's funny though, as I was, I'm doing the week of shows with you here on BetMGM Tonight, and obviously being 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern time, around 6 is when I eat dinner. So I had to move it up a little bit, and now I'm starting to have to snack towards the last couple hours of the show. But I was curious what your routine was like each night for kind of how you eat. Are you usually just you eat dinner and then you're good, or do you have to snack when we get to like the 3rd, 4th hour of the show?
No, I do have some snacks, and Combs knows it well. I have my Yasso bars, my frozen yogurt ice cream bars. They're only like 100 calories each. That is normally around this time where I'll crush one, and I'm going to still have one anyway. But I'll have that. And then normally at 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern, like you said, is when we sign off. And we're both on the East Coast here. I struggle not to have maybe just a couple of pretzel crisps or some chips or, just even like a piece of candy or something like that. So it's tough. It's live radio, man. We're doing 5 hours. There's only a couple minutes in between each commercial break. So yeah, it's there will be a dessert, frozen yogurt / ice cream in my very near future.
Love that. Yeah, I had a donut one of the commercial breaks here, and I might be snacking on something else in these next couple hours. So it's great. We got live games on. We're doing the show. But yeah, 5 hours, man. It's like when you're watching a golf tournament, and you're watching all these guys snacking during their rounds, and you're like, they're out there for a long time. I mean, they gotta, eating sandwiches and protein bars and all that sorts of stuff. So got to do the same here on the show.
All right, really quickly, we'll get you a scoreboard update in a bit because we got some wild scores. You got some big-time comebacks. You got some blowouts happening in baseball, but you still got 2 games left to start on the docket. Rangers and A's, both teams at 8 and 7, tied for in the AL West, tied atop the AL West, so that's a good battle. The A's have won 5 in a row. You got Severino versus Eovaldi. the A's having won 5 in a row. But Mets-Dodgers should be good because the Mets have lost 5 in a row. They've barely scored any runs over the last couple of games. They had a fly across the country yesterday, and now they face Justin Robleski and the Dodgers tonight with David Peterson on the bump for the Mets. He's got an ERA over 6, and the Dodgers are off to, once again, the best start in baseball. I mean, without Juan Soto still in the lineup, the Mets are starting Tommy Pham, and they're not getting production out of most of the lineup anyway. Like, do the Mets just get swept here? Like, how bad does this losing streak get for the Mets? Or could this just be, hey, baseball is baseball, and the Mets bounce back and find a way to beat the Dodgers tonight? I don't see it happening.
I kind of think it's going to be just baseball being baseball, where Mets are struggling, lost 5 in a row. Oh, what's the slump buster that you need? Let's go out to LA and face the Dodgers. I actually think they're going to play well tonight. I would maybe look at them like first 5 money line. I don't know if I trust them to win the game, but I think they could get off to a good start. So I like them in the first 5. And then I kind of like Texas a little bit tonight. Severino last year pitching in Sacramento, his home and road splits, Pat, were crazy. He was awful at home, great on the road. So normally when he was at home, I would look to fade him. So I lean Texas there.
Okay. All right, very good. When we come back, we'll reset. We'll hit on Rory McIlroy's very eventful Sunday en route to a second straight green jacket. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So Giannis, in his media session following the Bucks' end-of-season loss, so season's over, Giannis talks to the media. And all of this has been going on with Giannis for, it feels like, years. It actually really hasn't been years. It's been a good amount of time, but it's not like this has been going on for a decade. Like, they won the championship 5 years ago. Like, they won a title. You can't take that away from him. And if you're a Bucks fan and you're dejected, and you should be, because you're going to be bad for a really long time, you have the title. Like, I'm a Knicks fan, and like my team wins 50 games per year every year now. I've never seen a championship in my life. I'd trade my situation for yours, because you got the championship. You never take down a banner. So Giannis is being asked by the media last night about his future in Milwaukee. And he's talking around the issue like he always does, right? And he can't just say, I want out. He throws in, at the end of this media availability last night, that, who knows what will happen if they offer me an extension. What? I'm just like, do we need an intervention? Do, like, all of Giannis's brothers, who are all on the Bucks, do, like, all of them and all of us collectively, basketball fans, need to, like, tell Giannis, like, hey, Giannis, like, come over. Like, we're, we got a surprise for you. And he's thinking, oh, I'm coming to a party. And then he sits down, and there's, like, a therapist there, and it's all of us, and we're going to intervene with Giannis's life. And maybe, and I know he passed away, we'll have Tony Sirico there as Paulie Walnuts to tell him you're weak and you're an embarrassment to yourself and those around you, like he told Christopher Moltisanti on The Sopranos. Because that's what's happening here. Like, who cares if you come across like the bad guy? Who cares? Enough. The Bucks have zero chance of competing. Zero. They went in last offseason, they stretched Damian Lillard, and they signed Miles Turner. They won 32 games this year. And even if you want to say Giannis had been healthy the whole year, what's the ceiling for this team? Like, come on. They have no first-round draft picks for a long-ass time. They are going to suck. He should just say, I want out. But he can't do it. He can't do it. He's like me back in the day. We're like, I know this relationship sucks. I know it's not going to work. But I can't bring myself to say, it's over. Except, like, I'm some schmuck 27-year-old kid. Giannis should know better. His advice, I don't have an agent advising me. I had, like, my moron uncle, my stupid friends. Like, this is crazy. Yeah, he'd enter to signing an extension? Am I crazy? This is where I feel like I'm in like a Kafka novel. Like I'm Mugatu in Zoolander. I'm Will Ferrell in Zoolander. I'm taking crazy pills. This can't be real. It cannot be real that this is happening. Like, just go out there and say, it's been great. I will always love Milwaukee. I wanted to spend my whole career in one city with one team. But we accomplished the ultimate goal. I won a championship. I brought a championship here. And now it's time for everybody to move on. But no, it can't happen. We got to play ring around the rosy constantly here. And it's just enough's enough. Like, in between, like, the Shams reporting about all the infighting and the season of dysfunction, to Giannis being unable to say, I want out, to Doc Rivers maybe staying on in an advisory role, just like, I'm done with this team until Giannis is traded. That's it. Like, trade Giannis, see what you can get, and the rebuild can start, and you go from there. Until then, like, I think we need to put an embargo. I mean, we can't, though. Like, because Giannis is such a big deal in national sports, like, we have to talk about him. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I hate it. It's so stupid, it's actually offensive. And I'm not saying Giannis is stupid. I think in his head, he's trying to do the right thing. Enough. Sometimes in life, things don't work out the way you wanted. As Frank Sinatra famously sang, that's life. Life's not fair. Go somewhere else and try and win a championship. Enough with this in Milwaukee.
Down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and he is PJ Glasser, filling in for Brad Evans all week. And we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 4 begins right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. You can join the show by calling or texting 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We've got plenty of scores to give you here on this busy Monday night of Major League Baseball. We're going to get back into some of the NBA play-in games that are happening tomorrow and Wednesday. We still haven't touched on the Clippers and the Warriors, which might be the most interesting game out of the 4 of them. Steph Curry, Kawhi Leonard, legacy's on the line. 2 coaches whose jobs might be on the line. Interesting game to say the least, but we started the show, PJ, with the Masters yesterday, and I want to reset just some of the themes there. Rory McIlroy wins it, an incredible weekend, but a near disaster. You know, aiming to repeat as Masters champion, looking to get his second green jacket after, Rory won 4 majors in 4 years over a decade ago, and then it took him 11 years to win the Masters. It felt like last year he was never going to win it, right? He was never going to complete the career slam. Then he does it, and he comes back, and he's talking about, I don't feel, I feel loose. I'm not really feeling the pressure. And he played like it the first 2 days. It was 12 under, including the chip in from 60 yards out on the 17th on Friday. That had me saying the Masters is over. Give Rory a second green jacket now. It's not even close. And by Saturday, he blew the lead. Sunday, he was up and down. He was 3 strokes back at one point, right near the back 9, and then he birdies 2 straight holes, and then he manages the pressure so well down the stretch. He holds off Cam Young, who had a really rough back 9. He holds off Justin Rose. Remember, he beat him in the playoff last year, and Justin Rose kind of had a tough last couple of holes. All these guys trying to catch up to Rory McIlroy, including Scottie Scheffler, was looking for his 5th major already and was looking for his 3rd Masters. but he got off to such a brutal start in the first 2 rounds that even after shooting 7 under on Saturday and then shooting 4 under yesterday, he came up 1 stroke short. And so I don't know if there's any debate here. Rory McIlroy is the greatest golfer of his generation. You know, these guys that are in their early 30s to late 30s. I think he's got the 6 majors. It feels like he's going to be a threat now to maybe rack up a couple of more. I mean, is 10 majors out of the realm of possibility in a game where you can competitively play it until you're 50? I don't think there's a shadow of a doubt that he got the monkey off his back at the Masters. Rory McIlroy could very well touch 10 major championships, and I think it could maybe happen in the next 5 years where he maybe wins once a year because there's really nothing stopping him anymore. He's got the biggest drive, and even when he wasn't accurate, which he wasn't all weekend long, he can still use the power and the short game to get himself on the green, and the putter was on fire. For a course that played really pretty firm and fast, Rory McIlroy proved that he was able to conquer it yet again. And, you know, he's entered his name into legendary status now. He joins Nick Faldo, Jack Nicklaus, and Tiger as the only guys to ever back-to-back win at the Masters.
And he joins Jack, Tiger, Hogan, Player, Tom Watson, Sam Snead, and Arnold Palmer as the only golfers since World War II that have won more than 6 majors. So once you get to 6, you're starting to get in a rarefied air. Phil's won 6. Faldo, who you mentioned, has won 6 as well. So, I mean, big boy stuff. And he's obviously one of 6 golfers that has won the career Grand Slam as well. I would agree of this generation, you know, kind of this post Tiger, we all wondered who would be the guy to kind of take the mantle after him. Now, Scotty's only 29 years old. He's got a lot of golf in front of him as long as he's able to stay healthy and keep at this level. He's certainly going to have a chance to get up in that conversation. But yeah, Rory going back to back at Augusta, winning that major 2 times. All the greats, it feels like, have won at Augusta multiple times. So for him to cross that off the list, definitely a big accomplishment. And, you know, Pat, I think that's what's getting lost in all of this is that Rory had to wait a decade to win another major. So he won his 4, and then he had to kind of figure out how to win a major again. And last year, that Masters win took so much out of him that it just felt like the rest of the year he was kind of complacent. You know, like he would show up to these tournaments. He talked about how he didn't practice and grind as much as he did leading into that Masters, because it's like when you win the Grand Slam, what really is there to accomplish in golf? I think going into this season, there was a good reset. He skipped those 3 tournaments leading up to the Masters so he could practice at the course, and it obviously paid off for him. And I think now, moving forward throughout the season and the 3 majors he still has left, you know, he's got a great shot at winning a couple more of these, trying to win his 7th, maybe even his 8th major. And him and Scotty are certainly going to be the odds-on favorites. It's crazy to think about, Pat, that on Wednesday night you could have bet Rory 14-1 to win the Masters. And you would have found a lot of people that didn't really like his chances at all. You know, myself included. We were all of the same thought that he got his green jacket last year. He hasn't really been in great form. He hasn't played. He's dealing with a little bit of an injury. You know, Rory's just kind of happy to be there, but he got off to a great start on Thursday, unbelievable Friday, and then just hung on during the weekend. So I'm really excited to see how he fares the rest of the PGA season because, Pat, it does feel a little different. It felt like last year was relief, and now this year it's about legacy, right? It's about seeing how many more majors you can get and if you can start creeping up on some of the greatest names that have ever played golf.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Scotty Scheffler is going to be a guy that's standing in his way. You know, we talked about this in the beginning of the show. Like, Scotty hadn't really looked like Scotty for the last couple of months here, and that's, you know, when you account for the fact that he won 2 majors last year, and it's now 6 straight that he's finished inside the top 10, and we're like, yeah, but Scotty doesn't look like Scotty Scheffler. Like, did we just become spoiled by a 2-year, 3-year run by Scotty Scheffler that now anything other than winning the freaking major tournament is like a failure for him? I don't know. Is that like, do you think that that's something he might start feeling some unnecessary pressure by? I mean, he just had his 2nd kid, so it seems like life is going pretty damn well for him.
He's the best golfer in the world. He's making absurd amounts of money, and he didn't have to go to Live Tour to do it. But again, he got off to such a brutal start, and he said, I left a few out there, on Saturday, in a round where he went 7 under. But he was even par after the first 2 rounds. So, I don't know. Would you be willing? Forget what the betting odds say. Yes or no? Scottie Scheffler wins another major tournament this year, whether it's the PGA, the U.S. Open, or the Open. Do you think he wins one of the next 3?
I do. I do think he's going to win a major this season. They're at Aronimink for the PGA, which is in Pennsylvania. Then they go to Shinnecock for the U.S. Open, and then the Open Championship, I believe, is at Hoy Lake this year. I could be wrong on that, but yeah, I mean, Scottie, look, he's trying to defend his Open Championship and his PGA. He's trying to complete the career Grand Slam at the U.S. Open. So obviously a lot of motivation for Scheffler. And coming into the Masters, Pat, he wasn't in that great of form. He had a couple of top 25 finishes, but it was very un-Scottie-like. So I think he found something over the weekend. His ball striking, his iron play started to look Scottie-like again. And I think he's going to be fine. I think he's going to be right back in the mix. I would expect him to win another major. But to answer your initial question, with the tear he's been on the last few years, I think he certainly set the standard for himself that any golf tournament he doesn't win is kind of a disappointment. The odds market would reflect that as well, with how much of a favorite he is in the betting market compared to all these other guys. Now, with Rory's win at Augusta, I would expect that to close the gap in major season, but it's certainly going to be those 2 guys. I think if Scottie doesn't win a major this year, it would definitely be a disappointment. But if you had to make me choose yes or no, I would go yes. I do think Scottie wins at least one of the remaining 3.
In a sport where it is impossible to be as exciting and polarizing and captivating as Tiger Woods, with the winning, the hundreds of infidelities he committed, and even now where Tiger, look, and I'm all joking aside, hopefully Tiger gets all the help he needs. Obviously he was rolled his car just a couple of weeks ago before the Masters. Hopefully he gets all the help that he needs. But think about when he was playing. He had all the infidelities, the affairs, the very public divorce with his wife, and the golf club through the Cadillac or whatever, the beautiful SUV, and then his open battle with the addiction, obviously, with painkillers and whatnot, and the multiple surgeries, and then coming back to win the Masters in 2019, and just how iconic the red polo on Sunday. Nobody will ever be as exciting or captivating as Tiger Woods. Is it fair to say that Scottie Scheffler is not very captivating? That is Rory McIlroy more exciting? Would you, from a neutral point of view, would you almost be more inclined to see Rory win, or would you rather? Is Scottie Scheffler better or more exciting for golf? Or are they both the same? I don't know. That's something I was thinking about, because it feels like these 2 guys are going to be standing in each other's way to see who can get to 10 majors first.
It's a good question. And, that's another thing is Rory really wasn't that animated during the Masters either. So you wonder if the fact that he's won his majors now, it's been 11 years. He won the Masters last year. He's won it again. He's completed the Grand Slam. You really wonder if you're going to ever see Rory as animated at when he's playing golf in maybe certain moments throughout his career. Scottie is also a very reserved, chill dude. You very rarely ever see him show any emotion, especially any good emotion. If he's ever going to show it, it's going to be frustration over a bad shot. I personally think that it would be better for golf moving forward, I think, if Scottie were continue to win, just because of the age gap. Again, he's only 29. He needs to win the U.S. Open to complete the career Grand Slam. So even though Rory's more accomplished up to this point, he's got all this momentum. He's, a European golfer, so maybe you get that global aspect of it as well. I think Scheffler, because of the peak that he hit recently, and then the arrests that he had to go with it, some of the things that have happened behind the scenes with Scottie that have added to the phenomenon. I think it's probably him, Pat. It's a good question, though. I think it depends on the person, and they're both beloved for sure. I think if you would ask a majority, though, of who they would maybe rather see dominate the sport for the next 5-6 years, my guess is it would probably be Scottie. I think would be the answer for a majority of people.
I agree. I agree, and for me, it's Rory. I don't know. I think seeing somebody that maybe I was at a more young, impressionable age when Rory started winning. I was like 18, 19, 20 when Rory started winning all those tournaments, and I thought he was going to be the next Tiger. I thought 20 major championships was possible. And then as I'm getting old into my young adult age, and Rory's getting old, and he's got kids now. He's got Poppy, who she's completely freaking adorable. To see him go 11 years without winning a major tournament and feeling like he was never going to win one, he's never going to conquer his demons. Now he does. Now he goes back to back at Augusta. I'm almost rooting for him to have like this second chapter of his career where he's as dominant as he was when he was 23, 24 years old. I think that would be incredible for the sport. Look, I don't know if anybody's ever going to be as captivating as Sergio Garcia. I mean, what weekend he had.
Yeah.
Smashes his driver, smashes it against a cooler, and gets a code of conduct warning by the Masters chairman, which I didn't even know was a thing. I mean, it's bad enough. Like, again, this isn't like us going out and playing with our buddies on the course on a Saturday morning. You snap your driver. You just tell your friend, hey, buddy, can I use yours? Or maybe you have one of your, an old one, this old rusty one from when you first started golfing. You have a different club that you can just as easily drive with. Sergio Garcia was without a driver for the rest of the round, and on top of it, he gets a code of conduct warning. I'll tell you this much. They'll never let me into the grounds at Augusta National because I do that probably once or twice around. I don't snap my driver, but I'm definitely Happy Gilmore style, smacking the tee box, kicking something. I'll slam the cooler, throw it off the car. I would never be allowed at Augusta National. And Sergio Garcia is somebody that won this tournament, 2017. He looked like the bad boy of golf this weekend, which I thought was funny.
I mean, we're definitely all victims to it. Like you said, Pat, I think anybody that's played golf long enough knows it's a very frustrating sport. Problem is for Sergio, he's a professional. There are a lot of eyes on him, a lot of cameras on him. So, you can't do that at a place like Augusta. But like you said, he kind of turned into the villain this weekend. And there was a story earlier in the week where former Open champion Mark Calcavecchia he was using his phones on the grounds, and they escorted him off the premises for using his phone because, as we know, there's a rule at Augusta, can't use your phones. Doesn't matter who you are. So when I saw that story and then I saw the videos of Sergio surfacing, I was like, I wonder what's going to happen with Sergio, like what the discipline is going to be. Like, are they going to give him a penalty? Like, is he going to be banned from the tournament for like next year or serve a suspension, whatever it may be? But like you said, they gave him a code of conduct. Sergio, look, another one of these live golfers we talked about earlier in the show with Rahm and DeChambeau and how those guys hadn't been able to show up. Sergio won the Masters. He got to play it for life. But he's that's just, you don't want to see that kind of stuff at Augusta National. So
wait a minute. I completely missed the Mark Calcavecchia thing. You're telling me he got kicked out of the grounds. He got kicked off the golf course because he was using his phone?
I believe so. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Are you kidding? Is that a thing for all fans? Anybody that's on the golf course, you're not allowed to use your phone at Augusta National? Because I got to be honest, now that you mention that, I don't remember, and nowadays everybody wants to record things, and I get it. Like some things, it's just, can you enjoy the moment? But also, some people do like to get it on video so you can enjoy the moment more and more and more over and over again. I understand we're on our phones way too much, but I don't think I ever remember seeing the people with, the crowd, everybody on their phone like this, look at, as Rory's putting on 18 or whatever. Are you not allowed to use your phone anywhere if you're at the Masters?
No, not at all. Like when you're going through security, if you take out your phone, and you try and sneak it in, like they'll tell you to go back to your car. Like you are not allowed phones on at all. It's not like you have to silence it or like they can't see you having your phone out. Like you don't even have it on you when you enter the grounds. So Calcavecchia was obviously able to do that because he's an Open champion. He's a different entrance into the clubhouse and everything. But I guess when one of the officials saw it, they removed him from the property. And they are very strict about that. I went to the practice round back in 2019 for Augusta. And yeah, man, I mean, they are like, it's a big pat down and like security and all those sorts of things. If you go for a practice round, you're able to bring in a disposable camera. So you can take pictures of the course that way. If you go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, if you're there for a tournament round though, you can't bring any of that. You're only allowed like your phone or your wallet, your keys, anything like that. But phone, camera, can't do anything like that during a tournament round.
Are you kidding me? I had no idea. And I like watching golf. I mean, I mostly watch the majors, and like I said, I'm terrible, but I play every, a half a dozen times a year. I had no idea you are banned from bringing your phone to the Masters or to Augusta National. There you go. There's another reason why I would never be allowed in, because I would try to sneak it in and I'd get kicked out like Mark Calcaterra, whatever his name is.
Mark Calcavecchia. There you go, Pat. Learn something new every day, right? So, yeah, any other golf tournament, any other major, you can bring in your phone. You just have to silence it. You can take as many videos and photos as you want. But at Augusta, you're not even allowed to bring it onto the course with you. So, which I know is a rule that a lot of people love, and I get it. You want to live in the moment. It's great that everybody's so present and everything like that. But I don't know, Pat, like there's just a part of me that when you're there and you're experiencing something like that, like you want to do everything in your power to remember those moments, right? Like I want to get as many pictures as I can, as many videos as I can. So I see both sides. I know a lot of people love it, but I think I'm almost in the camp of like, these golfers are used to people having phones on the course. They deal with it every other tournament that they play. And if there was ever a tournament that people wanted to capture and take photos and videos of, Augusta National would be the course. I see both sides. I know a lot of people think it's cool. But yeah, man, I think like, even if you don't want to text, like fine, but just to have it for videos and stuff like that and pictures, I think would be cool. But yeah, man, no phones allowed whatsoever.
Yeah, I guess part of me, the anarchist that I am, I'm like, oh, you're telling me I can't have my phone allowed? I'm not coming. I don't need to go to Augusta National. Screw the Masters. But also at the same time, like I would be the first person that if like I did walk in and I'm not allowed to bring my phone, I would just be I would soak in the moment, right? And again, I try not to use my phone. I try to silence all my notifications. I try to be on Do Not Disturb. But also, like, we're addicted to these freaking things, man. It's so hard not to use it, so that when you do find, like, if you're forced not to use your phone, or like there's been like twice where I've forgotten my phone when I went out to go, I don't know, one was to go to the grocery store. The other, I think I was just going to my sister's for dinner. And like when I didn't have my phone, I was like, you know what? Kind of like it. Kind of like not having it, because I'm not pressured to just take it out and, check Twitter, check to see what idiot is arguing with me about my latest text or my latest tweet, or check the scores, or check the fantasy lineup or whatever. Like, it's kind of nice when you don't have your phone. So I kind of, kudos to, I guess, Augusta National for doing that. I had no idea they did it, but that's, once you're on the course and there is no phone to look at, and you just have to soak in the azaleas and the golf and talk with people, actually communicate, it's probably a pretty good thing.
I know we're having some, we're chatting in the group chat right now with Brandon and everything. So when I was there, I went with a buddy of mine in 2019, and obviously with no phones, you can't communicate with any of your friends. So we go to the gift shop and I get out and I'm waiting like 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes for him. And I still haven't seen him come out. And I'm like, did he walk off without me? Like, is he still in there? So like that part of it too, when you don't have your phone, it's like, if you strand away from your friends, there's a chance that you might not see him the rest of the tournament. So a lot of different things with not being able to use your phone. But yeah, I'm surprised you and Brandon didn't know that. I mean, that's like a huge thing with the Masters, is no phones allowed on the ground whatsoever.
Yeah, Combs said, imagine having a pregnant wife that is due and having tickets to the Masters. Yeah, you might get back to your car and find out you were dad. Hey, sorry, honey. Sorry I couldn't be there, but, thanks for giving birth. And then Combs, completely 180, said in our show chat, I wonder how many people have found out that a family member passed away after getting back to their car. Well, who the hell thinks of that? What kind of sick, twisted maniac thinks of that and then puts that where, of course, I'm going to read it. Thank you, Combs. The first one was great.
LaFleur.
Yeah. Hey, Uncle Mort just passed away. Oh, Damn, that stinks. So I just watched Rory nearly choke away his 6-stroke lead and then won. So again, hey, when's the wake? Sorry, Uncle Mort. All right, we'll take a short break.
On me, Ricky Bobby.
You put it on yourself, Combs. We'll take a short break. 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We do have a couple of NBA playoff series that are already locked in. I got to admit, as a diehard Knicks fan, I am sweating at the prospect of the hottest team in the NBA taking out the New York Knicks. Plus, is this the year that the Denver Nuggets get back to an NBA Finals? Can they stop OKC? We're going to talk about some of the first-round matchups, though, when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Which player do you prefer? Arvel Reese or David Bailey? I think this will be an omnipresent storyline heading into next Thursday.
Yeah, no, I've seen the rumors, and it's not of anything that like against Bailey or anything, but I think Reese is actually I clearly have ahead. Both are easily in my top 6, I would say. Now I'm doing the big board this week, so now my one from last month, it might be just thrown away. So these rankings. So we'll say though, top 6, top 7 players. I just think Reese, even though he has some questions about, like what is he, a tweener? Is he a linebacker, off-ball guy? Is he an edge guy? I see that more as a strength because, one, modern defenses are more versatile, are more varied. They move their guys around, especially in the front 7. And I think on top of it, what he's already shown at both spots, whether it's off-ball linebacker or the edge, is a plus player. So, and one that you could get more excited about, like, well, now if he focuses it on one of those areas or spends a majority of time at one of those areas, man, we could really get something here. I think Reese just has, even though he doesn't have ideal length, and maybe not ideal size, he has ideal explosion. He has ideal play style, great competitiveness. He's good against the run if he plays on the edge, even though he's kind of like figuring it out. He's got some pass rush upside. And I think, too, is that some people are like when they have that old school kind of player designation, position designations in their head. But I do think that so many defenses now are, like I said before, have versatility to move these guys. So that's not as much of an issue as maybe it was 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And Bailey, to me, supernova pass rusher, is just explosive, can come at you, gets after the quarterback, which is always going to be valued and always going to be paid. It's like hitting home runs in baseball. It's just that he doesn't play the run that well. And it's not a lack of want to. It's just that he doesn't really have that strength that can hold up. And that's already an issue in the Big 12. Not exactly a lot of running the ball schools there. And I think that might be still like when he was at Stanford, he was truly a DPR, designated pass rusher. He wasn't used much on rundowns. And then at Texas Tech, they paid him. And then they're like, okay, no, we're getting our money's worth here on the field every down. And I think there's times where against the run, even if he's trying, he's still getting blown back. Those are still about 40% of the snaps in the NFL. So you can't just be a nothing 2/5 of the time, at least to me, to take so highly, even if I value his pass rushing ability. So to me, that's where I've come to with Reese. Even if I like both players, I think the Jets should be BPA, best player available, every selection of this draft. Doesn't matter what the positions are. Take another running back if you want to. Like they should just, not really, but they really should just be focusing so much on just boosting up. I think especially their defensive front 7 that they have gotten rid of last year at the draft, or I'm sorry, at the trade deadline.
But are we looking at a situation here where we can maybe say Rory is the 5th best golfer of all time? Like where's the ceiling here potentially? Go ahead.
Yeah, that was actually the number I had in my mind. I think that's probably about best case scenario. If you think of the greatest golfers ever, you have to talk about Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, Ben Hogan. To me, those are the top three. Then it becomes a bit of an argument after that if you want to throw in Bobby Jones or Nick Faldo or Seve Ballesteros and a number of other American players like Arnold Palmer would be on that list. But when you get to 6 major championships, you're getting into rarefied air. If he were to get to double digits, there's no question in this day and age when so many more children want to grow up and be golfers, when it's become an athletic endeavor, not just a game, it's become your physical ability of hitting the ball over 300 yards is a big deal. And all of the players are working out as if they're real professional athletes, which Tiger Woods has it's all due to him that they're all doing that now. Given all of that and how harder I think it is to win in this day and age with how strong the talent is, if he were to get to 10 major championships, yeah, I think he's a top 5 all-time player.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. Cleaning out my closet. That's a real throwback. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans all week. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call and you can text. All right, let's get a scoreboard update here around Major League Baseball and threw it to PJ the last time we got you a scoreboard update because he's a big Baltimore Orioles fan. They were down at the time. What a comeback, PJ. Polar Bear, Pete Alonso with the big one, and the O's come back for a W. What happened?
Pat, they were down 7-1 in, I believe it was the 6th inning. And then they hit a grand slam, make it 7-6. Pete Alonso then with the go-ahead home run, 8-7, and then they tack on another for a 9-7 win. They were as high as plus 1650. I remember checking the odds when they were down 7-1. So obviously you took a piece of that when the O's were making their comeback. That was a great hit for you, but a really, really good win. The Orioles last year didn't have any wins like this. It feels like whenever they got behind 7-1, 6-2, those kinds of things, they just kind of lay down. So to see them have that kind of fight, Alonso has his biggest moment as an Orioles so far. Really nice win for them, 9-7. So great comeback for the O's. Down by 6, win by 2.
Well, that's what Pete Alonso does, man. He just hits home runs. He wasn't all that clutch last year for the Mets, but he has been many, many times in the past in his career. So I'm glad that you're able to enjoy Pete Alonso coming through in a big moment, and hopefully there's many, many more to come. So that's an incredible. It's down 7-1. You get the Jeremiah Jackson grand slam, the Alonso bomb. That's one comeback that has happened tonight. How about not one, but 2 times that the Angels have erased a multiple deficit lead against the Yankees. And as we just speak, it looks like Aaron Judge just hit his 2nd home run of the ball game to put the Yankees up. Oh my goodness. As I'm speaking, I was going to say the Yankees were up 4-0. Judge goes deep in the 1st inning, hits it 456 feet. Then Jose Caballero goes deep. Yankees are up 4-0. 5-game losing streak looks like a thing of the past. And then the Angels in the 4th inning score 4 runs on 2 doubles, a walk, and 2 singles. Then the Yankees grab it back. Trent Grisham hasn't done much this year, but coming off the career year last year, hits a 3-run bomb. And then Mike Trout answers immediately with a 3-run homer. How about the captain, Aaron Judge? 2 jacks tonight, just answered with his 2nd home run of the night, and the Yankees go in front 8-7. And our buddy Monty, our video producer, I think had all of like 70 cents on Aaron Judge to hit 2 home runs tonight. But at 16-1, that's a sweet one. That's a sweet one. Aaron Judge, his 2nd bomb of the night, and the Yankees retake the lead. How about it?
Great hit for Monty, 16-1. Oof. Pat, have you ever hit anything like that in baseball? Have you ever bet a guy to hit 2 home runs, 3 home runs, anything like that? And have they ever come through? Because I don't think I don't really bet a lot of that. I'll bet a guy to hit a home run or hits runs and RBIs, but I'm obviously not as locked in on baseball as Brando and Monty are. Maybe in the postseason, I'll dabble with some crazy stuff like that. But have you ever hit a bet on a dude to hit 2 home runs, 3 home runs, anything like that?
No. And the most I'll do is I'll put like $2 on like a 5-player home run parlay where you're getting like $1,000 back. But, and no, never really came close. So no, I normally don't for that reason.
Me and
but
you,
I think
yeah,
Monty just turned. Yeah, Brandon said Monty just turned 50 cents into $8.
There you go.
Hey, it's better than nothing.
70 cents into 11.20. Better than nothing, right?
Which is crazy because, I mean, let's just scale that. You put $7 in it, you went 170 cents into 11.20. So if he put $7 on it, then it would be $112. Like that's. I don't know. Like, how often does a guy hit 2 home runs in a game? I don't know. What, 8, maybe 10 times in a year?
Yeah, if that.
Kind of dumb. I feel you should be getting a much bigger payout.
Great. Pat, it's a great overnight, though, in Major League Baseball. I mean, Phillies, Cubs combined for 20 runs. O's, D-backs, 16. Pirates and Nats right now have combined for 21. Angels, Yankees, 15. Marlins, Braves, 13. Twins and Red Sox, 17. When you see stuff like that, so when you're watching a full day of MLB, when you're watching a full day of NFL, when you're watching a full day of March Madness, whatever it may be, and we're like 3/4 through the way, we're 3/4 of the way through the slate, and you have all these overs or all these unders or whatever it may be, are you more inclined to like look at an unders just for like law of averages? Do you think we just continue to roll for the overs? Like, do you look at any of that stuff when you just see the slate and all the runs that we've gotten so far?
No, I just think there's just something in the air tonight. Again, so I don't know, maybe Rangers, A's, in a place where the ball flies, I would expect more runs. But then again, maybe you get, Luis Severino and Nathan Eovaldi. We get a pitcher's duel going into the 7th inning. Or maybe Mets, Dodgers. David Peterson has been struggling. Justin Robleski is definitely not one of the more household names in the Dodgers starting rotation. And maybe you're expecting a 6-5 game, and maybe we get a 2-1 game. So maybe the law of averages does play out here. But I think more so than anything, it's just crazy variance, right? I mean, the lowest scoring game that we have today is the Guardians leading the Cardinals 6-1, and that's only in the bottom of the 6th. So there's still some time for some more runs there. It's crazy. I mean, offense galore. They must have juiced the balls today and today only. Rob Manfred said, wow, okay, the Masters is over. The NFL draft's not till next week. NBA playoffs don't start. Get the play-in tournament tomorrow, but the playoffs don't start to this weekend. Let's juice the balls and have so many runs today, it blows people's minds. And we're talking about it. So, yeah, it is crazy. It is crazy. And the Cardinals just hit a home run. So, there you go. 8 runs in a game is the fewest amount of runs we've had in a game today. That's absurd.
That really is. That really is absurd. And, look at some of the pitchers that we've gotten in some of these games today, too. Crochet threw for the Red Sox. Skeens threw for the Pirates. Kirby threw for Seattle. Sanchez for the Phillies. So, again, I mean, Skeens didn't get rocked or anything, but how many times have we seen Paul Skeens play a game and the Pirates are losing 1-0 in the 7th? The fact they've gotten him 16 runs tonight, pretty crazy. Crochet giving up 9 earned runs in an inning and a third is pretty nuts too. So not only
10 earned runs.
10 earned runs. So not only are you getting all these overs, you got some of the best pitchers in all of baseball that are throwing tonight. It's a pretty wild night of baseball, and hopefully everybody listening out there bet some overs tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that is crazy. Crochet got absolutely shellacked. He got shellacked. And the Cubbies, they are now 7-9. And so the L's continue for the Cubs. They lose to the Phillies 13-7. We talked about Judge hitting 2 home runs. How about Schwarber hit 2 home runs for the Phillies? They had a 10. No, where was it? Somebody had a 10-run inning earlier today.
But the Phillies scored 8 runs in the 5th and 6th innings combined. And so that was pretty absurd. I think the Pirates had a 10-run inning for Skeens.
Yes.
Imagine how many times they're going to score 10 runs for him across like 3 starts combined or 5 starts combined. Today, they put up 10 runs in the 6th inning for Paul Skeens. My goodness, what a day for the offense for baseball. That is crazy.
I kind of think the Pirates are for real, Pat. I really do. I liked what they did a lot in the offseason, trading for Brandon Lowe, going out and getting O'Hearn, getting Ozuna. We know how good that starting pitching staff is. Inexperienced team, and then, having the number 1 overall prospect in Connor Griffin. I know he's struggling a little bit right now, but all signs point to that kid being a superstar in the not so distant future. And we talked about that division being super winnable. The Brewers and Cubs were really good last year, and both are off to a little bit of a slow start. So, this early on in baseball with all the parity that we had, and we were talking about it earlier, so much of it is a guessing game. How many of these teams are peaking too early? How many of these teams are actually for real? How many of them are going to fade and all that? I kind of think the Pirates are one of those teams that they're going to be in it, man. I really do. That pitching is just too good. So it's all going to be about that offense. And look, it's a big ask for the Pirates. They're one of the cheapest teams, not only in baseball, but in all of sports. So asking them to add at the deadline is indeed a big ask. But with what they did this offseason, and I think the fact that they know that they're probably not going to be able to re-sign Skeens and some of these other guys, like they only kind of have this certain window that they have to go for it. And part of me kind of thinks they're going to be a little bit aggressive. So if you're looking for some of these teams that are off to a hot start that you think maybe you're going to sustain it, I think the Pirates are one of those teams, Pat. I really do. I think they're going to be right in the mix till the end in the NL Central.
Yeah, Brandon Combs, our producer, Combs. Yep. Combs is loving every second you said, because he said the Pirates would be a wild card team this year. They might win the NL Central at the expense of his Chicago Cubbies, but yeah, they're 10-6. And O'Neal Cruz, remember, he was the butt of everybody's joke on opening day, where he basically drops 2 fly balls and costs, Skeens can't even get out of the second inning because of that, or they couldn't get out of the first inning. O'Neal Cruz, I mean, he's the MVP right now of the National League. I mean, that's it. I mean, the guy is hitting .355. He's got an OPS over 1,400. He's got an OPS over 1,400 on the season now. Or maybe I was just looking at the game for today, but I mean, his OPS was over 1,000 going into today, and he ended up having 2 more hits, including, let's see, I think they were both singles. But still, his average is up to .355. He's been remarkable, and he's the StatCast darling, right? Nobody hits the ball harder. Nobody throws the ball faster. Nobody is faster. And so he's still learning out how to play center field, but, that lineup. I love the addition of Brandon Lowe. They get him from Tampa Bay, who was, typical Rays player, came out of nowhere and was, at OPS of 900 for a couple of years in a row. And then, the numbers went down, and it looked like, all right, this guy's at the end of the line. Well, he had a big night tonight, 5 ribbies. He's up nearly over 300. So you mentioned these additions they made in the offseason. Look, nobody hates Bob Nutting that isn't a Pirates fan more than me, the owner of the Pirates, who refuses to spend money, like you said. But it would be fitting. This is the year they go for it, or at least make a move or two at the deadline, and they're positioned to be a really great team next year, and then we get locked out.
Because, we're all looking for the teams that can beat the Dodgers. And I think most of us would agree the teams that can beat LA are the teams that have elite pitching staffs. Like that's how you have to do it. And I'm not saying if the Pirates played the Dodgers that they would beat them in a playoff series, but man, the upside of that pitching staff, you throw Skeens out there, you throw Bubba Chandler out there, and some of these other arms that they have, like, it's going to be a tough matchup, man, for any team that faces them. And Pat, we remember it as, baseball fans years ago when they were in those NL wildcard games. Remember Johnny Cueto dropping that ball for the Reds when he's on the mound because of the sea of black that you had there at PNC Park. When that team's good, they have an awesome home field advantage. And it's one of those ballparks and places that when you watch it on TV, like, it's got that spooky factor to it. So, just as obviously with somebody who's a fan of the AL team and really no investment in any of the National League teams, it would be cool to see a team like the Pirates have some success. It'd be awesome to see Skeens in the postseason. And I think this year they maybe have a chance to do it. So I think the Pirates are for real, man. I really do.
All right, there you go. PJ Glass is a believer. We know Combs is a believer. I'm a little hesitant, but I can get there. All right, when we come back, we'll talk NBA playoffs. 4 series are already locked in. Which is the most exciting? We'll talk about it when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The historical comp for Rory McIlroy is Tom Brady. Rory is Tom Brady. Now, he's not Brady in the sense that he's not the greatest of all time. Not yet, at least. Like, he's got a long way to go to catch the Tiger Woodses of the world, etc. But as far as the arc that he's on right now, the arc is Tom Brady. Rory is Tom Brady. So we told you, right? Rory wins those major championships in 11, 12, and 14, and a second in 2014 at the ripe old age of 25. Tom Brady's first 3 Super Bowl rings from 01 to 04 come at the ages of 24 to 27. Like Rory, Tom Brady would come agonizingly close during the decade drought that would follow to winning another championship. Brady losing Super Bowls 42 and 46 to the Giants and losing 3 AFC championship games along the way before they vanquished the Seahawks in Super Bowl 49. And people forget this. People were asking, is Tom Brady going to win another Super Bowl? How funny that is now in retrospect, given that he was able to win 4 more at that point. The first one being 49 against the Seattle Seahawks. We can look at Rory on the decade-plus drought that he had after the 3 early championships, coming agonizingly close to winning another major. Second-place finishes at the Open in 2018. The U.S. Open, back-to-back years in 23 and 24, and a second-place finish at the Masters as well in 22 behind Scottie Scheffler. A delicious bit of irony given what happened yesterday and how the leaderboard went yesterday. Rory McIlroy, Tom Brady. And like Brady, after Brady won Super Bowl 49 and Rory winning the Masters yesterday, you very, very much have the feeling that he's not done yet. So I tweeted my take last night, right? I think the Knicks should have tried to be the 4 seed. And I had a bunch of Knicks fans in my mentions all saying the same thing. And I can't repeat all of them, but basically calling me a coward. And, a euphemism for coward that could be used to describe a cat. And to that I say, You're right. I am being cowardly. I am. Now, in my heart of hearts, do I believe that there could have been an easier path for my Knicks to get to the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999? Do I believe there was an easier path? I do. I do. Despite what Detroit did to the Knicks in the regular season, despite the Knicks beating Boston last year in the playoffs, I do think that path would have been easier. Toronto, Detroit, easier path than Atlanta, Boston. My opinion. I think I'm right. But you know what? Probably going to have to beat Boston either way. So let's get it out of the way first. I'm not trying to look past the Atlanta Hawks. If the Knicks lose to Atlanta, I may have to take a week off from work. I don't know if I'm going to be able to face this, the audience if that happens. But you know what? If you're going to get to the finals, you're going to have to beat good teams. And I know you could say what I'm saying about San Antonio also. I'm a Knicks fan. So I'm giving you the fan perspective here. You know what? Knicks fans who've criticized me.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans all week. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. All right, we'll get you another scoreboard update on a wild offensive explosion-filled fireworks night in baseball. We'll get you a scoreboard update again in a little bit. We got hot or cold coming up at the top of the hour. That's going to be a tremendous hot or cold tonight. But PJ, let's get into some of these NBA playoff series here. We talked about some of the play-in games going down tomorrow and Wednesday, but we do have 4 series that are locked and loaded. In the Eastern Conference, the 4 versus the 5 is the Cavaliers versus the Raptors. The 3 versus the 6 is my New York Knicks versus the Atlanta Hawks. In the West, 4 versus the 5, Lakers versus the Rockets, and still waiting to find out some recent news on Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, although they look like they'll both be unavailable for most, if not all, of that first-round series for the Lakers. And then the 3 versus the 6, Nuggets and the T-Wolves. Which of these 4 first and why?
Man, it's a good question. I think personally the one I'm most looking forward to is probably it's either the Lakers, Rockets, or Nuggets, Wolves, I would say. I think the Lakers, Rockets one is intriguing because of the injuries and how the Lakers are going to overcome that. I mean, Pat, you already look at the spread for game 1. Game is in Los Angeles. Rockets are a 5.5-point favorite. So the injuries with the Lakers, how they're going to combat that, how that series might look as we progress moving forward, I think is going to be very interesting. And then Nuggets and T-Wolves, just the history between those two teams, even though the T-Wolves roster is a little bit different in years past, we know that the Wolves have really built that roster to go up against Denver, and certainly with Gobert and Anthony Edwards. And the Nuggets, the way that they're playing, man, I mean, they're not losing anymore. They have the best offense in the NBA. They're the best three-point shooting team in the NBA. Jokic has been awesome. Murray's been incredible too. So those 2 series I'm very intrigued by. Denver, Minnesota, and then the Lakers and the Rockets, man, because I just want to see really what both teams look like. Houston made the trade for Durant for this time of the year so that they could get over the hump and challenge OKC, some of the top teams in the West. But then the Lakers, I mean, dealing with injuries and Reeves and Luka and what they're going to look like and how that series, are the Lakers able to maybe make it a deep enough series so that they can find a way to get past Houston in that first round matchup?
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, I'm a little bit biased here because I'm a diehard Knicks fan. And I mean, look, even I think from a neutral standpoint, this is a dangerous series here that the Knicks find themselves in as the 3 seed. Expectations to get to the NBA Finals at the beginning of the year, thinking that Boston was going to have a down year without Tatum. He comes back. They're the 2 seed. The Pistons have looked unstoppable, even despite Cade Cunningham going down with the collapsed left lung. And that leaves the Knicks as the 3 seed. And all of a sudden, going into the final days of the season, I'm like, all right, it's either going to be the Magic who have sputtered. It's going to be the Raptors who the Knicks completely own.
All of a sudden, no, here come the Atlanta Hawks, who are 20-5 here in their last 25 games. They trade away that loser Trae Young. They get rid of Porzingis. CJ McCollum, he's basically aging in reverse, and Nickeil Alexander-Walker is going to win Most Improved Player. So, the Knicks, they're in a dangerous spot here, man. This is a very, very tough series for them. I am going to be on pins and needles every game because Atlanta, with Jalen Johnson leading the way, this is his team now. Their offense is running like a well-oiled machine. They play great defense. You can't just attack Trae Young all the time. But from a neutral standpoint, if it's not Knicks Hawks, it is Nuggets T-Wolves. It's Jokic and Ant-Man. It's the Denver Nuggets, who are the NBA champions from a couple of years ago. This could legitimately be a Western Conference Finals series. And I know that's tough to say when you got OKC as the number one seed, but just the star power on these two teams for me, Jamal Murray and Jokic with this Nuggets team that was injured for so long of the season. Now they're healthy, and surprise, surprise, they've won 12 games in a row to end the season. And meanwhile, Minnesota's coming into this kind of limping, right? Anthony Edwards has missed 11 of the last 14 games. Naz Reid, their sixth man, he can't hit water if he fell out of a boat shooting the ball right now. So Denver goes in hugely with an advantage here with how well they've played, how healthy they are. There's question marks about Minnesota, but also they've known they're the sixth seed for the last week. So they're kind of just sitting on it right now. And then does Anthony Edwards, was it just an extended load management? Is he just going to come out of the gate here firing and proving that maybe he is the next face of the league? That first round series for me, Denver, Minnesota, is not only going to be huge on its own, but also, PJ, I've said it for weeks. Combs is a big believer in the Spurs this year, so he disagrees. But I think whether it's the T-Wolves or it's the Nuggets, whoever wins that series is knocking out the San Antonio Spurs. Because I don't think Wemby and San Antonio have what it takes to last a deep run here in the playoffs. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll hit hot or cold to start hour number 5. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Who do you prefer of the two, Bane or Bailey?
Slightly Bane, but it's the same grade. I know that's just semantics and everything, but it's because of that. It's because both of them, this whole draft class, there's no perfect prospect, but this draft class, there's a lot of blemishes with these guys, especially up top. And so to me, it's I have them right next to each other on my big board. I'm going with Bane, even now with the off-field stuff that's been coming out the last 48 hours. That's still just, I take my grade and it's just my on-field grade. I try to weigh some medical stuff and character stuff and just kind of maybe break ties and maybe if that's going to artificially lower a stock. But Bane I have slightly higher because to me, it's if you're drafting high, it's about plays impacted. And if you, like I said before, even if David Bailey ends up being average as a run blocker or run defender, which I think that's the highest he could ever get, that's still 2/5 of the time that he's still just average. And then maybe 3/5 of the time he can impact the game. While Bane is more a good pass rusher. He's a pocket pusher, which is kind of more in vogue right now because of how defenses are, because they're a lot more, guys aren't just lining up 4 guys and going. Maybe the Texans. Most defenses are really varied and really running a lot of movement, a lot of
not every team has Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter on the edge, right?
They can just throw them at you every single snap. Yeah. Not every team can do that. So a lot of teams are slanting guys, moving guys, doing what they call simulators and creepers, where they're dropping the guy and bringing the linebacker. So you're not getting just those true pin the ears back, I'm beating the tackle one-on-one. You get 3 or 4 of those a game, more or less. So why I'm bringing that up is that I think Bane might not have that 10 sack upside. I think he's going to be more in that 6 to 8 sack range, 8 sack kind of guy, but a guy that gets a lot of pressures and pushes, like Jared Verse a little bit with the Rams. Push in the pocket, get some pressures. Yeah. And the high upside comparison I have for Bane is Brandon Graham from the Eagles player. I was going to say former Eagles player. He was still on the roster 2 months ago. He's been there forever. But that's the same type of player. He went top 10. I think he went 9th overall. I think he made 1 Pro Bowl, 1 All-Pro, or a couple Pro Bowls, 1 All-Pro. But was a good run defender and a good pass rusher. Maybe needed another guy to be an ace pass rusher. I think Bane is a 2 pass rusher, but a 1 run defender, if that makes sense. So, but to me, when I'm breaking ties, I'm doing math on these guys. It's how many plays you're impacting, how many plays I don't have to cater your role. Bane, to me, doesn't need a lot of catering. I think in a lot of defenses, he can impact the game. Love to me just has that little bit more size, good in pass pro, good at receiving. His run style, like he could be a little upright, would be my one knock on him. As far as like he might take some hits that he could probably avoid if you could scrunch down a little bit. But man, he just checks a lot of boxes and he can do the one thing you want him to do. It's all about explosives. Let's take it to the house. And that's what he can do on any snap. And that's why you take a running back early. And on top of being a great kid and a great teammate and all that. So I don't see him getting out of the top 10. Like I really don't, just because of just what's been swirling around. Even if I don't have him as maybe one of the all-time guys, like I've been kind of like officially scouting guys since like 2013, 2014. And Ezekiel Elliott's my number one running back scouted. I would say Bajan's probably 2. Saquon was up there as well. Gurley was up there as well. And then I would say Love is that next guy, at least to me. And then maybe more in the tier of Gibbs than maybe those couple top guys. But having said that, a guy that you take high and you're comfortable doing it.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He is PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans this whole week, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 5 begins right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. Again, 310-840-4910. And if you text in your question, just text what your name is and where you're from before you get your question or your take in there so we can feature you on the show. PJ, hour number 5, brother. How you hanging in so far? This is a beast of a show. It's cool to be on during games and kind of give some instant reactions and talk about it, but it is definitely a grind. Have you consumed another snack? I know you said you had a donut earlier. I had my my salted caramel Yasso ice cream bar just before, a break or 2 breaks ago. How you holding up?
Holding up good. No snack yet so far, but we still got about 55 minutes to go. So I'll keep you posted if I have to double dip and go to the cabinet again. But up to this point, doing well. I got to be honest, Pat, the Orioles win gave me a shot of adrenaline. It's been a while since they've won a game like that. A couple of years ago when they were the top team in the American League and they got the overall number 1 seed, they would have a bunch of wins like that where it was just magical nights at Camden Yards and they were the comeback kids and no lead was ever big enough for them to erase. And tonight felt like that. To watch Pete Alonso get his first big hit with the Orioles too was pretty great. And then all the other games that we're getting. I mean, Angels-Yankees has been absurd. We talked about a couple of segments ago. We've had, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 10 games on the MLB slate tonight. 8 are either been completed or in the 8th inning. And all of those games, Pat, have combined for at least 8 runs in all 8 of those games. We have 2 games left to go, Rangers, A's, and Mets, Dodgers. The Rangers already scored 3 runs in the first inning. They're off to a 3-0 lead on the Athletics. So the night of baseball just keeps getting crazier and crazier with all the offense that we're getting. I'm hanging in there. I'm doing all right. I'm glad we get those playing games in the NBA over, throughout the course of the week. We got the Stanley Cup playoffs taking form next week as well. So good time of the year on the sports calendar.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm surprised that you got the Orioles win and that didn't, charge you up for like a celebratory snack, maybe some crab legs or a little Old Bay seasoning on some French fries or something. And then you're in the DMV, right? You live right outside of Baltimore. You live in DC. Is Old Bay a must-have in the pantry for anybody in the DMV? Is that readily available? Do you keep some in your pocket for any time you need it?
I do like Old Bay. I don't love Old Bay. It's not one of those things that I need to have on everything. So I think it depends on the person. Most people I'm sure have Old Bay handy and ready to go. I am not one of those people. I'm not a huge condiment person, Pat, to be honest with you. I like ketchup and I like honey mustard, and that's really it. But anything else, any other salts or mustard, relish, mayo, anything like that, I'm not a fan of. So ketchup, honey mustard for me, and I call it a day.
PJ, you are about as straight-laced as they come. You don't like to go outside. You don't like to swim. You don't like condiments.
I'm simple.
We gotta find something that puts PJ Glasser on the edge of society, because right now you are right down the middle, man. There's nothing wrong with that. You're a vanilla guy. You don't like to go. You don't like to stray outside the lines.
No,
I like it kinky.
There you go. Brad definitely does. I'm a simple, easy guy, Pat. Not really much to it.
We love it. Yeah, Combs, producer Brandon Combs says, interesting, because I'm not a real big condom guy either. Condiment. But we know Combs is not. That's why he's got 6 kids and he's on marriage number 3. So with that, why don't we get Combs in here, producer Brandon Combs? Let's kick off hour number 5 with a little hot or cold. Combs, what's going on, brother?
Man, just airing out all my laundry. Huh? Just putting it all out.
Look, I told you, I'm with most things, I'm like Ron Burgundy, man. You put it in the show chat, I'm going to read it.
Okay. I mean, I noticed I put one in there earlier you didn't read, but I guess that's just that you just pick and choose at that point. But okay, that's cool.
Yeah, well, I also do here? Like my job.
Oh, gotcha. Are you ready for hot or cold or what?
Yes.
All right, hot or cold? Pat, we're going to go to you first. The Knicks will be a first-round exit.
Cold. I mean, come on, right away, the Cubs lose, so I get it. You're looking for a little revenge. You want to get under my skin here. I did say I'm nervous about the series with the Hawks. I was nervous about the series with the Pistons last year. I was nervous about the series with the Sixers the year before that. And the Knicks won both of those series in 6 games, and I got a feeling that's probably what is going to happen here. Look, the Hawks are a great team. I mean, they have quite literally been a wagon over the last 25 games. That's not hyperbole. If you see what the Hawks have done, I kind of talked about them briefly before. They traded away that loser Trae Young at the deadline. They traded away Porzingis. They bring in CJ McCollum. Nickeil Alexander-Walker was a gem, was a steal of a find in the offseason for them. Jalen Johnson, it's his team now. He's taken over. Zachary Risache has started to get a little bit better. They bring in my guy Kuminga. And the Hawks at one point this season, they were 27-31. Since then, 19-5. And in terms of their net rating, for the last, let's just look at the last 15 games. The net rating for the Atlanta Hawks is 10th best in the NBA. That's better than the Knicks. They've been a top 10 rated team since the All-Star break. Yeah, they're a scary team, but I expect the Knicks to handle it. The Knicks have the playoff experience. The Knicks have Jalen Brunson. As much as I want to vaporize him into a fine mist at times, Karl Anthony Towns has proven he's still up for the task, at least in the early rounds. And the Knicks they're just a better overall team. So normally in the first round, you have to have injuries or you just have to have a team that comes out of nowhere. And Atlanta has done that, but the Knicks will be ready for this challenge. So I say Knicks in 6. And yes, they will make it the hard way. So they'll probably have a chance to close it out at Game 5 in the Garden. They'll probably lose. they'll probably have to go back to Atlanta, and they'll probably win a game 6 there, which is what they've done the last 2 years, and I think that's going to happen here this third year. So, no, the Knicks will not lose to the Hawks. They will not be a first-round exit.
I agree. I think it's also cold. I also like the Knicks in 6, and it reminds me a lot of their first round series against Detroit last year. Like, I think Atlanta's kind of a good comp to that Pistons team where Jalen Johnson is Cade Cunningham. They brought in some veteran pieces in the offseason. This is a team that not a lot of people got to watch in the regular season. They got a veteran head coach. But I think when people watch this Hawks team in the playoffs, they're going to be impressed with just how good they are. And as Pat mentioned, they're playing their best basketball coming into this series. So it's going to be a tough game for the Knicks. Don't be surprised if this is 1-1 series going back to Atlanta for game 3. But then I think the Knicks probably win. I agree with Pat. I think it's going to play out pretty much how the Pistons series did last year. 3-1 going into game 5. Hawks take game 5, and then the Knicks go and close it out in Atlanta in game 6. So I'll go cold, but I think that series going 6 games.
Yeah, I threw this in there just to throw a little jab at Pat. But look, I mean, the fact of the matter is this Atlanta Hawks team is not as good as they've played over this 19-5 stretch, right? Because when you look at the teams that they've beaten over this 19-5 stretch, the Wizards twice, the Brooklyn Nets twice, they beat the Bucks, they beat the Magic when the Magic weren't beating anybody, they beat the Mavericks twice. Like, there's a lot of soft wins in there. A good win against the Celtics, a good win against the Pistons, but then a lot of losses versus playoff teams in that 19-5 stretch. So I think it's a little inflated. I actually think that the Knicks win this one in 4 or 5.
Wow. I promise you the Knicks will not make it that easy. I wish they would. I promise you they won't, though. They're going to make me sweat. They're going to probably lose a game that they were up by 15. They'll probably win a game that they were down 15. They will always, it'll be a roller coaster. I will be stunned if they win this series easily. All right, I'll tee up the next one here, and we'll go to PJ first here. PJ, the Mets will miss the playoffs again, hot or cold?
I think this is also cold. I don't think the Mets are going to miss the postseason. We talked about the Soto injury right now, and they're probably going to have to deal with that the next week or two or so. But they need some of these other guys to step up. I mean, Pat mentioned it with Lindor, man. Guy doesn't have an RBI this season. I mean, that is insane. He's batting below 200. The pitching staff, I think, will be okay. The additions that they made, Luis Robert's been really good for them. Bo Bichette, I think, is going to be good as the season moves along. I think the good thing, too, for the Mets in the NL East is really outside of the Braves, the Phillies, I don't know about them. They kind of feel like a 500 team to me this year. The Nats, you would definitely expect to fade. And the Marlins, even though I do like Miami, they played really well. They were impressive last year, and I think they maybe could hang around until September. I just think the division that the Mets play in, and they're such a streaky team, the fact that they're cold now, I think they could warm up as we get towards the summer months. So I'll go cold on the Mets missing the playoffs. I think this team is going to make it. We know they'll obviously have no issues spending at the trade deadline and trading away players and capital if they need to. They'll do what it takes to try and get this team better. So I'll go cold on the Mets miss the playoffs again.
Combs?
Yeah, I'm gonna go hot. I said this before the season started. Like, I anybody that believes in the Mets to me is kind of like they keep buying the chocolate. Like, if you believe in the Mets again, I have a yacht in a peninsula somewhere that I have to sell you right now. You just send me the Venmo and then I'll send you the keys. You cannot believe in this Mets team ever. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what the Mets have done. I don't know who they hurt, what baseball god they pissed off, but this Mets team just can never get it right. They can never put it together. And early on in the season, it's already starting. And the Juan Soto injury, it's this team is not going to make the playoffs, and until they prove me consistently wrong, I'm never going to believe in this team again. They've duped me too many times.
All right, so I'll be the tiebreaker here. And I said before the season, the Mets are the ultimate wild card because I think they've got the highest ceiling out of just about anybody not named the Dodgers this year. And I could see a reality where the Mets dethrone the Dodgers in the postseason this year. But yeah, I mean, they've shown you what their floor is the last couple of years, and they've overhauled the roster, and they made some big moves this offseason, even though they lost Pete Alonso. They traded away Brandon Nimmo. They traded away Jeff McNeil. They lost Edwin Diaz to the Dodgers, and they kind of replaced them with the Yankees scraps, bringing in Devin Williams and Luke Weaver here out of the bullpen. Luke Weaver's been absolutely horrendous so far. Devin Williams has been awesome. But, they get Freddie Peralta, who's an ace, a bona fide ace. They bring in Bo Bichette. He got off to a terrible start. But, yeah, again, like I said, when is the disclaimer? When is the end of the line for saying it's early? It is early with the Mets. I did say before the season started, I actually think, against my better judgment, they're going to win the NL East. I still think that's going to be the case. Soto's hurt right now. You can't just take his bat out of the lineup and be shocked that they've lost 5 games in a row here. So I think the pitching does give me some big concerns. I think the lineup will figure it out. But Peralta is going to be great. I think Nolan McLean, everything he proved last year, he's going to be great. Clay Holmes has made quite the successful transition into being a starting pitcher. He's got a 1.50 ERA so far. He's barely even getting touched. Just got to get his walks down. David Peterson's been terrible. Kodai Senga, I don't know if he'll ever be good again like he was in his rookie year. But they got plenty of arms. And so I think the pitching will do enough to get them to 92, 93 wins, and I think that'll win the NL East. So I'm going cold. I do think the Mets will make the playoffs.
Is it the all Mets thing of all Mets things, the fact that they traded away Brandon Nimmo and they traded away Jeff McNeil, and when you looked at the game cast before tonight's game of the Rangers versus the A's, and you looked at who lead each team in batting average, it's Brandon Nimmo for the Rangers and it's Jeff McNeil for the Oakland A's, and they're both batting well over 300?
Yep. That is very Metsian. But Jeff McNeil, I thought I've been watching so many of his games and his at bats over the last couple of years. I mean, he was just steadily declining. Not a good team player. Remember him and Lindor got in that fight in the dugout a couple of years ago. The guy will go. The guy will ground out cheaply to second base and smash his helmet down. He's just annoying to watch, and he's not very good anymore either. Right? He used to be one of the best contact hitters in baseball. So. Yeah, look, I mean, he's in Sacramento, where you better have a high batting average, otherwise you really stink. But I think the Mets are still going to be a playoff team this year. Combs, what do we got next?
All right. Rory McIlroy is the best golfer since Tiger Woods and will win another major this year. PJ?
So I think Scotty is the best golfer since Tiger Woods. I think Rory's the most talented, but I think Scotty is the best. So I will go cold on this. Again, Scotty's got the 4 majors. Rory now has the 6. Scotty's only 29 years old. So he's much younger. Still got so many years ahead of him. He just needs the U.S. Open to complete the career Grand Slam. And when Rory won those 4 early majors, a lot of the things that he was doing, we were comparing to Tiger. And then these last couple seasons that Scotty was having, we were comparing to Tiger as well. I think Scotty's body of work, though, and the amount of tournaments that he was winning and how he was dominating, and just listening to the broadcasts and the analysts for NBC and CBS talk about how he has been the closest thing that they have seen since Tiger. I think I think that Scotty is the best golfer since Tiger. So Rory, I think, is the most talented, but I think Scotty is the best. So I will say cold on Rory being the best.
I'll go hot here. I will. I'll go with Rory is the best golfer since Tiger. He had that 11-year gap, and so everything that PJ said is fair. Scotty's 7 years younger. He's finishing top 10 at every major. He just won 2 of them last year. But I don't know, man. Maybe completing the career slam, maybe that, like I said, has launched Rory into a second dominant chapter of his career. Or maybe he does win another 4 majors in the span of 3-4 years here. And I think he will win another major this year. I think he'll win the Open. It's not in Northern Ireland. It's not in Scotland. This one's at Royal Birkdale or Brookdale in Merseyside in England. So I can't. You're not going to pretend that I know how the course plays into Rory's game, but we know that he always does well at the Open. I think he'll end up winning that. And I think he will have 7 majors by the end of this year. And I do think he is the best golfer since Tiger. And who knows, maybe Scotty mirrors Rory's career. Maybe he goes through a long drought before completing that career slam. Maybe it takes him a couple years before he wins that U.S. Open. Feels like he's too consistent for that to happen, but we were saying the same thing about Rory. So I think McIlroy wins another major this year. I think he wins the Open.
Yeah, look, I kind of agree with PJ on this one. I think it's Scotty, and I think Scotty's still young enough, and he's still got that streak in him where I think he could have that dominant stretch just like Tiger had back in the day. And that's something that we thought Rory was going to be able to do early in his career, and it just never materialized. He never had that dominant stretch. He had, I think, like an 8-year stretch where he didn't even win a major. So you go through what Rory was or what he could have been. And that's where, like, I think Rory's had a great career, and I think Rory is extremely talented as a golfer. I think he actually is closer to being one of the more disappointing golfers in the last 40 years as opposed to being closer to what Tiger was. And I think that when you look at Scotty, I think Scotty can be that guy. So for me, I think that it's Scotty. And Monty put in the show chat, Jake Berger just hit his second homer of the day. We now have 5 players today with 2 home run days.
Goodness.
Wow. Imagine
Judge.
you put $1 on all those guys to hit 2. That probably gets you 20 grand off of $1.
Easy 5 figures. Easy. No doubt.
Judge, Trout,
That's
Josh
absurd.
Naylor, Schwarber, and Jake Berger. Wow.
Holy smokes.
pretty good,
What a
man.
day. All right, we'll get you a scoreboard update in totality when we come back. I don't know why I said in totality. We'll get you a scoreboard update on Major League Baseball. And I don't know why I spoke like a freaking nerd there. Take a short break. We'll do that when we return, and we'll do some more hot or cold because these are some good topics, and we've got some headlines that we got to get to as well. So this is BetMGM tonight. We got producer Brandon Combs in the mix. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We're coming right back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
So Giannis, in his media session following the Bucks' end-of-season loss, so season's over, Giannis talks to the media. And all of this has been going on with Giannis for, it feels like, years. It actually really hasn't been years. It's been a good amount of time, but it's not like this has been going on for a decade. Like, they won the championship 5 years ago. Like, they won a title. You can't take that away from him. And if you're a Bucks fan and you're dejected, and you should be, because you're going to be bad for a really long time, you have the title. Like, I'm a Knicks fan, and like my team wins 50 games per year every year now. I've never seen a championship in my life. I'd trade my situation for yours, because you got the championship. You never take down a banner. So Giannis is being asked by the media last night about his future in Milwaukee. And he's talking around the issue like he always does, right? And he can't just say, I want out. He throws in at the end of this media availability last night that, who knows what will happen if they offer me an extension. What? I'm just like, do we need an intervention? Do like all of Giannis's brothers who are all on the Bucks, do like all of them and all of us collectively, basketball fans, need to like tell Giannis, like, hey Giannis, like come over, like we're we got a surprise for you. And he's thinking, oh, I'm coming to a party. And then he sits down and there's like a therapist there and it's all of us and we're gonna intervene with Giannis's life. And maybe, and I know he passed away, we'll have Tony Sirico there as Paulie Walnuts to tell him you're weak and you're an embarrassment to yourself and those around you, like he told Christopher Moltisanti on The Sopranos, because that's what's happening here. Like, who cares if you come across like the bad guy? Who cares? Enough. The Bucks have zero chance of competing. Zero. They went in last offseason, they stretched Damian Lillard, and they signed Miles Turner. They won 32 games this year. And even if you want to say Giannis had been healthy the whole year, what's the ceiling for this team? Like, come on. They have no first-round draft picks for a long-ass time. They are going to suck. He should just say, I want out. But he can't do it. he can't do it. He's like me back in the day. We're like, I know this relationship sucks. I know it's not going to work, but I can't bring myself to say it's over. Except like I'm some schmuck 27-year-old kid. Giannis should know better. His advice, I don't have an agent advising me. I had like my moron uncle, my stupid friends. Like, this is crazy. Yeah, he'd enter to signing an extension? Am I crazy? This is where I feel like I'm in like a Kafka novel. Like I'm Mugatu in Zoolander. I'm Will Ferrell in Zoolander. I'm taking crazy pills. This can't be real. It cannot be real that this is happening. Like, just go out there and say, it's been great. I will always love Milwaukee. I wanted to spend my whole career in one city with one team. But we accomplished the ultimate goal. I won a championship. I brought a championship here. And now it's time for everybody to move on. But no, it can't happen. We got to play ring around the rosy constantly here. And it's just enough's enough. Like, in between, like, the Shams reporting about all the infighting and the season of dysfunction, to Giannis being unable to say, I want out, to Doc Rivers maybe staying on in an advisory role, just like, I'm done with this team until Giannis is traded. That's it. Like, trade Giannis, see what you can get, and the rebuild can start, and you go from there. Until then, like, I think we need to put an embargo. I mean, we can't, though. Like, because Giannis is such a big deal in national sports, like, we have to talk about him. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I hate it. It's so stupid, it's actually offensive. And I'm not saying Giannis is stupid. I think in his head, he's trying to do the right thing. Enough. Sometimes in life, things don't work out the way you wanted. As Frank Sinatra famously sang, that's life. Life's not fair. Go somewhere else and try and win a championship. Enough with this in Milwaukee.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
One, nothing wrong with me. Two, nothing wrong with me. If you listen to that song and you don't scream, if you don't belt that part out in your car, you're doing it wrong. Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Got PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. Got a big show tomorrow for you. Plenty of great guests. We got the NBA play-in tournament that kicks off. Another night of baseball tomorrow. Final couple of days of the NHL regular season. Stanley Cup playoffs beginning in just a couple of days. It's a great time to be a sports fan. We've been recapping the Masters and Rory's second straight green jacket on the show tonight as well. If you want to get in on the show, it's 310-840-4910. Before we resume some hot or cold here, PJ, you guys were talking in the break. How many players tonight have 2 home runs here? This has got to be one of the all-time nights for offense and individual player performances that we've seen in quite some time. This is remarkable.
Unbelievable. Yeah, Pat, 8 players tonight with 2 home runs. 8. Judge, Trout, Josh Naylor, Kyle Schwarber, Jake Berger, Jeremiah Jackson, and then you have Ketel Marte, Nolan Arenado. 8 players tonight with 2 home runs. So we were joking around and wondering if anybody would have parlayed those 8 guys together to hit 2 home runs. You threw $1 on it. I mean, that you could have turned that, I think, maybe into like $2 million. I think if you parlayed all of this together, I think there's a chance that might be like 2 million to 1. That's how insane that is. To get 8 guys to hit 2 home runs, and then obviously guessing the 8 guys to do it.
Yeah, just utterly insane. You know what's utterly insane too is that the fact that the Yankees had multiple crooked number leads in this game against the Halos, and yet they've blown it sky high. After Judge hit his second home run of the night, Yankees went ahead 8-7. They were up 4-0, then it was 4-4. Then they went up 7-4, then it was 7-7. Then they went up 8-7, and the Angels answered back both times. And Mike Trout, one of those players that has 2 home runs. He had a 3-run bomb in the 6th inning that went 421 feet into Yankee Stadium. And then he hit one into Monument Park that went 445 feet in the 8th inning, a 2-run shot. So Mike Trout, 2 bombs, 5 RBIs. It's in the top of the 9th, and the Yankees are on the verge of losing their 6th straight game. No bueno. No bueno. And David Peterson might be completely cooked for the Mets. The Dodgers are already up 1-0. Bases loaded in the bottom of the 1st with nobody out. David Peterson has yet to record an out. He's given up a hit and a couple of walks. And I believe he hit Shohei Ohtani to begin the ball game or to begin the bottom of the 1st. So the Dodgers might beat the Mets by 20 in this game tonight. Or David Peterson gets out of the bases loaded jam and only gives up 1 run. Who knows? I mean, the way that tonight is going, anything is possible in Major League Baseball. But let's get back to some hot or cold. Let's get producer Brandon Combs back in the mix. Combs, what else you got for us?
All right. So just so you guys know, Jake Berger, after his 2 home runs right now, he's 2 for 2 with 2 home runs. He is now 7 for 18 lifetime versus Luis Severino with 4 home runs. That's insane.
Oh, my God.
That's pretty good.
That's a stat line.
Do we think Luis Severino's a vegetarian? Do we think he hates burgers? He hates meat. What do you think?
He's never eating a burger ever again.
Never again.
He'll eat one and he'll end up with food poisoning. That's how that's going to go for him. All right, let's get back into some hot or cold. Let's see, which one we want to do here. Let's go. All right, the Warriors will win back-to-back games and make the playoffs. Pat?
I'm going to go with hot. I'm going to go with hot. And I don't like the Warriors. Hate's a strong word. Their dynasty run, it would have been at least, I wouldn't know if I would say more enjoyable, because who likes a dynastic run if you're not a fan of that team? Nobody liked the Patriots. I guess maybe outside of Jordan's Bulls. And again, I wasn't really old enough at the time. I don't know, Combs, did everybody hate the Bulls at the time when Jordan and them were just dominating the sport, even when Michael Jordan, went on his little hiatus? Like, did everybody that wasn't a Bulls fan hate the Bulls, or did they love them?
Yes.
Or at least have a natural appreciation because it was MJ?
No, anybody who was not a Bulls fan hated the Bulls. People in Indiana despised the Bulls. Knicks fans despised the Bulls. There was no love for the Bulls outside of Bulls fandom. The Bulls had fans all over the world. Don't get me wrong, because I'm Mike, but the Bulls were hated if you were not a Bulls fan.
Yeah, and I feel like Steph Curry's one of the more likable players, one of the more likable future Hall of Famers that we've ever seen in the sport, and yet I can't stand them. And I think a lot of it was because of Kevin Durant. If you can't beat him, join him. The most cowardly move in my lifetime, and maybe of all professional sports. Blows a 3-1 lead and then runs and joins the team so he can win his 2 titles. Draymond, very easily hateable by just about everybody that isn't a Warriors fan. So I still, even though the Warriors have had some lean years here in the last couple of years, I would hate to see them get into the playoffs after they've been a mediocre squad for the last 2 months. And Steph Curry's injury was a big part of that. But now he's back. Now he's healthy. And I just feel like you get Steph going on a heater for 2 games, they can beat any of these teams. They're probably going to beat the Clippers. I think the Clippers had turned it around after they traded away James Harden and they brought in Darius Garland. They also traded away Ivica Zubac, but then they started winning. But they had a couple of games here down the stretch where they really showed their true identity, in my opinion. They got crushed by the Blazers both times, including the other night, and that's why they're in this 9 versus 10 game. So despite Kawhi having a great season, I don't think they have the depth. I think Golden State can absolutely go into LA and beat them. And then they're going to play the loser of the Blazers and the Suns, both teams that have had some really nice seasons, both teams, though, lacking some serious playoff experience, really outside of Devin Booker. and Dylan Brooks. They have some playoff experience. So I think best case scenario is the Suns win, and then the Warriors play the Clippers, who I think they'll beat, and then they play a very inexperienced Blazers team, who I'd rather see in the playoffs, but I can easily see Steph going for 35 and 38 these next two games. Draymond, after being terrible most of the season, flips a switch, and the Warriors are back in the playoffs, and then they get creamed and they get their comeuppance finally when they get crushed by the OKC Thunder. But yeah, I think the Warriors will do what the Heat did last year, be the 10 seed and win back-to-back games to get in.
I will say, I think the winner of Warriors Clippers probably beats the loser of Blazers Suns. Like, I think that's going to be the case. I think the Warriors are going to have a tough time getting past the Clippers, though. Pat brings up a good point. I mean, when you got Steph Curry on your team and you only need one game to win it, that's a pretty good guy to have on your team. There's always a chance of him going off for 40 or even 50 points. The Porzingis addition has been terrific as well. But, Kawhi's healthy and he's playing great. And the Garland addition's been really good. You have two terrific coaches in Kerr and Ty Lue in this game. And look, it is the Clippers in the playoffs, right? I mean, we know this time of the year, Clippers in the playoffs, they tend to disappoint. So I understand Pat liking the Warriors. I mean, they went 37-45 this year. I know Curry's been hurt. I know Butler was hurt. So the record would be a lot better if those guys weren't hurt and didn't miss an extended period of time. Just don't think the Warriors are really any good. So the Clippers being at home, I think they should win this game. What's interesting about the question is if the Warriors do get past the Clippers, I like them to win the next game. So I'll go cold. I don't really have strong thoughts on that Warriors-Clippers game. I really don't. If I had to play anything, I'd probably look at the under 220.5. But my strong feel is that whoever wins that game, I think is going to beat the loser of Suns and Blazers. I think the winner is going to end up being the Clippers.
Yeah, I'm out on the Warriors winning 2 straight games to get into the playoffs. At some point, Draymond Green's going to blow up and have one of his little tantrums, and it's going to cost the Warriors. It probably happens against the Clippers, but if not, I could definitely see it happen against the either the Blazers or the Suns, especially if it's the Suns. I think the Suns are just too. They play the Suns. I think the Suns dog walk them. I don't even think it's a close game. So
dog walk them.
Yeah, I think the Suns are so much better than what the Warriors are. So much better than the Warriors. So, yeah, absolutely, for sure. Look, it'd be nice. I like Steph Curry, too. I'm a big Steph Curry guy, but I agree with PJ. This Warriors team just isn't very good, man. They're just not. I'd be surprised if they win one game.
It would be interesting to see if the Warriors do get in as the 8th seed. You'd have a team that won 30, and again, Jimmy Butler out for the season with the torn ACL. Steph missed the last 2 months, basically. But, as PJ said, 37 wins versus the Thunder, who had 64 wins. I don't know if there will have ever been a larger discrepancy of wins between any 1 seed and an 8 seed or any team in the playoffs than what we would get if it is Thunder versus Warriors. And there would be a large discrepancy on the floor as well. Steph Curry might be healthy, might score 30 a game. It would not matter. And so I kind of hope, again, I would hate to see the Warriors in the playoffs. I would also love to see the Warriors in the playoffs because Draymond will try his antics. He'll try to get under the skin of Chet Holmgren and players on the Thunder, and they will just get absolutely obliterated. And I can't wait for it. So I kind of hope for that reason more than anything else, the Warriors do get in.
So Romano on the mound, while you were just saying that, Romano's on the mound, and Trent Grisham just hit a 2-run home run to tie the game in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Oh, my God.
And it is now a 10-10 ball game between the Angels and the Yankees. Absolutely insane what this game is.
And that's his second home run of the day.
Yep, so we got 9 guys with 2 home runs tonight.
Nine guys have 2 home runs in Major League Baseball today. 9.
That's early candidate for game of the year, that Angels-Yankees game. That's pretty ridiculous.
And now the Yankees have the winning run on second with nobody out as a double down the line. I can't tell who it is.
Austin Wells.
Excuse
me. Jose Caballero. Who he went deep earlier. So actually, I guess that's a surprise. They kept him in the ballpark.
Unbelievable. Unreal.
We talked about 9 guys. Three of them in this game alone Judge, Grisham, and Trout. 3 guys in this game have multi-homers.
Yep.
What happened? I swear to God, I swear, Rob Manfred juiced all the baseballs supplied for these games today were all, packed with freaking fireworks in them. The balls are flying. This is crazy.
It's been insane. Let's get one more in here before we go to break. Pat will be a Philly sports fan within 2 years now that he lives there and has given up his New York fandom. PJ, hot or cold?
Ice cold. Pat ain't becoming a Philly sports fan. There's no chance.
You're no fun.
Chance. I know. I'm sorry. There's no I can't do that to him. I mean, he's a New York sports fan. If he was like
No.
I don't know. If he was like a Bay Area sports fan, or if he was like I don't know, New Orleans sports fan, Atlanta, maybe. But New York and Boston, I mean, come on, Brando.
We're talking about a guy who has old man tendencies, who likes to argue about like old man things, who eats frozen yogurt on a stick every night in between break. Like this guy is about as soft as caramel pudding. So I think that is absolutely positively a hot statement to say that at some point he's going to become a Philly sports fan, because he's going to get forced into it. He's going to get bullied into it by all the Philly fans around him. I don't think he's got the fight in him to stay a New York fan.
Pat,
I like you mentioned the frozen yogurt ice cream, which you literally have since bought yourself, and earlier in this show put in the show chat, ooh, the salted caramel, I'm going to stop on my way home and get that one. So why don't you
I'm a
shove
fat kid. If you put food in front of my face, I'm going to try it.
Yeah.
It says less about me and more about you.
I despise Philadelphia sports. Never in my life. You could put a gun to my head and said we're going to kill your entire family unless you claim to be a Philly sports fan right now. I would start saying my goodbyes. And say, sorry,
Pat,
not going to happen.
Wow.
Pat, do you love the Knicks more, or do you hate the Eagles more, you think?
Oh, I love the Knicks more. I don't. Yeah, I mean, look, I hate the Eagles for sure. I hate the Sixers. They're probably my most hated because of the whole trust the process, and they think they're good, and they got Embiid and their stupid Sixers song that they play at the end of the games that they win. Oh my God, they're brutal. And my former boss, who was the program director at WFAN, Spike Eskin, now he's the host of the afternoon drive show at WIP. And all jokes aside, I like Spike, but also oh my God. Watching him do a podcast about a team that I can't stand, and then he would come to the office and talk about it when I was at the Fan. I hate the Sixers, and I hate Philadelphia sports. The people here, they're okay. They're just, they deserve to be in a better city. And I'm saying that as if, the Eagles as if the Eagles didn't win a Super Bowl just 2 years ago. But the Flyers haven't won jack.
That you're in a new place now, and if you say it too loud, somebody might actually hear you. So you got to be like, oh no, they're great people. They're just I hate everything about them.
I will scream it outside of my window right now that Philly sports fans are losers. They are scum of the earth.
Wow.
Fight
Hit
words.
us up. What's that chat line, Pat?
310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. We'll finish off the show. Maybe the Pitchfork Emporium will come knocking down my front door when we return. Maybe I don't make it to the end of the show, but we'll get there one way or another. BetMGM tonight. That's Brandon Combs, the producer of this program. You can, bring the Pitchfork Emporium to his front door as well. PJ Glasser is filling in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll be right back on Westwood One Sports.
Which player do you prefer? Arvel Reese or David Bailey? I think this will be an omnipresent storyline heading into next Thursday.
Yeah, no, I've seen the rumors, and it's not of anything that like against Bailey or anything, but I think Reese is actually I clearly have ahead. Both are easily in my top 6, I would say. Now I'm doing the big word this week, so now my one from last month it might be just thrown away. So these rankings. So we'll say though top 6, top 7 players. I just think Reese, even though he has some questions about like what is he a tweener? Is he a linebacker off ball guy? Is he an edge guy? I see that more as a strength because one, modern defenses are more versatile, are more varied. They move their guys around, especially in the front 7. And I think on top of it, what he's already shown at both spots, whether it's off-ball linebacker or the edge, is a plus player. So, and one that you could get more excited about of like, well, now if he focuses on one of those areas or spends a majority of time at one of those areas, man, we could really get something here. I think Reese just has, even though he doesn't have ideal length, and maybe not ideal size, he has ideal explosion. He has ideal play style, great competitiveness. He's good against the run if he plays on the edge, even though he's kind of like figuring it out. He's got some pass rush upside. And I think too is that some people are like when they have that old school kind of player designation, position designations in their head. But I do think that so many defenses now are, like I said before, have versatility to move these guys. So that's not as much of an issue as maybe it was 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And Bailey, to me, supernova pass rusher, is just explosive, can come at you, gets after the quarterback, which is always going to be valued and always going to be paid. It's like hitting home runs in baseball. It's just that he doesn't play the run that well. And it's not a lack of want to. It's just that he doesn't really have that strength that can hold up. And that's already an issue in the Big 12. Not exactly a lot of running the ball schools there. And I think that might be still like when he was at Stanford, he was truly a DPR, designated pass rusher. He wasn't used much on rundowns. And then at Texas Tech, they paid him. And then they're like, okay, no, we're getting our money's worth here on the field every down. And I think there's times where against the run, even if he's trying, he's still getting blown back. Those are still about 40% of the snaps in the NFL. So you can't just be a nothing 2/5 of the time, at least to me, to take so highly, even if I value his pass rushing ability. So to me, that's where I've come to with Reese. Even if I like both players, I think the Jets should be BPA, best player available, every selection of this draft. Doesn't matter what the positions are. Take another running back if you want to. Like they should just, not really, but they really should just be focusing so much on just boosting up. I think especially their defensive front 7 that they have gotten rid of last year at the draft, or I'm sorry, at the trade deadline.
But are we looking at a situation here where we can maybe say Rory is the 5th best golfer of all time? Like where is the ceiling here potentially? Go ahead.
Yeah, that was actually the number I had in my mind. I think that's probably about best case scenario. If you think of the greatest golfers ever, you have to talk about Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, Ben Hogan. To me, those are the top 3. Then it becomes a bit of an argument after that if you want to throw in Bobby Jones or Nick Faldo or Seve Ballesteros and a number of other American players like Arnold Palmer would be on that list. But when you get to 6 major championships, you're getting into rarefied air. If he were to get to double digits, there's no question in this day and age when so many more children want to grow up and be golfers, when it's become an athletic endeavor, not just a game, it's become your physical ability of hitting the ball over 300 yards is a big deal. And all of the players are working out as if they're real professional athletes, which Tiger Woods has it's all due to him that they're all doing that now. Given all of that and how harder I think it is to win in this day and age with how strong the talent is, if he were to get to 10 major championships, yeah, I think he's a top 5 all-time player.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Last chance to get in on the phones here, 310-840-4910. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Really quickly, PJ, have you ever had a hotel experience where it was so brutal that you didn't even want to sleep in the bed? Because my girlfriend, she is in Atlanta for a work conference this week, and she's sending me some pictures of the hotel she's staying in, and I won't say the name. I don't want to completely dog them out. But I mean, she sent me a picture of the elevator. The elevator door has handprints all over it, like it looked like it's out of The Shining. She sent me the gym. Two of the elevators next to each other. You know how the elevators, they all have like the screens that you can either watch the TV or do whatever. At least at the bare minimum, it tracks like your progress. They're like snapped and like hanging by a thread. The one lobby corridor has like sawdust lining the entire floor. And then the vending machine has some of the worst looking food products I've ever seen. And it's like half empty. I mean, I said I would call your workplace. I would call your company and demand that they put you in a new hotel, because that is brutal. Have you ever had a hotel experience that was so bad you didn't even want to stay in the bed?
Yeah, like not anything like that with like the elevators or anything, but I've stayed at a hotel where the room, and the bed itself, like definitely made you feel like there were bed bugs in it or something like that. So yeah, that stinks, man. That's terrible. Hopefully your girlfriend's able to get either a new room or a new hotel, and her company's able to hook her up with something. That's terrible. I haven't had too bad of an experience with hotels, fortunately. Maybe only a couple of different times that stick out. So I've been pretty fortunate from that standpoint. But that's brutal, man. That's brutal, with like bed bugs and the elevators being nasty and all that sorts of stuff.
I've had a couple of bad ones. I've also had a couple of really good ones. I tagged along with my pops to the Pizza Expo in Vegas a couple of times, and his company, they would pay, for us to stay at the Encore and at the Wynn. And like, you got some real. Now, I've heard some bad things about Vegas the last couple of years. Apparently, the tourism there is not what it once was, and I think a lot of that is the legalized, sports betting and legalized online casinos. So people feel like they don't need to go to Vegas, and also like, it's just there's some sketchy spots. So like, I've heard some people that have actually not had some pleasant stays at some hotels in Vegas, but anytime that I have been there. I feel I had felt like I was living the luxury. I was living the luxury life, man. You're talking about the real good trail mix in the room. You're talking about the concierge service. Again, Vegas is built on the backs of people that, think they can get rich in a second. So it's no surprise. But, you get one of those brutal hotel stays, and it makes you never, ever want to sleep in anywhere other than your own bed ever again.
Yep. Very true. Very true. My brother had a bad experience. He was studying abroad, and I think him and some of his friends, they were going on or this was when he was in high school. They went on like a trip at spring break where they went to Europe or something, and there were chaperones. And I guess the hotel that they stayed at was just like awful. And the kids are all complaining to the parents and everything like that, and seeing if the chaperones and the people that are there, the staff, can get them to switch hotels. So I've never experienced anything like that. But I know certainly people have. Yeah, I don't know. Brando, you've experienced a lot in life. You ever had any bad hotel experiences?
Yeah, so like you have certain hotels in certain places. Like if I won't say the name, but say when I lived in Vermont, there was a chain hotel place that was in Vermont. The place is really nice. 7 floors, just beautiful rooms, great stuff. And then I booked one, I think I want to say, honestly, and this isn't a shot at Pat, I want to say I booked it in New Jersey. And when I went to the one there, I was like, I'm not staying in this hotel. I had to rebook and find something different. And it's just, I mean, sometimes those things happen. When you don't know where you're staying or the place that you're staying, the city that you're staying in, you might think that it's going to be a nice place, and you get there and it's like, oh wow, yeah, I need to go somewhere else.
And you were saying in the show chat, you got some places, some hotels that are obviously chain hotels throughout the country. In one city, it's really nice. In another city, it's not so nice. Maybe the place where the ladies of the night are normally staying.
Yeah.
And so that's funny. That's funny that that's how it shakes out. By the way, it started raining here, and for a second I thought that my roof was caving in, and then I looked up outside of my window, and you could see the rain through the lights. So yeah, we were talking about bad hotel stays, and I was like, oh nice, my roof is caving in. That's a really good start to the new place.
Would not have been good. How's the dog been doing? Do you hear him barking at all or no?
He barked once or twice during a commercial break, but he's good, man. He's good. I mean, I feel bad. We put him in a whole new home. My girlfriend's on the work trip, so the 5 hours of me, it sounds like I'm just talking to myself in his world, right? He doesn't know I'm doing a radio show, so that's funny, but I think he'll be okay. All right, fun show. Thanks to everybody working on it. We got to get out of here. Thanks to PJ Combs, Monty, Zach Crow, Chloe. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow night. BetMGM tonight.
So Giannis, in his media session following the Bucks' end-of-season loss, so season's over, Giannis talks to the media. And all of this has been going on with Giannis for, it feels like, years. It actually really hasn't been years. It's been a good amount of time, but it's not like this has been going on for a decade. Like, they won the championship 5 years ago. Like, they won a title. You can't take that away from him. And if you're a Bucks fan and you're dejected, and you should be, because you're going to be bad for a really long time, you have the title. Like, I'm a Knicks fan, and like my team wins 50 games per year every year now. I've never seen a championship in my life. I'd trade my situation for yours, because you got the championship. You never take down a banner. So Giannis is being asked by the media last night about his future in Milwaukee. And he's talking around the issue like he always does, right? And he can't just say, I want out. He throws in at the end of this media availability last night that, who knows what will happen if they offer me an extension. What? I'm just like, do we need an intervention? Do all of Giannis's brothers, who are all on the Bucks, do all of them and all of us collectively, basketball fans, need to tell Giannis, hey Giannis, come over, we're we got a surprise for you. And he's thinking, oh, I'm coming to a party. And then he sits down and there's a therapist there and it's all of us, and we're gonna intervene with Giannis's life. And maybe, and I know he passed away, we'll have Tony Sirico there as Paulie Walnuts to tell him you're weak and you're an embarrassment to yourself and those around you, like he told Christopher Moltisanti on The Sopranos, because that's what's happening here. Who cares if you come across like the bad guy? Who cares? Enough. The Bucks have zero chance of competing. Zero. They went in last offseason, they stretched Damian Lillard, and they signed Miles Turner. They won 32 games this year. And even if you want to say Giannis had been healthy the whole year, what's the ceiling for this team? Come on. They have no first-round draft picks for a long-ass time. They are going to suck. He should just say, I want out. But he can't do it. He can't do it. He's like me back in the day. We're I know this relationship sucks. I know it's not going to work. But I can't bring myself to say it's over. Except I'm some schmuck 27-year-old kid. Giannis should know better. his advice. I don't have an agent advising me. I had like my moron uncle, my stupid friends. Like, this is crazy. Yeah, he'd enter to signing an extension? Am I crazy? This is where I feel like I'm in like a Kafka novel. Like I'm Mugatu in Zoolander. I'm Will Ferrell in Zoolander. I'm taking crazy pills. This can't be real. It cannot be real that this is happening. Like, just go out there and say, it's been great. I will always love Milwaukee. I wanted to spend my whole career in one city with one team. But we accomplished the ultimate goal. I won a championship. I brought a championship here. And now it's time for everybody to move on. But no, it can't happen. We got to play ring around the rosy constantly here. And it's just enough's enough. Like, in between, like, the Shams reporting about all the infighting and the season of dysfunction, to Giannis being unable to say, I want out, to Doc Rivers maybe staying on in an advisory role, just like, I'm done with this team until Giannis is traded. That's it. Like, trade Giannis, see what you can get, and the rebuild can start, and you go from there. Until then, like, I think we need to put an embargo. I mean, we can't, though. Like, because Giannis is such a big deal in national sports, like, we have to talk about him. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I hate it. It's so stupid, it's actually offensive. And I'm not saying Giannis is stupid. I think in his head, he's trying to do the right thing. Enough. Sometimes in life, things don't work out the way you wanted. As Frank Sinatra famously sang, that's life. Life's not fair. Go somewhere else and try and win a championship. Enough with this in Milwaukee.